The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Pieces flew across the boards at the Superbet Rapid Blitz in Warsaw, Poland. With plenty of points up for grabs, the full tour players scramble to rack up as many wins as possible. Legendary veteran Viswanathan Anand is still in the catbird seat, but hotly pursued by Duda, Caruana, and Aronian, with the Americans hoping to climb in the overall GCT standings. Time is the enemy. Who will be able to conquer the clock? Day 2 of action-packed chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, everybody, to the championship day here in Warsaw, Poland at the Superbet Rapid Blitz. We've had a fun event, but in the end, there can only be one. Will it be one of the challengers chasing the leader Viswanathan Anand, or will the Tiger of Madras reign supreme? Only time will tell. Let's go to the studio and start today's action with Yasser, Peter, and Alejandro.
Beautiful springtime views of the Polish capital as we welcome you to the final day of the Blitz. Today is day 5 of the Warsaw Superbet Rapid Blitz, the second stop on the 2022 Grand Chess Tour. Good morning, I'm Peter Svidler and with me is Yasser Seirawan.
Peter, it's wonderful to be here with you and Alejandro in studio. Seriously, it's been great fun calling all the action with you and Alejandro.
It has been, and I'm very happy to have, well, not have been here yet. We're still here. Still here, yeah.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. Viswanathan Anand has led from start till now. It's going to be an exciting sprint to the finish. Can anyone catch him? Peter, please do the honors. What's our current standings?
The situation at the top is quite clear. Vishy has had a quiet day yesterday by his standards, only scoring 5 out of 9. But he still leads by 1.5 points over the rest of the field. He started the day with a 1-point lead over Richard Rapport.
Right.
But the two stories of the day, so to speak, are there tied for third, really, where Levon Aronian scored 7 out of 9, which is a tremendous score. And he has actually been soundly outscored by Fadi, who scored a barely believable 8 out of 9 yesterday, catapulting him into this tie for third. Young Krzysztof Duda, who's had a very solid outing yesterday, is in clear second, and Richard Rapport and Wesley So cannot be counted out just yet, with 9 games of Blitz incoming.
And our format, Peter?
The format is a 10-player round robin. We played 2 of them already, 1 in Rapid and 1 in Blitz, and 1 final Blitz round robin remaining. Time control is 5+2. They will play colors reversed from the games yesterday. Draw offers continue not being allowed whatsoever, and the Rapid double scoring is behind us. We now get normal points for wins, draws, and losses.
And in case of a playoff, Peter, what is our format?
In case of a playoff, as you can see on your screen, if only 2 players tie, they play a Rapid match of 10+5. And if it's a tie of 3 players or more, then they play a Blitz round robin, because obviously time will be of an essence and the time control needs to be shortened. A Blitz round robin of 5+3. And if there's still a tie for first after all that, an Armageddon game or games, as we have seen, are possible with 5 minutes for white, 4 minutes for black. You get a 2-second increment starting from move 61 to avoid the flying pieces and people playing bishop versus bishop.
Right.
And black obviously gets draws in an Armageddon game.
Wonderful. Good morning, Alejandro. How did we get here?
Good morning, Yasser. Good morning, Peter. Certainly an exciting event. We've had 2 weeks of very intense chess. We started over there in Bucharest. We moved on to Warsaw, and it's the final day of these couple of tournaments in the Grand Chess Tour. Let's see where we split up those Grand Chess Tour points. But let's take a look at how we start in the final day, because we have some clear favorites to take this tournament home. Vishy Anand, as you mentioned, starts with a 1.5 point lead over Jan Krzysztof Duda, the local hero. But it's surging Fabi and surging Levon that have captivated our attention. Let's start with Levon. He comes out of a very nice tournament in the American Cup Blitz section and starts again with a very strong Blitz showing there in Warsaw. Take a look at that. Started with 4 out of 4, won in round 8 as well. A couple of draws sprinkled throughout his day, and that has catapulted him to 3rd place in the event. 1.5 points behind this man. Vishy Anand was simply dominant in the Rapid. Started with 5 wins in a row. His Blitz a little more tepid. He did have a big result, losing against Gavrilescu with the white pieces, certainly not keeping pace in the Blitz ranking against the others, but his Rapid was so dominant that he's still clearly in the lead. Can he bring the tournament home? Because this man, Fabiano Caruana, we don't know of him as a Blitz specialist. Well, guess what? That might change soon, because he was dominant in the American Cup Blitz. He was dominant here with an incredible 8 out of 9 +7 performance for Fabulous Fabi. He's won over 100 Blitz rating points, and let's see where that puts him in the world. Take a look at how that's shaking up the standings in the FIDE list. At the very top, Hikaru Nakamura, still the #1 Blitz player with his massive 2850, but guess what? #2 used to be Magnus Carlsen, and he's got him bumped out of that top 3 all the way down to #4, as Levon Aronian and Fabiano Caruana are now occupying the #2 and #3 spots. America occupying 1, 2, and 3 in the Blitz rankings. Well, certainly surging for us. But let's take a look at what the key pairings are for the day to start the day, because we have tons of games ahead of us. For that, let's go to our friends in Warsaw, Anastasia and Cristian.
Thank you, Alejandro, and welcome back, everybody, to the final day of the Superbet Rapid and Blitz from location here in Warsaw, Poland. To call all the action and give you all the live updates, I am your host, Grandmaster Cristian Chirila, alongside woman Grandmaster Anastasia Karlovich. Anastasia, we've had a lot of fun, but it is time. It is time to crown a victor. Who do you have your eyes on?
Hello, Cristian. Hello, everyone. Hello, St. Louis. It's really a pleasure to be here for the last day of the Blitz section. And it's a little bit sad that it's a final day, but still I'm looking forward for these exciting rounds. And I will keep my eyes on Jan Krzysztof Duda, because he's on the clear 2nd place right now. And he didn't start so well yesterday, but later on he found his way, and he won 3 games in a row in the last 3 rounds. And today he plays once again against Vishy Anand, the leader of the tournament. And actually he plays with white pieces, and I'm looking forward to see how the game will finish. So, Cristian, what about you?
That is such a hotly contested start between Vishy Anand and Jan Krzysztof Duda. One player that I'm having my eyes on has to be Levon Aronian. He started off yesterday's rounds with 4 victories in the Blitz section. He is just super happy to be here, to play chess, to play Rapid and Blitz. I was chatting with him in the Skittles room in between games. He's just so enthusiastic about this tournament. And that happiness makes him a very, very dangerous man. Also, if the trend continues for him, he started off yesterday's rounds with a 4-point deficit compared to Vishy Anand. Right now, we're starting the final day with only a 2-point deficit. If he maintains the pace, he's going to be able to potentially catch with the leader. Let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be a fun and exciting final day. Guys, back to you in the studio in St. Louis.
No question about that, Anastasia and Cristian. We are expecting a fabulous sprint to the finish, but let's start with round 1 pairings. Peter, do the honors.
Let's take a look at those. As always, plenty to look forward to. The game between our numbers 1 and 2 in the cross table, obviously the central game of the round, with Duda having the white pieces against Vichy, but Richard Rapport against Caruana there
Gotta
is
be
also,
our backup.
yeah, also a tremendously important game for the standings. And then we also have Radek Voytaszek with white against Wesley, the all-Ukrainian duel between Anton Korobov and Kirill Shevchenko, and Levon is playing white against Gavrilescu. Gavrilescu had his first, I would say, proper good day of the tour yesterday. He beat Vichy, was completely winning against Wesley, and just generally showed why he is so highly rated in Romanian chess circles. But still, white against Gavrilescu is a game Levon will be looking forward to, I think.
Absolutely. The players are all fighting hard. Why are they fighting so hard, Peter?
Because they're prideful people.
Yes, they are.
But also there is some money at stake.
Okay.
There is, as you can see on your screen, 40K up top and going all the way down to 7,000 to the eventual 10th place finisher. And there's GCT points at stake. With the tour progressing further and further, those become more and more relevant. And you get more GCT points if you win the tournament outright without tie breaks, which is what that 12/13 means.
And there you see a beautiful view of the stage area as the players have those really wonderful gamer chairs.
And the round is about to start.
And it has.
There you see
E4, and away we go.
Yeah. A Petrov in the Duda Anand game. Vichy has been playing the Petrov consistently for a very, very long time. Fabi won a very interesting game against him yesterday, but that was a different Petrov, not third D4. This line has become quite topical recently, but yeah, I've always kind of doubted it does anything for white, but people clearly feel that, you know, it's at the very least leads to unclear sharp positions, which is something that, you know, Duda wants out of the opening here.
G7, G6 came very, very early. I assume this is all theory.
Yeah, still clearly theory, even though Bishop E2 perhaps a slightly rarer move, even though I see on your screen that there's at least one very high-profile game that reached this position. Karakin and Topalov discussed this at some point. The plans for the sides are quite clear-cut. Black has a very nice e6 square for that knight on c5 eventually, and maybe even the e4 square if it becomes available. So I think you keep it on c5 for the time being.
Don't want to interfere with the bishop's development. Yeah.
You probably also would like, ideally, to play bishop g7, castles in f7, f6.
Oh,
if you get time for all of that, he goes bishop e7.
Bishop e7. You play g7, g6, and then you put your bishop on e7.
Well, g6 was not really about the fianchetto. It was to stop f4, f5 first and foremost. Right. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised, but I guess supporting the knight on c5 has its own value. With the bishop on g7, this move, bishop e3, that we have just seen on our screen, would have actually attacked something. Here, it's just a developing move. You can play f6 here if you want to, but that... yeah, I think knight e6 is more logical. You can postpone playing f6 for the time being. The bishop on c8 is a bit sad. True. Right now. Sometimes you can maybe imagine going knight g7, but I would prefer keeping it on e6. c3 played. I am somebody who is compulsively at least looking at the move c2 or c4 in these types of structures, but Jan Krzysztof clearly disagrees, and I think he is right. I think c4 would have given Vichy a kind of a clear target as to how to equalize.
Bishop c5, an invitation, of course, to trade darts.
Are you surprised?
I am.
I was going to say I'm not sure I understand why this trade is so beneficial, but I think it's just that the bishop on e3 is so well placed that you just kind of need to get rid of it.
Maybe it was a
prelude
to get our queen into the game, queen b6. But I still find the move surprising. Regardless, I mean, now knight d4, f4, f5 on white's agenda, f7, f6. I think this was timely. Peter. If you wait too long, f4, f5 is simply going to be a killer.
King h1 played very quickly, and now the bishop on c5 was actually hanging because bishop takes e3 would not have been a check, meaning that knight takes e6 becomes a threat. Vichy, of course, doesn't blunder that, goes bishop b6, putting it on a defended square. Looks like black is okay to my eyes, because you get to challenge the pawn on e5. White hasn't really achieved very much. You also get to simplify along the f file now. I would just take on e5, take on f1, go queen e7, bishop d7. I think black is completely fine.
We already have a completed game. That's a surprise, as Wesley So with the black pieces. I think because of the king positions, it's
clearly a draw. Yeah, no, something really dramatic needs to happen for a game not to finish in a draw in this time frame.
And by the way, we do have queen f3, kind of just intimating that queen g3 and bishop d3 might be on white's agenda. After all, there aren't that many pieces around the black king.
Absolutely, but.
You mentioned
I still want to be like, if you play this sort of, quote unquote, queen h4 is the other way to treat this, yeah, because
I like that move better.
You take away some squares and you want to play rook f8. The way to try to, quote unquote, punish it would be to take on e6, b6 and play rook f1, stopping rook f8 from happening altogether.
I'm a little worried about an intermezzo.
But I think bishop b6, rook f8, for instance, is possible, right?
That's the intermezzo I'm worried about.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if you could do this, then maybe
even this position, honestly, I'm not that worried with black. I go queen e7. Rook
exactly.
F8. I don't think. I think Vishy is just fine. The question is whether Vishy can be better.
Wow.
I think that's the question I'm trying to answer here. I very much like his position. I think the pawn on e5 is much likelier to be a weakness than to be a strength for white, yeah.
Definitely white is missing the fact that his rook on a1 is not in the game. You'd love to be able to play a move like queen f6 and make a pretense that you've got some kind of initiative, but even if it's not true. Queen h4 is just a plain old
very nice decision.
move.
Yeah. Bishop e6, takes and rook f1 immediately played by Duda. I think that's very sensible. Black can, I think, pretty much instantly equalize by taking on e3 and playing rook f8. The question is whether there's anything.
About the a7 pawn.
Queen e1, queen g1, queen g2, I think should
or
be okay.
Even
queen takes e5.
Yeah.
We're not losing a pawn, but the question is, I mean, white clearly isn't worse there.
No.
So Vishy will now consider if he can play for a win here somehow. You can play queen g4, but once again, if all we're looking for is a better version of trading on e3 and trading on f8, we're still not really playing for a win, so you might as well just take the comfortable equality. I'm guessing the way to play for a win here
would bishop e3, by the way.
Yeah, I think he's just going to go for something along the lines of what we described. Postponing rook f8. You can play b6 here, I guess, but why are we provoking rook f6? Rook f8 played, yeah.
Yeah, no reason to allow white the opportunity to play rook f6. Yeah. Rook f8, as you said, very comfortable equality, and we may be switching to another game, as this one looks very bland to me. Alejandro, what have you been following?
We can switch, if you guys want, to the Fabi game between Richard and Fabi. We have a position that's really crazy because you see the black is actually down the exchange. You count the rooks. Black is on the exchange, but take a look at the white piece on the queen side. They're not great. So Fabi's got a couple of tempi. He can play knight e5. He can play f4 at some point. Look at the diagonal. This bishop is kind of dead, but at some point it will come out through b1. So Fabi's got an initiative against Richard right now. Right. The question is, what can he do in the next couple of moves while white's pieces come out of the back rank?
Sleeping, yeah. Well, I love what you're pointing out. Moves like knight e5.
Knight h3 was a very clever move, though. It needs to be on f4. It needs to stop f5, f4 play for black. It was a very clever decision there by Richard, retreating sort of before it got kicked away from g5, because it absolutely needs to be on f4 as early as possible. I'm guessing the idea of knight e5 is to play perhaps, if white goes knight f4 here, we can go knight d3, knight d3, f4, maybe. Yeah. Maybe, I think. Rook f4, bishop take, or even maybe c takes d3, but I don't want to revive the bishop on h2.
Yeah, that bishop on h2.
Like, I would like that passer, but I would also like not to give you that bishop on h2. And now just bishop d6 and,
This looks like great initiative for
this looks fantastic for black.
Let me just refresh my board here too.
But something else happened in the game. Yeah, he after knight e5 he went gc, bc, and then knight f4, which is a clever. Yeah, I think specifically because of the line we were showing, it's a very It's a very good choice.
By the way, what's the clock times?
Yeah, we're being told Fabi is playing on 40 seconds against 2.5 for Richard, but
Wow.
yeah, he has a very nice, dominant set of pieces.
Whoa. 94, right?
Knight takes g5 has already been played. Does this work?
How does this work?
How does that
Just
work?
rook f5, I guess, or queen f5, yeah. And everything is hanging.
I mean,
suddenly.
I'm sure when Fabi went g5 and knight e4, he thought he had everything protected.
If you give black an additional tempo to play bishop g6 and then perhaps a 5 f4,
End of game.
black is kind of winning, yeah.
Yeah, end of game.
Yeah,
But now
so-
knight takes g5,
And
rook takes f5.
As you can see
or
from the pause,
queen?
even Richard hasn't really calculated this to the end.
He just kinda hoped, yeah?
He knew he had to take on g5 because his position was going to get completely
Killed.
blown apart if he didn't. I
Yeah.
guess the idea is whichever way you take on f5, we have queen e7. That's the only way I could find to protect our stuff, but it might be enough, right?
Well, yeah, I wanted to go rook takes f5, queen e7, rook f1, knight e4, I'm assuming. And then something like bishop b1.
Yeah, and we play,
Right.
but at least black has protected all of the stuff in the center, which at first I couldn't see how.
You're gummied up. There's a lot of pins on the f
but
file.
there's no immediate threat, so it's...
We're expecting rook takes f5 and rook f1.
And it's obviously good news for Fabi that Richard is thinking here, which means that...
And he has done rook takes f5. By the way, I'm being told...
Yeah, we misevaluated that endgame in the Duda game, and young Krzysztof is now significantly better against Bishop. But this is a much more interesting mess that we're watching.
Yeah,
Rook f5.
We need to stop switching boards.
Yeah, rook f5 was met by a different choice here.
Knight back to e4. I don't
Fabi
know
allowed,
if I like that.
Yeah, Fabi allowed rook takes e5, and there is a very beautiful knight on e4 and control over the f file. He has plenty of play here, actually. I actually think that this is maybe very interesting. We can go rook f2, we can go queen g4 first. Yeah, like the question
G4
is,
I like.
The question is how do we meet queen h6? White needs to play queen h6 and hope that it at least postpones the bad things that are happening on the other side of the board.
Mate in 1 is a good threat.
Meanwhile, Duda did defeat Vichy Anand.
Wow. It's a half a point lead.
Half a point lead for Vichy only.
Yeah, we'll stay with this one.
Absolutely, we have to stay with this one.
H3, encouraging queen e2.
Yeah, and queen e1 played.
I really like that queen h6 idea, but this is really a different approach completely. I don't like this seizing the defensive by by Richard. Good morning, St. Louis.
Yeah, black clearly has plentiful compensation for the one pawn that we are now behind. The bishop on a2 is just very, very stupid.
I'm worried that white might be lost. Actually.
Yeah, but
it looks pretty bad, right? H5, H4.
You need to play a5, like a4, b5, and like create something, some kind of a distraction.
Well,
otherwise,
wasn't knight g3 and bishop e4?
King h2.
King h2, yeah.
No, he goes knight g5 with exactly the same idea of bishop b4, and yeah, you have to go king h2, king g3 here as well. Like if the king doesn't run, it will legitimately just get mated. But Fabi does the other thing. He takes the bishop away from the d4 square, and now you can go bishop b4.
Bishop b4 looks
and start
crushing.
pushing the c pawn. You can also include king f7, king f7, king f6, just so that you control the king on g3 a little bit better.
Checkmate.
Bishop d3.
Interesting.
Interesting. Yeah, and takes rook b2, and yeah, the bishop is just very, very dead on a2. This is like a low-key oppositional masterpiece there by Fabi, king f4. You can even go king f6. I wonder why it looked like he was playing
He is
king f6
very,
there.
very happy to threaten rook a5.
Rook a5 is a
Rook
bit of a
a5.
threat, yeah.
That should be over. Game
Rook
over.
a5 and then the c pawn runs. Yeah, he's gone bishop c2. I don't really understand. Yeah, Levon actually drew against Gavrilescu. He was crushing. I really don't understand that particular little maneuver. He's still probably winning, but yeah, just go rook a5.
Rook a5.
Bishop takes c4. This is what he doesn't like. Bishop takes c4. He did not miss it. He just didn't want to allow bishop takes c4. Very clever by Fabi, actually.
Okay, he's just going to play
c2 and then rook b1. Yeah, I think he is back to being winning, and he is also not behind on
And
the
by the
clock
way,
anymore.
now he's threatening rook a5 under even better.
Yeah, now rook a5 would win the game immediately. Yeah, now we go rook a5. Oh, shit. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter.
Rook a5.
Come on, come. Yeah,
There we
thank
go.
you.
And
Thank
rook
you.
takes
It's
a2.
time. It's
What
time.
a
Rook takes
brilliant
a2.
game.
It's
A
time.
What a
marvelous.
brilliant game by Fabi.
And we have one remaining game, I think.
We do. Korobov and Shevchenko are still playing. And that one
Korobov
is just about over. Yeah.
Korobov is completely winning. Yeah, as long as he is not on 1 second here, this game will be over very soon. Yeah, Queen 8, King H2, you give him 8. Yeah, it's just
That's
resigns.
just mate on H6.
He's also ahead on the clock. Yeah, just resigned.
Resigns.
Wow, Anton.
Yeah, and we have a half a point ball game.
That's incredible.
I knew it was going to be a sprint to the finish, guys. I didn't realize it was going to tighten up so quickly.
Fabian clear third.
Fabian clear third, a point away from Vichy.
Yeah, a point away from the lead,
Wow,
yeah.
what a tournament we have in our hands.
Wow.
That is amazing. And Fabi's surging through the standings even further, beating Richard. I love the compensation that he got in this game. It looked like a classical game at some point. I believe around, because I don't know if he blundered the exchange or not. It was in this position that he played the move c4. This was a wild position they had. The knight's here ready to hop onto e6. That's kind of clear. And this bishop is actually pretty powerful in the diagonal. So Fabi said, no more bishop for you. c4. It does give up an exchange, though, because knight f, e6 traps this rook on f8. And after the move bishop h5, knight takes f8 is a tempo, so you don't have time to take my queen. I'll take your queen, and you end up losing more material. So Fabi took on f8, but the evaluation is very unclear here because this bishop is very powerful, this bishop is septic, and eventually black actually got hold of this important e4 square and got tremendous compensation throughout the game. Great start there for Fabiano Caruana. Richard keeps falling apart. He was the one that ended the rapid portion in second place, but now he's way, way below that.
Wow. And just to pick up what happened in the Vichy Anand game, because really we were thinking, Peter, that the move rook f8 by
for some reason we
completely
completely ignored the fact that you can take on a7 without taking on f8. And
Exactly.
Queen e1 is now no longer a check, meaning that white gets to pick up the pawn on b7 with check and then defend against the...
And that's all the difference in the world, and that's all that Duda needed, because at this point...
Two pawns up for not very much. Yeah.
Exactly, and away he went. Nice, nice victory. And let's check in with Warsaw.
Let's do that.
Thank you, guys. Well, actually, I was having my eyes on this game between Levon Aronian and Gavrilescu, and this was just a hectic game. Let's see what happened. After e3, early in the opening, we have knight to c6, knight to f3. This almost looks like some sort of a transposition into a Caro-Kann. Now, c4 surprised Gavrilescu. He actually spent 1 minute at this point to play the simple move e6, and after c5, bishop to g4, queen, knight bd to g6, that was a mistake. Queen to b3, bishop to f3, a huge mistake, allowing white to gain a decisive advantage. Immediately after queen takes b7, knight to d4, and now white just simply has a pawn on c7, first of all, a king on e7, and that's a big problem. But check what happened later on in the game. So white was completely winning throughout this game. And then we got to this point, knight to d4 loses some of the advantage, but after this move, rook to e4, rook to e1, queen to g4, check this out. Rook to a8, bishop to f8, huge blunder, queen to f5, just simply forgetting about the knight on d4. This changes the pace of this game. Now it's black who is completely winning. Queen takes d4, queen to c8, queen to b4, defending the bishop on f8, and another big blunder by black, rook to e8, allowing a draw after rook takes c8, queen takes f6, and now black has to be forced to give perpetual with queen h5, queen to d1. Quite a crazy game, this one. Anastasia, what were you having your eyes on?
It finished in a draw at the end. Yes, I was checking the game between two Ukrainians. Anton Korobov played against Kirill Shevchenko. Actually, I think it was a very important game for Anton, who told me yesterday that losing in the first round didn't make him feel happy yesterday. So for sure he was trying to get today the revenge, and they went for this Benoni variation with g5, some old line, which probably both of them knew until a certain point, even though Shevchenko spent more time than his opponent. And here, let's say the theory goes until this point, and after bishop b3, normally people were playing something like rook b4.
Rook to b4,
yes. So after rook d5, white got, I think, quite comfortable position, even though after a few moves they exchanged one of the bishops, so white didn't have anymore the pair of the bishops, and game just continued. You know, position was this deep pawn, very strong one. At the same
time, like
time,
black is doing quite well.
Yes, it seemed like fine. Black were doing fine, and actually, you know that in the endings, I mean, in blitz games, sometimes knight is better than the bishop, right? With know this funny quote from Vlastelin Horde, but Black didn't manage to prove it because White found the way how to kick the knight very quickly, and the position still remained quite balanced. And here, I don't know, suddenly Anton started to maneuver with his queen, and
Rook takes c6 is a big problem right now.
There was a problem, so that's why Black had to kick out this queen, and then he somehow managed to win this pawn on a5, I mean, after a few moves. And now we just can see that White has a pawn up, and he just wants to exchange everything and go for the ending, winning ending. And after a couple of moves, like now again, he wants to take on a6 and just have a great position after that. So we can see that now it was another blunder by Kirill, and after bishop c8, okay, just White has more material. I think it's a really important victory for Anton Korobov. Maybe he will find his way today. It was really sad to see him yesterday losing basically everything.
Huge victory for him, and a lot of things have changed at the top with Duda beating Viswanathan Anand and Caruana winning against Rapport. That was just an insane round. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you. And let's see those changes, Peter.
Yeah, and after the first round of Blitz today, we have a half a point lead for Vishy. It's becoming closer and closer. Jan Krzysztof beating Vishy gets to within that half a point. Fabi winning a very, very important head-to-head against Richard Rapport. Further half a point behind, then Livon on 17.5, and a bit of a gap opening up between the top four and the players tied for fifth on 16.5 points.
Huge victory. Can't be overstated by Duda. I mean, what does that do for his chances is fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, starting a day like this should be, apart from sort of the material factors there, you know, getting the gap close down to half a point. Right. You also feel better. You feel that, you know, the day has started properly, and it was a very well played game as well.
It really was.
Yeah, I think he'll be very happy with this overall.
No question about it. And from Warsaw, we have Cristian with a very special guest.
We are here with Michael Khodarkovsky, the spokesperson of the Grand Chess Tour. Michael, welcome back to the show. Now, tell us your first impressions about Poland and how the tournament went from your perspective.
Well, Poland altogether is a great country, and Warsaw is the capital, beautiful weather, beautiful venue, and excellent tournament, especially with the veteran Vishy Anand showing young players what it is to play a real chess when you're over 50. So we will see whether he will be able to stay on his course and win altogether. But we understand that Fabiana, Livon, and Richard obviously want to recapture this lead, as well as home trophy. Duda, who wants to show that he is a real contender for the first place. Not to mention that all of the above players, except Anand, are going to play 1 month from now at the candidates tournament. So it's certainly sort of a showcase for them before the tournament. And I believe this is the last tournament that they play together before candidates tournament for the World Championship cycle.
Definitely a beautiful preview of those upcoming matches. Now, talk to us a bit about this incredible partnership between the Grand Chess Tour, the St. Louis Chess Club, and the Superbet Foundation.
Well, I would say that it's a perfect match between two nonprofit organizations, St. Louis Chess Club and Superbet Foundation, that basically put synergy and a mission to promote chess worldwide, and not only among elite players, but among youngsters as well. And as you could see, besides this tournament Grand Chess Tour tournament, classical tournament in Bucharest, Rapid and Blitz in Warsaw, we conducted several side events, and it brought so many youngsters and attention to a tournament, not only chess players, but mainstream media.
Another big event is coming after this one in Croatia next month. Tell us a bit about that. What are you expecting to see in that tournament?
Actually, it would be a very interesting tournament because it would take place upon conclusion of the candidates tournament. So we will know who actually is going to be a challenger for the World Championship cycle, for the World Championship title. And breaking news, that world champion, reigning champion Magnus Carlsen is going to participate in Zagreb as a wild card.
Excellent. And you told me that there might be even more breaking news. Is that correct? And what can you tell us about that?
Yes. In addition to that, Magnus Carlsen will participate at the last stage of the Grand Chess Tour and classical event, Sinquefield Cup. So it would be definitely the strongest tournament of this year.
Michael, this is amazing news. Thank you very much for breaking it for all of us here in the studio. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in Croatia.
Definitely.
You heard it here first. Magnus Carlsen will be playing both in Croatia and at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian. Chess players are in love with the Grand Chess Tour, Peter.
Yeah, this is definitely good news. You
Wow.
want to have Magnus participating.
Always.
And, it's always it attracts additional attention. GCT is a very, very strong series as is, but with the participation of the world champion in the event, it obviously acquires an additional luster.
Gravitas.
Yes.
And let's take a look at the pairings as we go into this round 11, second blitz game of the day. Peter.
Yeah, there we have at the top there Kirill Shevchenko, who started by losing his first game here against Gavrilescu. Vichy plays against Anton Korobov, who is on a bit of a run,
roller coaster run.
Winning one game in a row is very important. I'm not even kidding.
It really helps.
It really is. Wesley is white against Duda, Fabi is white against Voytaszek, and then we have the Richard Rapport against the Aronian game.
Who's our marquee matchup, Peter? Do the honors.
You have to choose, I think, between the game between Wesley and Duda and the Rapport Aronian game. Wesley Duda, in terms of standings, I think is slightly higher profile, but Rapport Aronian probably more chaotic. So it's a toss-up.
Okay, split the fence sitter, Alejandro.
Rapport Aronian.
There you go.
I'm happy with this choice.
Everybody's happy. Everybody's happy. Richard
I'm very
Rapport.
happy with this
Now,
choice.
Richard, though, he starts today with 2 whites, but he's just gone down in flames to Fabiano in an almost flawless example of how you play blitz by Fabi.
Very, very nicely done by Fabi. And Richard also notably went 0 for 3 yesterday. He started by losing the first 3. So seems to be a kind of a repeating story. Obviously only one game played so far, but
and for Levon, get into his mindset. I mean, he starts the day, he's got white, he's got up against one of the lowest, if not the lowest.
It's not even that.
And he had +7 on the board. It's completely winning position inside of a dozen moves.
This is what will hurt. Yeah, he will know that he missed a major opportunity.
He could be sitting at 18 and only a point behind, but just as equally, he could have lost the game. He blundered the whole piece.
But still, I'm pretty sure he will be more focused on the fact that he was completely and utterly
now we
winning there.
see why the game that Richie is going to play against Duda is so critical. Richard having the white pieces, if he can clip Duda for a whole point, he will.
Yeah, he will definitely storm back into the conversation there. And yeah, there's still plenty of rounds to play.
Of course, 8 games.
Yeah, for both Wesley and Richard here, they need to start winning games now.
Yeah.
If they want to compete for the
Jump
top
in,
finishes.
Alejandro. Jump in. What caught your attention in this round 1?
Because Richard's form is what worries me, because he had mentioned that Warsaw had been a difficult venue for him in the Blitz that he played last. Of course, that was the World Championship in Warsaw in December, where he lost a ton of rating. There's no other way to put it.
Right.
I think he came to the show and said he lost something along the lines
160.
160.
That's bad.
That's bad. And I feel that when he doesn't feel at home, he starts tumbling. And there's something in his psyche that's telling him Blitz, Warsaw, not combining. And I just don't feel that he's gaining this traction. The traction that he gained in the Rapid, for example, is just kind of falling apart here in the Blitz. Yesterday he did it 0 out of 3 to start the day. I don't want to see Richard starting 0 out of 3 again.
No, it's absolutely. And blitz chess, it's a streaky.
It is very tricky. Yeah.
It's very hard to explain. Give it a crack.
I think it's actually reasonably easy to explain, because blitz is, you know, the closest to sort of the pure expression of your chess skill. A lot of it depends on intuition.
You
because
just let your hand guide the pieces to their squares.
And when much of it is autopilot,
yes.
Confidence and your trust in your own instincts is a huge part of doing well. And when you're doubting every single decision you take, you play slower, you play less confidently, and it all compounds itself. So I think, yeah, with blitz specifically, I think it's very easy to understand why being in the right frame of mind, feeling well about your play is extremely important, and why people go on those streaks, because it all snowballs.
Yes.
If you,
I was about to say, once again, the two fashion
icons of the day. Yes.
Dueling shirts. Who comes out on top on this one?
I'll give it to Lev in this particular.
I'm going to go with Richie. I kind of like the olive green with the white. Break the tie, Alejandro.
Unlimited breadsticks. Yes.
Unlimited.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with Levon's today.
Wow, there's no accounting for
that was a
good
very
taste.
objective, by the way, objective evaluation of the
There's no
shirts.
accounting for good taste, I tell you. The youth of today. And here as we're getting set. These early rounds are so key for everything that you said, and I think that confidence is actually a huge part of it all.
Yeah, blitz hinges so much on you trusting your hand.
And for Fabi, he can't be any higher right now. I mean, he is just sailing away.
And Richard,
9 out of 10.
Yeah, Richard continues fooling around with all of this bishop c4
against
things.
the guy who's been fooling around with bishop c4.
But he also played it against Fabi. It's that bishop on a2 there. That was a Sicilian as well. So.
Exactly.
With the bishop on c4, which I am very happy to see die after this tournament.
Please. And now's the time to play d4. If you're ever going to play a...
Let's go, yeah.
I mean,
dragon.
You've tricked Levon into playing a dragon now. Levon is capable of playing anything.
This is just a pure dragon.
Isn't queen b6 here okay?
No.
Yes.
No.
Queen b6 is good here.
No.
Yes.
Yes, it's very playable. I mean, good is maybe an overstatement,
Yeah.
but it's definitely playable. Queen b6, knight f5, queen b2, king knight g7, king f8. There's plenty of theory, but it actually works, yeah.
Wow.
But we're going for a main line, good old school dragon. Not even this knight takes d4 version.
Yeah, king b1.
Yeah, I'm a bit... I mean, I've never properly studied h4, h5 lines. I've always played king b1 in that position, but Richard clearly, it's very interesting.
Look at this. Who's bluffing?
I studied this when I was a teenager.
Who's bluffing?
Neither of them is a dragon player, to
That's
my
what I'm
knowledge.
saying.
Like, what is happening there?
But they're just spanking out all the most topical theoretical moves as if this is all part of their repertoire.
I legitimately think king b1 kind of misplaced, sort of replaced h4 as the
main line,
the go-to.
for sure.
And I think it's also a much wiser choice in blitz because, in particular, I mean, if you've looked at this recently, sure, go for it. But if you haven't, the positions you get after king b1 are a lot more humanly understandable, because here I think at some point you're just supposed to like go a g4, hg, f4.
Yeah, hope.
Yeah, and then like if you're not a specialist in these lines, you're just like
yes, you're on.
You will be making blunders every move, and just
right.
hoping that your blunders are less painful than your opponent's blunders, because your opponent probably also doesn't know or doesn't remember anything. So yeah, stakes are unbelievably high if you play the dragon this way. But Richie, I think, very wisely sidesteps all of those types of extremely forced variations. Goes knight d2,
g4,
bishop e3,
f4, and so on. So bishop e3.
b5, b4 is prepared.
Now, when
important.
the bishop is on g5, normally you've got e5 as your break. With this setup, my feeling is black is more than equalized. He's kind of like passed through equality, hasn't he?
It's still very playable for white. You can go bishop d4 before knight d5, for instance. Like that would be an ideal scenario, I would suspect. Black often includes e75 somewhere, but it's not prepared yet. You can go a5 here and just kind of sit on that decision for one more move.
Anything to be said for e7, e6, just to deny white the opportunity of playing knight b5? I'm sure you're not going to capture that.
Probably
that
not.
knight.
Probably not. No.
No.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. I don't think it's an easy move to make because you generally want that pawn on e7 for as long as possible. And if you do touch it, it normally goes to e5. But yeah, I like it.
Fighting for the d5 square is a Levon. He's just played a, what's the role of the knight on e2, Peter? What are you going to do with the knight on
It stays there for now, I think. We can go knight d5 now. It doesn't lose material. And since we're probably going to have to make that move anyway, you might as well
do it.
You might as well do it immediately.
And then something like bishop takes, pawn takes, I don't know, a5. Let's just toss it down.
Yeah, if the pawn was still on b2, I would probably be quite happy with this with white. With the pawn on b3,
less so.
But once again, I think we just go g4 here and we say, okay, let's start the race.
Oh,
in particular, in a blitz game, I think I just go g4 here and I say, come on. I'm not really getting mated on the A file just yet. Let's open up
How
some
do
stuff.
you like your fate? Let's gamble and throw the dice.
Roll the dice. He's still thinking, though.
Bishop c6, he has not played knight d5. What could be a possible alternative?
Well,
Immediate g4? No.
Not with the bishop on c6, right?
No.
It doesn't feel right. You can go...
Right. The bishop on g.
Yeah, I'm curious what the other move even is here. Queen e3 doesn't make any sense.
Would be a terrible alternative. That would just walk into...
Would have been a move if not for e5, yeah.
Correct.
Would have been a move we would have considered, yeah.
So,
yeah, he does go knight d5. I'm just wondering
what would be rook e1? I don't know.
So yeah, takes, and I'm guessing a5, although, yeah, queen c7 is the choice.
Not bad.
Hinting at the knight takes d5 tactics, because in the end there, after queen takes d5, queen takes c2 will pick up the knight on e2. So white has to spend a tempo solidifying their position somehow. Rook c1 is one way, rook h e1 would be the other, right? The knight still doesn't really want to go anywhere. Knight f4 looks shaky. Although you can play it here if you wanted to.
I mean, I like rook h1, e1, and I actually think that's the best move, but it does give up g4
yeah, exactly.
forever.
I mean, I think it's an achievement for black because you no longer really have to calculate those positions with, with g4, which is why I'm mentioning rook c1. But rook c1, queen b7 is actually quite very awkward, right?
How do you like this? How do you like these apples? G4 right away.
Just go g4 straight.
You take on d5.
We take on g7. We take on h5, right?
Yeah.
Knight c3 check though. Black
and
is
you trade stuff, and it's okay.
It's fine for black, I think.
Agreed.
Knight f4 actually played. Yeah, I was saying it's kind of shaky because I didn't really like bishop h6. I thought bishop h6 might be quite annoying here, but maybe it isn't. I don't know.
First of all, that's a great move. I love that.
Yeah, and it has been played instantly. I thought that must have been the idea from
Wow.
It is kind of annoying.
I don't want to play bishop takes f6.
We're definitely not taking on f6 there.
The file.
Yeah. I'm guessing we go g3.
I'm going to have to...
Or bishop b3, yeah. Bishop b3 allows immediate draw, but Levon probably plays for a win here, right? You can take on f4, take on d5, and give a perpetual here.
Right. But I was afraid that if I didn't play bishop e3, if I go g3, knight takes d5 is an embarrassment.
Yeah.
And he's
gone g3.
So
no, knight
c7.
Knight d5 immediately is unplayable.
Exactly.
If you take on f4 and you take on d5, you allow f4, f5. But black will once again have knight c3 check in that position. So I think it's playable, yeah. And I think
there he goes. Alejandro, what do you got for us?
Well, guys, sorry to deviate here for a second, but this is an important one. Vishy Anand against Anton Korobov. We have a mess on the board. Count the rooks. It's definitely Vishy that has more material. You have two rooks against one knight against the two bishops, but the position is hopeless.
Terrible.
It's hopeless for white. Bishop b3 tactics are hanging. This knight is just off the board. e5 is coming with queen g5 and bishop takes g4. Huge attack here for Korobov on the king side. Black is in full control in this position. The edge is actually saying -7. Yep. This would be a huge result if Vishy goes down against Anton Korobov. That would open the tournament for a lot of players to catch or even potentially pass Vishy in the coming rounds.
Wow. Wow. A terrible start for Vishy.
We were talking about the importance of starting well, and you immediately notice a huge difference with yesterday for Anton. Yeah, having won his game one, he is now playing really well against Vishy. Vichy is very, very tricky to pin down completely. You still can't rule out Vichy somehow escaping with this, but the position is lost. Yeah, I mean there's no doubt about the objective evaluation of the position right now.
By the way, going back to the game with Richard Rapport.
And actually, he just resigned.
He just resigned. He just Vichy opening up the door to the competition as Levon has just snapped a pawn.
Yeah,
And it's a good one.
Lev seems to be completely winning now because he took on d5, took on f4. I think knight takes f4 may have been missed by Richard, and Black is now up 2 pawns and also has the better position pretty much. So yeah.
But I gotta say, I see this game as a dueling bluff, if you will. Both players don't play the dragon, and both players decided to play the sharpest lines.
Everybody plays the dragon. Everybody plays the dragon in spirit. Nobody actually plays the tournament.
This last sequence actually gave Richard some hope because I think Levon forgot
d4.
Yeah, Queen G1. I think he forgot Queen G1 existed, or perhaps he wanted to go Rook ED8, Queen G1, Queen C3, Queen takes F3, and now he realizes this allows Rook takes G6. And White will have at least a perpetual. So, I mean, he's still probably winning, but he just basically gave away a pawn for nothing last move.
How could he do that? Sacrilege. And this time he used the C rook.
Yeah, he is switching to like a technical win. He no longer is aiming to win by tactics. He can even maybe go into a rook ending, which looks to me to be completely winning, like go Rook D1, Queen E1.
I like that. I like that very much.
Yeah, and then just win this endgame quite comfortably because
we know that these
this was a mistake, I think, because now Rook F1 wins the pawn on F3, and that has to signal the end of the game, right?
True. Rook F1, Rook H1, either one.
Yeah,
grab,
you choose.
grab the one that's closest to the coronation square.
He's gone Rook E3, which is interesting. And Richie also interestingly says, I am not at all going to protect anything. I need my own passes.
Something to be said for King F8 and introducing the king into the game.
Yeah, but it gets cut off via the G file. This is actually somewhat, in a blitz game, a little bit trickier than you would have liked with Black. I think you just take on F3 and you go C5, Rook E3,
and go
Rook
with
E7.
the passive rook.
Yeah, you just because you have so many guys running on
And
the.
look what he's decided instead. He's going with the passive rook, but he's also going with the active king.
Yeah.
I don't mind
this at all. Yeah, I don't mind this.
I like this choice.
Yeah, he just goes Rook C5 here, gives up on A7.
There's a check.
Yeah, you can throw in Rook B5 check. It's
if
good,
you think the
good
king,
culture. Yeah, good culture.
If you think the king is worse,
yeah, very good culture there by Yasser. Yeah, Rook D7, Rook A7, but then basically. The huge majority on the king side will become instantly decisive, pretty much.
And by the way, with the king on A3, looky.
Yeah, you just win a full tempo.
Full tempo there.
Yeah,
nice.
I got dot here. Yeah, I got very much dot something by Yasser. It's a bit tricky.
Down. I thought it was time for F6 and G5 and just get them doggies moving.
I think
he's still fine. He's still fine. King
E5
is a clever move.
Rook F1 is such a massive threat.
True.
Yeah,
King
F5.
Yeah.
You're just helping Black with Rook E4, I think.
Rook F1.
Yeah, but I mean, there was
no move. Right?
There was no good choice. There was no good choice. Okay. Just go G5 H4. I think it was.
By the way, we're not going to switch the games, but we've been told that two of our leading contenders for the crown are in trouble. Fabi and Duda both.
Fabi's dead lost.
What a round! I mean, Alejandro, geez.
It's incredible. Fabi's dead lost, but Wesley is pushing against Duda, but that one is still up in the air.
Okay, well, but for now, I'm thinking, isn't it just time to get the show on the road? F6, G5.
F6, even G5 HG, H4 honestly probably wins quite comfortably.
G5,
G5 Rook D5 check. Yeah, sorry. I actually calculated that and then forgot about it.
There we go. F6 and push him, baby.
Yeah. A5.
And now we can get our rook behind the pawn, or we just go.
I think
G4.
I think we start with G4.
G4, just
go.
Just go.
Just go.
Yeah.
And it's time and issue.
I opened my mouth to say Fabi stabilized, and then I realized that's not actually true. Fabi is still getting slaughtered there by Radek.
And what is the times of this game?
In this one, yeah, Richard is down to 5 seconds. Lev still has half a minute. Richard obviously not at all interested in opening up additional files, so he doesn't take on g4. But yeah, this position has to be lost. Yeah, just go rook c8, rook a8, and yeah, a7 actually gets traded for f3 here. So yeah, you're completely lost. F2, yeah, you can throw in f2 and then go rook a8, rook takes a7.
This is one of those
he doesn't have
unusual moments where the triple pawns are actually really strong.
It's very curious to me that he hasn't gone rook a8, rook a7.
He saw one win is enough.
Yeah, one is enough. Yeah.
Check.
Oh.
Queen with check. Is there some crazy stalemate?
Nah, he resigns.
No.
Guys, we gotta switch to the Duda game.
Yes.
If we still have it, because Wesley's about to resign. Wesley resigns against Duda.
Oh no.
Oh, count them up. Count them up. Big
no.
shakeup on the standings. Let's take a look at Fabi versus Radek Voytaszek, because this one is also huge. Can somebody finally put a stop to Fabi? And it looks like yes. Those are two connected pass pawns on f5.
Two extra
Two extra connected pass pawns.
Yeah. Why is he not? What the?
Yeah, he knows how to do this. It's okay.
That's not how I would have done it, but okay.
It's good enough. Right?
Is it? Why did
Yeah,
you do
you go king c7
you go king
and
c6.
b6.
I also understand that, but it's funny to go
What?
a6, yeah?
d6?
What?
What?
Oh, no, this works.
Still good enough. Yeah.
Strange technique.
But
it was
good.
good enough.
Good technique.
Oh my God.
Some of our leaders losing in this round. Fabi going down finally in the blitz. Vichy going down to Korobov. That has opened up the gates for Duda and for Levon Aronian. But Duda, I believe, is now in clear first. Let's take a look at what happened in his game, because this was an absolutely crazy game here between Wesley So and Jan Krzysztof Duda. Duda going for broke. Look at the way that he handled the opening. A soft English by Wesley was met with a huge expansion on the king side by the Polish hero. Just not afraid of throwing down pawns. I'm going to skip ahead a lot of moves, to see exactly what happened with white going on the queen side, black going on the king side, and Wesley doing it in a very strong manner, putting in a knight on c6 even at this point, giving up the knight just to be able to take back with the pawn and establish a majority. But Duda didn't care. Just left his bishop hanging on d7 for a long time. The computer didn't like a lot of these moves, but we don't really care about that. And eventually we got to a position around here where white has the control over c6, but black is starting to pretend that there is some real counterplay on this side of the board. And I think it would have been quite wise to at some point just push the pawn to h4, close down this side and focus on the other, even though the engines say this would only be equal because black is just holding on to the queen side himself. But instead, Wesley allowed both sides to be open, and around here, this move, h takes g4. You see things haven't changed that much here. H takes g4, h takes g4. White thought he could handle the h file as well as black could. Not true, because it was black that found his way into this position. Queen h1, king g6, rook h8 coming on the board as soon as I defended with the move queen d8 or rook h7 soon. King f2, queen f6, one way of defending h8, also eyeing the a1 rook, eyeing the entrance of the queen, and you can see how deadly this was in this position after bishop f1, rook h2, bishop g2, queen b2 check. This is kind of ugly. The queen is also picking up b5. Wesley getting ripped apart from both flanks, and this king on g6 absolutely safe. After rook c2, yes, there were other wins. Queen takes b5 is not the best, but it's good enough because in this position, black already has a very sizable advantage, has the two extra pawns, knight jumping in, pawn coming forward. Rook takes c4 still is a mess after queen takes and rook d6. It's not a draw, but rook d4 allows the game to finish with this very pretty tactic. Knight takes e3 to finish the game. Yes. Yeah, so if you take on c5, you take on d1, rook takes g2 is also a threat, and if you take on e3, then queen a3 check. No good way of defending your third rank, because king f2, queen f3 check is the way I think the game finished. King takes e3, queen a3, king f2, and queen f3 check. You have to trade queens, bishop on g2 falls at the end. Completely hopeless endgame. Let's go to Warsaw to see the remaining games. Huge one here for Duda as we have a new leader over there in Poland.
This tournament is getting absolutely wild. It was a madhouse in the game between Caruana and Voytaszek. And you guys were saying, Caruana is winning. No, Caruana is losing. No, Caruana is winning again. And then he was losing. It's exactly what happened, starting off from somewhere around here. So after G3, a slow build-up, White is going to try to make use of the two bishops, potentially open things up at some point with the move F4. The same is going to happen from the Black's perspective, because Black is going to try to go G6 and then F5, typical King's Indian stuff. So let's see what happened. Queen to E2, H6. It's a King's Indian structure, but you don't have the dark square bishop as Black, so you have to be careful about that. Knight to D2. At this point, Black could have played the move F5, and I think this was a crucial moment for Voytaszek to try to take over the initiative. He did not play that. He decided to go bishop to D7. Quite timid approach by the Pole. Knight to E7, F4. White opens up things. Black goes queen to A5. Bishop to C2, and check this out. So we got all the way to this position after some crazy complications. Of course, the critical idea in this position after knight takes G3 is that you cannot take with the queen, because rook G5 is going to come and you're going to lose the queen. It's going to be trapped. So immediately after knight takes G3, Fabiano, after a 15 seconds thought, took on F6, found the right approach. Now, the idea behind taking on F6 is that after you take on F6, I'm going to go knight to B3, targeting the queen first, and more importantly, opening up the bishop on C1. So now, once you get the queen back to A6, I'm going to be able to take the knight on G3. Rook G5 doesn't work anymore because of bishop takes G5, and you can resign. So you have to go king to H7, and that creates another threat, and that is the other rook coming from A8 to G8 to trap the queen. Now, how do you defend against that? King to H2, the wrong side. What he was supposed to do was king to F2, go to the other side, so that you don't have to worry about any sorts of checkmate threats after rook takes H5. So the bishop on D1, for example, if you take on C4, I can just simply go knight to D2, and the bishop on D1 is going to be free to roam around. I can go bishop to E2 later on and just make use of my extra material. Instead of that, he played the move king to H2, and now the game became completely wild. C4, double question mark. Rook to G8, queen to F4, queen to A4, double question mark. Sure, it is White who is winning right now. No, sorry, it is Black who is winning up right now after bishop to F3, bishop to C8, White again who is winning. It was just a complete madhouse. Check this out. Rook to G8, rook to G5, bishop to D2, queen to D7, threatening checkmate on H3, queen to H4. And we got this position. I think this is where you guys caught up with this game. And after this, Fabiano did not stand a chance to stop Black's pawn. And unfortunately for him, had to lose the first game of this tournament for him. Anastasia,
what a crazy game.
This was completely wild.
Yes. So I was checking more quiet game, let's say, after French development. I mean, the French defense was
the game
played.
Between the two youngsters.
Yes, two youngsters were trying to find out who is the best one today, and this is some theory, and you can see that White gave up the pawn for some kind of compensation for a long-term initiative, so he's trying to use the fact that development of Black is not so great. So I think Kirill played actually quite well until a certain point. Actually, it was interesting, knight G5. What would happen after H6? I was wondering, will he be able to take on F7? It seemed to me
perhaps
too
even
crazy.
Queen to H5.
Maybe queen to H5. I was not sure what's going on, but I mean, okay, definitely, I mean, there were many different options here for White and for Black. And let's say it was interesting that here Black decided not to go full on castling. Probably he was afraid of some B4 later. Yes, B5. We would see the opposite side castling position. So he decided actually to keep his king on the other side, but he didn't do, again, he couldn't do the short castling. Bishop H6 was coming. Yep. So after, it was interesting. So the king was moving towards the king's side, and actually the rook was stuck on H8. shade. And I just would like to mention that White was doing well. I mean, increasing his initiative, and they were just, you know, maneuvering around until I would like just to go to this moment.
Where did it all go wrong for
Yes.
a young Ukrainian player?
Yes, I think somewhere here. I mean, at the moment when finally this rook went out, and you know this situation when finally one
It
piece.
still looks good for
yes,
him.
it still looks good. I
For
mean,
White.
dominating, right? This bishop on this 6, this pawn. Even though Black has this pawn on a file, still White has quite good initiative and
Great
threats,
initiative.
and always you can combine those. So, and at this moment, finally, rook came to c8. Yes, I mean, finally it's here, but still, bishop before.
Bishop e4.
Yeah, bishop e4 was played. G4, very aggressive move. Of course, White is trying to do something with this king, and then, of course, now he had to understand that there are some mutual threats from the Black side, and he made this crucial mistake. Rook
Oh,
is
my
3,
goodness.
yes, and
He
then
forgot that the queen no longer controls the c1 square after rook to
exactly, yes.
e3.
I think this was a problem, and he didn't have much time at that moment, of course, and he
6 seconds on
Yeah,
the
he could
clock.
have taken this rook, for example, and played this ending, which is not really dangerous. This pawn is not so dangerous because always White has some threats here. For example, queen c8, it takes on h5, and like something like queen c2, Black should play to keep, you know, this king side safe. So, which was still not so easy also for Black. And what happened? Okay, I just would like to show you the end. Let's come back here. What happened is simply that Black came to the last rank and first rank and just checkmated poor White's king.
Repeated once, just
Yes,
to
and
make sure.
to make sure that he has got 2 seconds, and then okay, it's just I mean, you can see all those threats, discovered attack, and just collapsing. I mean,
A huge victory for the young Romanian.
Yes, actually, he started quite well with 1.5, right?
1.5 out of 2, but of course the big story of the round is that Vishy Anand is no longer the leader of the event. Duda is the new top dog. Guys, back to you in the studio. You did tell us.
For the first time, basically, Vishy has been leading from round 1.
On round 1,
From
he started
round
5 out of
1.
5.
5 out of 5 in the rapids.
And this is round 20, if we count the rapid. This is round 20. So he led for 19 rounds straight and has finally been overtaken by young Krzysztof Duda. Very unusual for Vishy to start
tied
with.
at the top.
Yeah, it's all very, very tight. Even though Wesley and Richard are now in trouble in terms of challenging for, let's say, the top 3 finish.
And speaking of which, what about the pairings then?
Yeah, the pairings for round 3 of today's rapid round robin is Vishy is playing Gavrilescu, who he famously lost to yesterday with the white pieces. Levon is white against Shevchenko. Korobov plays against Wesley. Duda is white against Fabi.
matchup.
Yeah, that has to be the game we're watching. And Radek, who has just beaten Fabi, is playing against Richard.
Wow. And of course, for those of you who want to know what's going to happen, well, we have Today in Chess coming up also after this event. That will be the candidates. Full coverage from June 17th to July 5th. Join us here in studio in St. Louis for our coverage of the 2022 candidates.
Absolutely, for a given definition of us.
Us.
For a given definition of us.
We're in us territory. I just wanted to point out this. I just thought this was a stunning finish in the game of Fabi and Radek. After this move, Queen A4. I mean, it's crazy, right?
I looked up exactly at that moment and I thought, what a beautiful move, Queen A4, hitting the bishop on D1. Yeah.
Go ahead and take my queen. Except you look at this bishop on C1 and you think to yourself, if I could do it, that would be checkmate myself. He could have played knight F1, and that
I wonder if he saw Queen C2 check and thought he was losing, but you can ignore it again.
Queen C2 check.
You can ignore it again.
Yeah, bishop D2. You're threatening mate. One day you're going to have to put a rook in the way, and then we can
and then we take, and then we will finally
no more checkmate.
And we will finally take the queen. Yeah.
What an amusing finish that was. I just had to share that. Appreciation to Anastasia and Cristian for pointing out the game and that helter-skelter chaotic game. I just thought that was a nice...
That was a sort of a proper blitz game, right? A lot of ideas, a lot of good tactics calculated, but also a lot of tactics missed. Yeah, you do get games like this very often,
and again,
between strong players.
I have to give Anastasia some credit. She picked Duda, and she stuck with her pick throughout.
Yes.
She's being rewarded for her loyalty.
We were not allowed to switch our picks.
Besides the obvious.
Yeah.
Thoughts, Alejandro? What do you think about this shakeup at the top?
What a great second round. 5 black victories to just shake up the standings, right? Because Vichy's not longer the leader. Favi got passed by Levon. And it seems that the story of Wesley and Richard, we finally say goodbye to those scopes. 3 points off the lead with 7 rounds to go.
7 rounds to go.
Yeah, that's just too much of a difference.
Right.
But Duda, local hero, playing Blitz properly now. He has got, what, is this his 5th win in a row?
Yes.
He finished yesterday with 3 wins in a row. I called it castling, but I meant it in reverse. Castles is 3 zeros in a row, but he got the 3 pins.
Yes.
He's building a fence.
Right, and there we have a view of the stage.
Yeah, very, very beautiful, beautiful venue. This is the theater inside the Polish Museum of the History of Polish Jews in Warsaw, obviously. Very, very nice. And I do have to say that playing in a venue like this it lifts your game an additional 2% somewhere, right?
No
it does
question about it.
Does give you a bit of a boost when you play on a stage like this, and it feels like.
I always felt whenever I was on a stage that's really, really gorgeous, and probably one of the best stages I've ever played in was actually in Belgrade. It was, and the audience in old Yugoslavia, boy, did they know their chess.
Yeah. And now that we have a slight pause here, we've had this conversation, and there was also one of the arbiters of the Grand Chess Tour, shout out to David Sedgwick, also participated in that conversation via email.
Right.
We were talking about applause during games, and apparently there's also a review, I think, of the Queen's Gambit, which doubted this ever happens at the chess tournament. And my story on this topic is, I was playing in Yerevan in '96 prior to the Olympiad in Yerevan. I played a tournament in Yerevan that same year, and in the last round I was playing against the local heroes, Battle Putin, who I'm sure you know very well.
Played many times.
He is a cult figure in Armenian chess, and very, very well supported. And I wasn't really in the running for much, but he was in the running, I think, for the first place. And at some point, we were playing some kind of a King's Indian attack, and I left the pawn on d3 on prise, and he could take it with the knight, but the knight would then get captured on d3 because it had no moves. But he could do it and then collect my entire queen side for the piece. Like the black would have this feast of pawns on the queen side marching down the board, but it would be at the price of the piece. And he thought for a bit and took on d3. And I didn't even play rook d1 yet. And the entire auditorium erupted in applause because this happened to me. I'm not lying about this.
Nice.
and honestly, it's a kind of a strange feeling because the game is nowhere near over. You're trying to think about your move. This is really kind of distracting.
A little bit.
But also you feel like, you're in
appreciative.
People watching clearly understand what's happening because, I haven't even won the piece yet. And they know it's a sacrifice. They know the game will become much sharper. Yeah. And they're just loving it. And
I love it. Nice story. As play is underway, this is this early bishop b4 knight d5 variation. That was kind of popular in the 90s. I never really understood why it went out of fashion. That was why Michael Marin, in his book on the English, suggested g3 on move 2, just to sidestep this bishop.
Among other
business.
things, and it's kind of weird because black is basically playing the bishop b5 Sicilian a full tempo down, and it's still quite good. It's still quite the Rossolimo a full tempo down, and
the knight on e7, that's
still very playable.
I guess he wants to put the other knight to f6.
Yeah, I was also a bit surprised we're not taking with the queen there, but I think you're right. The other one needs to be placed somewhere, and it goes d7 f6 now.
f2 f4, pretty funky looking French, Alejandro.
Yeah, EF shocks me here, honestly. Like I don't know.
EF.
Yeah, this is challenging lots of the things I know about chess.
I am kind of giving up here. I have no idea what's going on anymore. And I like this for white a great deal.
Suddenly, well, because the bishop just came alive there, right?
Yeah, I like this for white a great deal. I mean, knight d7, knight f6, yes.
I understand, and he's done it.
Yeah, actually, this is. I thought we were in time to push e3, e4, but if we're not in time to push e3, e4, this is playable for black. This is not that bad. I still pick white here, but In particular, if we find a way to get the knight away from e7, because currently queen c2 is a very clever move.
Yeah.
Because we would very much like to play something like knight g6, queen e7, knight e4.
But keeping you honest on the f5 pawn.
Yeah, queen c2 is a clever move. And now we go b3, bishop b2, rook a1. We hope maybe at some point to push d4, d5. If black plays d6, d5, the bishop will go to a3 and not to b2.
Knight e4. Symptom, I think, of black's position. Just get rid of the pawn, but start getting some light squares.
I think this is clever.
Yeah, I think that's a good move.
And also, I think we ignore it with white. Yeah, he just...
Something like b3 anyway?
Yeah, he has played b3 already. Yeah, we don't care. We definitely don't take straight away. We might take later. And now taking actually would lose the queen if we take twice now. A kind of a curious situation where the queen on e4 actually has no squares and gets picked up by bishop f5.
Oops.
A full queen there for black. Yeah.
I mean, daylight robbery.
Yeah, obviously not happening, just a cute variation.
But
to show
it goes to show you why he played knight e4. You were mentioning that the knight on e7.
Yeah, this is the setup. Yeah, this is the setup you want. And,
Oops, sorry.
I'm warming to black's position, honestly. This is now very acceptable. We want bishop d7, rook a8. I still don't know exactly what the
I want to get rid of the knight.
He's played that. Yeah, he's played knight.
Oh, he did. Oh, I'm sorry. I want my two bishops to start
absolutely in agreement with you on this, and yeah, I think it's a good move. That knight needed to be challenged,
and it was it was traded.
It was traded off. A bit better for white because d6 is a bit vulnerable. The big question, I think, is once again, how are we making progress? Are we in time to push e3, e4 in the next couple of moves? Like, I'm assuming bishop d7, rook a1 happens.
He's done it?
Yeah, I think e4 is a bit of a threat already.
Bishop d7, rook a e1.
Yeah, we can play...
Not only that, by the way, and I'm going for the pawn, but no,
yeah, I think
this is a genuine, genuine threat. Seriously.
I think we have to play b6, actually. I think b6 and c5 is the way we improve this position for black. b6 is an ugly move to make, but I think we have to. Queen b4 is also a major threat, which needs to be...
e4?
Yeah, I mean, I take on e4, I trade one pair of rooks, I say that I understand I'm worse, but maybe it's tolerable long term.
Fair. I think that's...
Yeah,
but then again, if I'm white, I don't really have another move besides against b6. I mean,
we are very happy with
e4.
With white, we're very happy here for sure.
Yeah.
But
a pair of bishops and the potential to open up the initiative as well. A little bit of a space advantage.
And a weakness that we can gnaw on.
Right.
Yeah.
And he's gone b6. He felt the necessity of the position.
Good Fabi.
Yeah.
So e4 takes, assuming I'm playing rook f8.
Yeah, I like rook f8 better. We don't want to be taking on f1 with the king. It doesn't seem very great. Yeah.
Wouldn't suit purpose.
Yeah, he's gone queen f2 first, which is
queen f2 first. Okay, he wants to put his queen on g6.
On g3, yeah.
Oh, pardon me.
But I don't know why
G3.
we're provoking c5. I think c5 was going to be the plan anyway. I'm a bit confused by this because with the pawn on c5, the queen on g3 isn't really doing all that much. We have successfully blocked any pressure against the d6 pawn. And the queen on g3 doesn't really support the e3, e4 plans better than it did on g2, I think.
This bishop is going to have
the bishop will get dropped back on b2 for sure, yeah.
Rook f7 by
Rook f7,
Fabi.
yeah, I think doubling on the f file is sensible here. Yeah.
Very much so. I would imagine, I don't know, rook f2, rook f1.
I mean, we can still go e4 even here. I think there is nothing particularly wrong with it. I mean, although now it kind of invites f4, right?
That's the problem.
You might get hit by 5 f4 now.
And I will be very, very happy. Yeah, exactly. We're not very happy.
Bishop e2, yeah, hinting at bishop h5 or bishop f3, d5. Both of those ideas are very much on the table here. Is f5, f4 playable? There's some tactical considerations to be. But I don't think it
change of.
I don't think we want that. Yeah, I like bishop c6. I very much like what Fabi is doing here.
Bishop c6.
He wants that bishop on e4, and he also would very much enjoy the idea of provoking d5 and having the e5 square available.
Well, guess what he got?
Yeah,
he got his bishop on e4.
Yeah, it might cost you the pawn on g6, but I still feel like this is an improvement because I think e3, e4 was a much larger threat than
Not even sure it really does. You take twice on g6, I go f4,
f4, f3, you might get mated actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, the white king becomes very precarious. I absolutely agree with that.
Because of the little sequence.
I feel that white has let whatever advantage he had.
I was just going to say that. It feels that black is doing really well compared to a couple of moves ago.
Yes.
I think I'm going to have to play d5 here.
Yeah.
At some point, yeah.
Yeah,
maybe
just
even
d5,
immediately, yeah.
and it's not so easy for you to defend
He's gone
g6.
d takes c5, which is a similar idea, but keeping the d file open potentially for some play later in the game. What do we recapture with?
I assume the d pawn. I don't like
Yeah,
having the pawn.
leaving ourselves a weakness on d6 doesn't look very attractive, right? Yeah.
Yeah, on the other hand,
He did take
e5
b5
as a square. I'm not
he did
sure.
take b takes, yeah.
What?
Rook d1.
That's a surprising recapture for me. I'm not a fan of b6 takes c5, but let's see how it unfolds.
Rook d1, rook d8, and now we could perhaps reconsider taking on g6 because there's going to be fewer
f5,
threats
f4,
on,
f3 ideas.
Yeah, threats on the king side. Or we could continue kind of banking that, and I mean something like h3 or rook f2 or some kind of a rook g2.
I like rook f2. It's very simple. Chess covers g2. Makes bishop g6 stronger down the line.
Probably, yeah.
And he has done.
And black is
takes
kind of
g6.
tied up, and yeah, I'm surprised he actually cashed it in as early as this. I mean I like it. I think f4 queen g4 doesn't work at all now because f takes e, rook takes f7. Black has no comfortable way of recapturing. So yeah, I understand why it's a healthy pawn, but I thought black was so tied up that we didn't really need to cash it in just yet. But maybe queen e6 was a good reply. Maybe
Wait, what? Doesn't it work? f4, queen g4, f e3.
rook f7. Queen f7. Yeah.
Queen f7.
Queen f7.
Queen e4, queen f2, king h1.
Yeah, I mean, white is better, but
How's white better? e2,
rook g1.
rook f8.
Yeah, how is white better? Yeah, we have a perpetual, but maybe nothing more than the perpetual. Yeah, it's a very long line that needs to be calculated. I think Fabi is actually calculating it because a lot hinges on whether he can play f4 now. Rook g1, rook f8, and yeah, feels like I might have to take the perpetual with queen e6, queen h3 here.
Queen e6, rook f7, queen e8, because queen e6, king. Oh yeah, I can go king h7, right?
Yeah, and he has gone for it. Yeah,
Yeah,
and he will take on. He's gone
He's got
f3.
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 This is very, very unexpected. I guess gf bishop f5 is the idea.
What?
Bishop f5 wins the pawn on e3.
Okay, you're right, but didn't White's king just suddenly immeasurably?
Yeah, just go queen g3, king
improve,
h1. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this, to be honest. Yeah, the bishop on b2 is quite strong, and the king on h1 is quite safe.
That's what.
The white is better. The question is how much.
Well, g7 is a prime target, as is d6.
Yeah, a minute 16 for Duda, and the fabulous hairdo is in the way there. But I think it's like 55 seconds. And yeah.
Fabulous.
Wesley won against Korobov.
Ooh,
Just putting that down.
That was an important victory for Wesley, whose fortunes had got off to a very shaky start, Peter.
Yes.
Can I play rook g1, or
I
is
think
that
you
asking
can.
too
I think
much?
you can, but I'm guessing we just go rook d7, and then we hope that we can take on f3 next move.
Well, the whole idea of bishop d3 is to play bishop e2, right?
Yeah, I think rook g1, rook bishop e2 right away is also an issue.
So
Bishop,
maybe,
meanwhile, did draw his game.
maybe queen
Against
f2?
Gavrilescu.
Queen f2, Peter?
Yes,
Just to
possibly.
invite a queen trade?
Queen f2, rook f3, though.
Yeah, that's clever. Yeah, rook g1 played, and yeah, now the big question: if you can play bishop e2 or not. I think you can, right?
Yeah,
He's done
I
it.
think
I
you
don't
can.
see an issue
and this
with
may
it.
have been missed, honestly, because I don't see why you allow it if you see it. But maybe there was nothing
Exactly.
better. Yeah, and
Things are getting a little bit scary for Duda as he's given the
Ooh.
exchange. He's just played rook f1.
Well, if you take on f1, I take on g7.
queen takes g1, queen takes g1. Yeah, that works
Correct,
out. That
yeah.
works out. We can take on f3 twice, but white collects the entire seventh. The king on h1 will be very weak.
The
Black is
entire
better.
seventh.
Yeah,
I haven't heard that before. The entire seventh.
yeah.
There's only
Fabi
two
goes
pawns
rook
on-
dd7 and now f4 and queen e4 check. Yeah, we're kind of winning there, right?
I think queen e4 check is winning.
Yeah, we're very close to winning. Queen
He's
g2.
done it?
You just take on f1, right?
He's done it.
Well, F4 doesn't fall yet, but you are still...
It falls, yeah, it falls soon.
I don't like d5 though. Why did we give the e5 square for the bishop? I would have played rook d7 there. I think rook d7 was cleaner.
Fabi's in the driver's seat here. Huge result for Fabi if he can, bring in the whole point.
Yeah, I still don't like giving up that square. I also don't like from white allowing the that explains a lot of things because, yeah, trading rooks is very much in favor of Fabi here. White very much wants rooks on the board. Yeah, rook a5, rook b5. Yeah, I mean, black obviously is like you win this position in classical chess,
of course,
in a vast majority of cases. But in rapid, with the bishop on e5 as strong as it is and no immediate passers available, this is kind of tricky. You are not at all guaranteed to convert
no guarantees,
this.
No.
Yeah, now rook a7, important to play rook a7 here. I think bishop b8 maybe?
Behind pass pawns.
Bishop b8 trying to, bishop b8, rook takes b8. This reminds me, I had this sequence against Hikaru once where he put something on priest and I didn't take it. And
yes.
He kind of looked at me like, why am I even playing against you? You don't know the rules of chess, dude. Like, what the hell?
Okay, some tricks.
Bishop d6, rook f8. Yeah, kind of not.
He notices the last moment.
Bishop
Bishop d6 was a bit of a threat there. Rook h8, h6 now. Yeah, rook d5 is clever.
Now rook.
Yeah, that's the finisher.
Yeah, this is good. Yeah, this is good for.
This
Fabi.
is huge.
Yeah.
Checks.
Just take. Yeah, and go rook f1 or whatever. And yeah, it's now it's difficult to imagine how you hold this for. Not even getting involved with any kind of bishop king g6 or king g8, just going after after the centralization. Yeah, you can go like rook c4 check or whatever. Yeah, but it doesn't really like from here as long as you don't.
I must say though that Duda's moves bishop a1 and bishop h8 shows some experienced hand. Let's put it like that. And there we have it.
Whoa, what a huge result! Because that means that Duda is caught.
And by the way, let's quickly skip to the game of Levon Aronian.
Of course, because that's a big one. That's a lot of pawns, Yasser. I know you like them.
Yeah.
And those knights.
Yeah, that must be winning. Yeah, and very, very cleverly, he moves the knight away from f6 to avoid stalemate ideas. Instantly moves it away so that black has
experience, Peter.
Yeah, so there's going to be a pile-up.
A pile-up on first place. Levon beating Shevchenko, that doesn't find his form here. And we still have Radek against Richard, in which Richard
also wins, yeah.
Yeah, it's just winning endgame for him.
And they're falling like flies. I mean, bang, 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 bang. But
what a great round.
As you highlighted, we came on show with Fabi and Levon streaking and Duda. And Vichy, unfortunately for him, is being surpassed.
And
but not so surpassed. Yeah, Vichy got an important half point against Gavrilescu, which means that he is also tied for first place.
Ooh, what?
So don't count Vichy out just yet. It wasn't, of course, the victory that you would like to have and then regaining first place. But we have this pile up on first place. Am I counting this right?
Well, we'll have to look at our current standings.
Tied for first, three players tied for first, and Fabi half a point behind.
Wow, what a tournament!
What did you say about the playoffs? And in case of 3 players tied
for
first? 4
players, 5 players,
4 players.
Little early.
6 players.
Still.
No, the games that we saw were the most important ones. We had also the game between Korobov and Wesley. I can talk about this one very quickly. Korobov was a little helpful to his opponent here. Sometimes you get too creative in chess and that doesn't pay off. Here after the move c4, you could sacrifice an exchange if you really felt like it with rook takes e4, or you could just move your rook back to b2 or to b7. You're fine in every way. Korobov found like somewhere in between. Played the move rook c4 and the rook kind of just got stuck there. After queen e7, queen a5, bishop f8, especially after the move a4, which moved a4 was not a good move. The rook started to get caught and you were more or less forced to sacrifice it with rook takes c5, but it was nowhere near enough and Wesley won kind of easily with his extra exchange. Not a lot of adventures in that game. Meanwhile, in the game of Radek against Richard, I think there was a blunder right around here. We got into this endgame, which I think technically is a draw. You have the 3 pawns against the knight and the rook, but it's hard because you always get mated. Rook b1 is coming, knight g3 is coming, and this moves king f2, and especially rook a2 here in this position allowed black basically everything because of the move king f4, and you started running out of squares here for the rook. The king doesn't move because knight g3, rook at b1 comes on top, and rook d2 was probably the final mistake because after knight e3 you actually don't have a good way of replying against rook b1 because rook a2, rook c4, rook d2 allows the exchange of the rook, something else that you cannot allow. Takes, the king penetrates to g3 and collects the entire king side along with the knight. So let's take a look at where we stand after 3 rounds of Blitz this beautiful Monday. 3 people tied for first. Levon Aronian, Jan Krzysztof Duda, and Vichy Anand are currently tied for first with 19.5 points. Fabiano Caruana is outside looking in. Huge victory against Duda, half a point relegated from the leaders. And don't count them out just yet. Richard and Wesley won with 2 points behind, but that might be a little bit too much. Let's take a look at the rest of the games with our friends in Warsaw. See what happened here in round 12 of the Blitz.
Guys, what a tournament we have on our hands. 3 players at the top of the standings, and Fabiano Caruana just half a point behind them. This is going to be a very, very intense finish to this event, but let's see what happened. How did Aronian actually get to the top of the standings? He was playing Shevchenko Kirill, and he started off with this Sicilian that we've seen him employ against Korobov as well earlier yesterday. Bishop to e2, you cannot take on e4 because queen to a4 picks up the knight, g6 castle, and now we got this type of position in which we exchanged the dark square bishops, and now white is going to be focusing on the queen side, while black potentially will try to focus his attention on the king side and get an attack going via f5. Let's see if that happens. b4, b5, knight to e7, and now we see black employ a different strategy. We've seen Korobov allow a5 and the exchange of those 2 pawns. Now Shevchenko decides to go with this move, a5 himself, allowing b takes a6, changing the structure of the position. And we got to this point. I really like, by the way, I want to pinpoint this move by Shevchenko, the move c4. Practically is a very good decision. Objectively, maybe questionable. Nevertheless, practically, I really like it because knight to d7 is going to come on the board, followed by knight to c5. Let's see what happened. Rook to b4, knight to c5, knight takes c4. Check the times at this point. 3 minutes and 22 seconds for Aronian. He was blitzing out his moves. Only 1 minute and 20 seconds for Shevchenko. But Shevchenko with a brilliant move, knight to a6, which actually just picks up the exchange. You cannot move the rook. You're going to drop the knight on c4. So right now it is white who is losing. Aronian was busted at this point. But let's see what happened. Unfortunately for Kirill, he was unable to convert. Not only that, he was oh my goodness, I jumped a bit too much there. It was at this point, give me just 1 second to get back. We got all the way to this one, and rook to b6 was a huge mistake. What he was supposed to do was actually take on d5. Sacrifice, very difficult to find, especially with, let's see how many seconds. He had 7 seconds for Kirill at this point. Impossible to find it. Rook to b6 was played, and after knight to c4, it was those marvelous knights that you guys caught up at the end of the game that actually won the full point for Aronian. And right now he's in the lead, shared lead. Anastasia, what game were you having your eyes on?
Yeah, but of course we're checking also the last game we haven't covered today. Gavrilescu played against Vichy Anand, and once again he proved to be a really good blitz player. I mean, making a draw with Vichy, it's not an easy task at all. But actually he had chances even to play for more. Right after the opening, he got this chance. Scotch was played, and then some kind of normal development. And here at this moment, Vichy played move knight d5, probably missing the idea of white. Knight takes d5, and now if you take with the pawn, you get bishop b5, bishop d7, and then queen d5 follows, pawn up, and great position.
Absolutely.
If you take with if you take with the queen, yes, if you take with the queen, then there is a move queen f6 now, because when the rook is hanging at this moment and look at this position after that, it's something what you are dreaming about.
You can
right?
just go
With
bishop
what?
to g5,
G5,
just stay
stopping
like this.
bishop b7 move, yes, then castling, long castling, and you have this dream position, of course. And he missed this very important moment, probably didn't expect that Vishy can blunder something like that, and after knight d5 he played just normal move bishop c4, but after bishop b6 black is fine, I mean, and not in trouble anymore, and then the position just developed normally, and okay, here he
Into
found
an
the
endgame.
ways, yes, the way to transfer to the ending, yes, so the position was more or less balanced
After
until
this
the
one,
end.
nothing seemed to have happened. Actually, we got this rook to c3, which transposed into an opposite color bishop
Bishop.
endgame. Easy draw. Nevertheless, Gavrilescu steals half a point from the leader, Vishy Anand, and right now we have 3 players at the top of the standings. It's going to be a wild finale of this event, but we're right now going to go on a break. We'll be back shortly. Stay with us.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And here are our standings. After round 12, Peter.
This is quite amazing, really, considering how much Vichy was running away with it at some stage, maybe even yesterday, honestly, when he was like 2.5 points ahead of the field. We now have a tie for first, 3 people on 19.5 with 6 rounds to go, and Fabi, who continues to be red hot despite losing in round 2 today. 10 out of 12 in the Blitz so far for Fabi, as you can see on your screen. Half a point behind the leading group of players.
And what a thrill for the Polish audience as their hero Duda tied with Vichy and Levon. And as we get ready for our next round, first we've got a commercial sponsor.
Yes, and here you see this is a wooden board from the 2022 American Cup signed by the players. Very, very nice item right there. But apart from that, kind of a everything must go but today type of deal. You get 20% off on the entire catalog on at cubitic.stl.com with the code PL20.
Get out your shopping.
Including all the autographed merchandise, valid today only. So
wonderful. And our pairings for round 13.
At it, yeah. Wesley is white against Gavrilescu in round 13. Vichy is white against Kirill Shevchenko, who's been by his standards, not really having a great event. He's a very, very strong blitz player. Fabi plays Korobov, another one who isn't really doing that hot.
And what's our marquee game?
I think it has to be the game between Richard Rapport and Jan Krzysztof Duda. I think that's the one you pick.
That's very, very suitable, no question about it, as those players.
And there you have them. Yeah, I think it's the 4A4 4 knights again, which is just brilliant. Yeah, pushing theory forward in leaps and bounds by playing A4.
Not by increments, huh?
Leaps and bounds.
My monitor is not bringing up the games. How about you, Alejandro?
Yes, I got the games.
Oh, good. I don't have my games.
That's because it's round 5. You should scroll up.
Details.
Details.
So 4A4 D5 Bishop B5 played by Richie. This is once again something that exists with colors reversed in the pawn on A2. And in that position, I think you're supposed to play knight takes E5 or E4 in this case. But Jan Krzysztof declines all of those types of invitations, and we now have a very close structure, which actually, I think, often gets very, very sharp, because black in general is doing quite well in the center. Some space has been gained, but white will try to perhaps drop the bishop on B5 to C4, maintain it on that diagonal, and launch some kind of an attack against, in particular if black castles kingside, which I think probably has to be postponed for a bit, because you might really
just walk into an uppercut over there.
Run into some very, very severe turbulence if you castle kingside here. So I would suggest something like A6, bishop C4, queen E7 might be sensible. Perhaps, hinting that we might even castle queenside if we wanted to, or at least keeping our options open.
I really don't like castling queenside in these kinds of things,
that's
because C3 really is going to rip me up. But any takers for knight E7 and
bishop G5 is awkward. I would be if not for the fact that the immediate bishop G5 I think is very, very awkward.
I rather overlooked that the bishop was already protected. I thought I was forcing a response on the queen side.
No,
I was
not
thinking
yet, no. A6 play,
as
bishop C4.
Recommended,
pretty
Peter?
sure we're not taking on C6.
Well, why not?
It's possible, but I'm pretty sure, like spiritually, we want that bishop.
I understand spiritually, right? It's hard to make that move.
Yeah.
Tactically, you get the knight
takes
to
knight
F5.
F5. Yeah, they're definitely playable, but I think that's not why we play this line with white.
That's not why we play chess.
H6.
H6 castles, and now that we've played castles,
Correct. Yes.
I was going to say we definitely don't castle kingside, but he immediately still castled kingside. Yeah, bishop D2.
By the way,
I very much like bishop D2.
You do?
Yeah, it stops, like the knight on C6 is the issue, and black also needs some counterplay on the queen side, and it kind of puts spade to all the knight A5, knight B4 type ideas, rook E8. Yeah, somewhere around here, I really am starting to look at knight H4. Because knight takes E4, I think, loses to queen H5. So I think we could have done it already here. He starts with H3, bishop B6, Jan Krzysztof also understands the bishop on C4 cannot really be tolerated for very long, so it gets traded off. Yeah, this is a strange structure.
Drop back. In case of knight f5, we drop back with our bishop. I'm not altogether sure that this is a great deal for white. If I play b5 and you go en passant, you're actually opening up an attack against the c2
I don't
pawn.
disagree entirely. Yeah, I think it's a kind of a weird semi-preventative move, but once again, I think it kind of speeds up black's play on the queen side.
Exactly.
I don't know why we spent a tempo on a4, a5 there.
Agreed. But this I do understand. F2, F4, and knight
In
G4.
particular, after bishop f8, knight g4 looks like a very logical move because f4 is something that we often want to
G7,
do.
G6, the fight for the F5 square continues.
King h1, bishop g7. I'm very surprised by bishop g7, by the way. I think we should have preserved the option of meeting f4, bishop f4 with bishop d6. I don't know if I like this.
Something to be said, Peter?
Knight d7 for sure,
Or maybe just immediately knight e5.
I like knight d7.
Yeah.
Although knight g4 is a bit awkward, right? Knight g4, knight h6 check is...
Exactly. So that's why I started opting for knight e5.
Yeah, h5 we go knight f3, like Jochen just instantly makes the move knight f3. But I think black can still play knight d7 because knight g5, rook e7 still keeps things under control to a degree.
Yeah, it's all about the control of the e5
We
square.
already start looking at some knight takes h5 tactics, but I don't think they work just yet. They
You mean after knight g5?
After knight g5.
Knight g5, rook
Knight g5,
e7.
maybe rook f6, question mark, question mark.
Just to keep...
Just to keep sort of a better connection with the king side. But yeah, Richard, after some thought, goes for a more sedate move, yeah. Keeping an eye on the d4 pawn, making knight ce5 less easy to play. And if you go knight d5, we probably want something like bishop h2, and then knight f4, knight d5 becomes a topic. But if black gets one pair of knights off and then goes knight e5, let's say c7, c6, or c6, c5, black is probably fine.
So knight e2 on the board. And Alejandro, I mean, it's such a tight race at the top. Anything going on in the other games that has caught your eye?
No, not much. Just we don't have to switch from the games.
No, we're not going to switch. Just how are the contenders doing?
Levon is borderline losing against Radek, but he has chances. So I wouldn't call that one out by any stretch of the imagination. Korobov is down a pawn against Fabi, but he has some kind of Benko compensation. Actually, that one's going to be wild.
Yeah, well, Fabi just gave up an exchange there to get some passers. So it's going to be actually a very interesting round. There is a heavily theoretical Ragozin, I think, in the Wesley against Gavrilescu game. But yeah, we should be watching the one that we're watching. And,
wonderful. And we did see Queen E1, not the Bishop H2 that you had recommended.
And I was actually going to ask you, what do we take on F3 with if black takes on F3? And I thought GF makes a lot of sense, right?
Yeah, just
with a 4 or 5 ideas. Yeah.
Right. We're seeing. I think Richard is actually a real King's Indian player. I mean, he's making these pretensions by playing everything else, but his play with the King's Indian has been spot on. I like this. The only question is C2.
Yeah, I'm not sure why we allowed knight b4 so easily, because suddenly, the pawn on c2 is under severe pressure. I think we might have to switch to giving mate on the king side, but with the knight coming to e3, the problem is not even specifically that we lose the pawn on c2. That we maybe could have done.
Which is bad enough.
Yeah, we could have maybe handled that, but our attack on the king side will be so much harder to organize if the black knight lands on e3.
So just
and it
to
seems
play
like it does
moves,
land on e3.
Like
F4,
for example,
F4 knight e3. Yeah.
The desirable checkmate is getting cut off at the knees.
Yeah, you don't really continue any kind of an attack when the black knight lands on e3, and I don't know what we can do about it. Honestly.
He's moved his rook. He's moved his rook.
But after knight c2, what is the follow up?
We're about to ask Richard.
Yeah. No, this has gotten badly misplayed by Richard there.
And for Duda, wow. What a victory this could be. The desirable bishop e5 to get rid of, not only gives up the e3 square, but more importantly, costs the h3 pawn, and that will be
he played h3, h4. Yeah,
not a good sign.
I'm not sure what that does. Yeah, I think
not a good sign at all.
And Duda even goes knight b4, says knight e3 is nice, but winning the pawn on d3 is even better. And I'm currently not being attacked on the king side, so why not spend a tempo doing that?
And who can blame him
Bishop
for that
e5
decision?
played by Richard. This is just bad for white. Knight d3.
But
You can also go rook d8, but I don't think we need to. I think allowing bishop g7 and queen e5 check is unnecessary. I think I just go knight d3, knight d4, and queen somewhere.
okay.
Although it comes to f5 with check, right? Maybe we don't. Yeah,
I
maybe
don't know. Recapturing with the queen on c6 might have been just too flippant. Recapturing with a pawn and
Yeah, b8
having c5.
definitely was
in the
very,
pocket.
very.
Okay, we
decent
got
as
it.
well.
Knight takes d3 on the board, and here we go.
I think we go bishop g7, knight g7, sorry, king g7, knight takes d4, and the queen needs to find a good square.
It's found a
I
good
guess
square,
f6,
queen
yeah,
f6.
f6 is a good move. Yeah, knight f5, king h7, just completely killing off all of the
And he's
all
done
of the
it.
potential attack. Yeah,
But the king is so safe.
yeah, king is very safe on h7, and the knight is hanging. And also, the queen f6 also keeps a good eye on the h4 square, meaning that queen takes c7 is never really a threat whatsoever.
Good
Knight
eye
e3.
on everything.
Yeah.
The f3 pawn, the h4 pawn, the b2 pawn. Man, that's an omnipotent.
Yeah. Do we waste the tempo on c6 here just to not allow
Yes.
knight d5?
Yes, I want to keep that knight at bay. c6.
Does give white a tempo to play rook d1, but I guess we just go rook d8 in response and we win slower.
Slow is good. I like the part where you started with "we win."
Yeah, well, he just goes
plays-
queen takes b2. Very, very concrete approach. Because queen c7, knight
Looking at
f2
knight
check.
f2
Yeah.
check.
Knight f2 check picks
Can't-
up some stuff with discovers. Yeah,
Can't blame a guy for that. That's a good threat.
that's a very nice pawn grab there by
Duda.
Queen
Wow.
c7.
and
That is
king
a-
king
Do-
h2 and rook g2. Yeah, this is clever by
Do
by
your
Richard.
worst.
Yeah, this is
Well,
very,
knight-
very clever.
knight g4 is double
king
check.
h3. Yeah, you can take on e3, queen f7, queen g7, though you are
Correct.
But now queen b3 and the knight has no squares. Rook c8. No, rook c8 is not. Yeah, queen d7 check. The knight still doesn't really have a comfortable way of escaping. I guess
C4 though.
now
right?
we go knight c4 and rook c8. Yeah, or knight
Or
g4.
knight
For knight
g4.
g4. Yeah, now we are winning.
Now we're just now it's just dead,
About
right?
we're
queen
opening.
c7 check, yeah.
Yeah, rook d8, queen b7.
By the way, breaking
Levon
news.
actually got away with it.
Yeah.
Amazing, amazing.
Look.
He was.
He's the great Houdini. Let's stop the pretenses. I mean,
Yeah.
Levon has been nothing but
Honestly, young Krzysztof didn't like. I think he thought this endgame is just trivial, but it's not. A6 is getting picked up, and also f4, f5 is a threat. You can very easily not win this at all.
And he better start thinking
he's
that
on-
he should win it because Vichy
he's on-
Anand has won his game and is about to win his game against Shevchenko. He might be claiming that #1 spot for himself again.
wow.
Yeah, Fabi
For
is,
me,
Fabi
that would
is
be
better, but
remarkable.
yeah, Fabi is winning against Korobov as
Fabi's
well.
winning, but still have a point behind.
Yeah.
For me, by the way, I mean, this is the problem as you get older in chess, you end up losing energy. And if Vichy were to pull this out, that would be one of his really, really great. Oh, what a move. Knight d7.
Yeah,
Stopping the
knight
spear.
c7 now. Knight c7 is
It's
game over.
beautiful. Oh, stopping
That's
all the
it.
Yeah.
skewers.
Nice, very nice.
What a finish. Very, very professional. Alejandro, over to you. What do you got for us?
A big, we have one game remaining. Let's go to the Wesley So against Gavrilescu matchup. Let's try to see what is going on.
Wesley So's got a lot of pawns.
It's got a lot of pawns. It's an extra pawn, but it should be good enough. It's about to be 2 extra pawns, I think.
Yep.
I don't see how you defend b6.
Yep.
And they're connected passers. I think that's pretty easy for Wesley.
True. And just in case we didn't mention it, Fabi did
Fabi win,
his game.
yeah.
And
So
what-
we will have Anand and young Krzysztof tied for first on 20.5, and Fabi and Levon on 20 points.
What a way. What a way
This
to
is,
have
this is going. This is
tournament.
going all the way.
This
Oh,
is
yeah.
the sprint that we hope for at
This
the
is-
start of the broadcast, Peter.
Clearly going all the way. This is fantastic to watch. Yeah.
Okay.
King d4.
King
yes.
d4 kind of plays itself. The hand.
King d4 and rook c7, and
Yeah.
it's not very difficult, and he has 20 seconds. As long as
Whoa,
it's-
King f4.
Yeah,
I think it's okay, yeah.
Mm.
it doesn't really
You
matter.
think so?
Doesn't really matter a great deal. Yeah. Knight c5. Yeah, I don't know why we didn't just
Wesley,
play f5 f6 there, but
Right.
it doesn't, like, it shouldn't matter. This
No.
is the big thing about this position is that as long as you don't blunder something really stupid, which is not easy to do with the amount of solidity your setup offers. King d4 now, I guess, or king f4, king g5, and just go for mate.
Right.
Eventually just play f6 and you give mate.
Rook d7 looks like a good start.
King e5, king e6, king f5. Yeah.
Also a very good.
And now you kind of resign because rook c8 is bad news. Yeah.
That is bad news indeed.
Wow.
Bad news. Bad
Good
news.
for Wesley. Bravo, bravo. Help me out here, Alejandro. What have we witnessed?
It's the sprint that we wanted. It's the end of the race that everybody wants to see. Tons of people up there at the top saying, this is my tournament. This is one of them. Vishy Anand against Shevchenko. He's got this weird position. You see the black rooks. They seem like they're active on the A file, but actually they're far away from the king side, and they don't have a penetration square. You could go down to A1, but so what? You're not doing very much in that position. And Vishy took full advantage of that here after the move G5, which was a big mistake. Taking on G7, taking on G7. He could take on G5, but I think the more human approach is this one, E5. Blasts open the position because pawn takes f6 is a threat, followed by something like h6, also a threat. G5 is currently hanging. You don't have time to take on f3 because of the aforementioned e takes f6. Black's position simply collapsing in this position, and throughout some more adventures, we eventually got to this position. You can see that Vishy hasn't completely broken through, but Black was forced to bring back all of his forces down to the king side here with the knights on f8 and g8. The rooks went from their beautiful positions on the a file to e8 and e7. Clearly hopeless, still hasn't broken through, has Vishy, but did so with the move. Bishop takes f5 right here, gives up a piece, yes, but the bishop wasn't doing very much, and it's the fact that it embarrasses all of Black's pieces. Takes on f5, of course, the knight comes into play. Queen g7, you never know when it's actually just going to win the game. Knight g6 was played, but thank you for the material. Thank you for the 8th rank. This is just completely hopeless. Shevchenko had no time, no activity. Vishy with a commanding 2 minutes of time still left in this position. Absolute annihilation of the blitz specialist Shevchenko. Let's take a look at where that puts us, and where that puts Vishy, because he has been leading the tournament from start to finish. He's still holding on for a tie for first place there with Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who won an incredibly important game against Richard Rapport. And Fabi keeps surging.
11 out of 13 so far in the blitz, and yeah, this is a fantastic race. Wesley with an outside chance, outside chance, and Richard sadly really having a nightmare in the blitz.
And more from Warsaw.
Well, guys, what a tournament this is. We have so many players in contention to win the whole thing. But let's see what Aronian did in this round, because he was facing Voytaszek with the black pieces. And after escaping against Shevchenko in the previous round, another Houdini miraculous escape for Aronian in this one. Let's see what happened. D4, D5, C4. Now we have the QGA. Queen's Gambit accepted. Knight to F3, C5. A6, knight to C3, B5, and now we have this very aggressive approach by White with an early D5, trying to break the center and create havoc in Black's position. Take on D5, knight takes D5, and E4. Of course, you cannot take on E4. Opening up the E file would be clearly devastating for your position as Black, so you have to take on D5. Perhaps better was to actually take with the knight. It's all about the d4 square. After you set up this blockade with the bishop on d6, if a knight lands on f5 for White, then you're in deep trouble. So for example, after a4, I'm trying to destabilize your structure on the queen side. I'm not going to defend with c4, but I'm actually going to defend with b4 so that I control the d4 square. You cannot go knight to d4 and knight to f5 because you just simply lose the knight. Now, what happened in the game? A4, C4, we see the same structure, knight to D4, and right now it is White who is taking over. Let's see if Aronian managed to somehow defend this one. Queen takes B5, queen to D4, rook to C8, bishop to F4. Another critical moment at this point after bishop to G3, knight to F6. king to g1, h5, and now white had a golden opportunity to tie up black's pieces with the move bishop to d3, establishing this connection on the knight on e4, followed by the other bishop to e5. This is just simply going to be devastating.
Is it possible to take on g3?
You can take, but then I can just simply take.
And I see
knight
something
to
like this.
That is a very good point, Anastasia. And after knight takes d4, there's another rook on c8 hanging. Yeah, you're a piece up. But you're forgetting about this. This might have been the detail that he missed with this variation, bishop to d3. Very good point, Anastasia. Rook to e1, queen to g4, d7. It still looks devastating, by the way, for white. h4, queen to b6, take on g3. At least right now, black is getting some counter chances on the h-file, which exactly is what happened in the game. f3, queen to h5, and now taking on e4, assuming that queen to h2 might be the only way to go, queen to h1 and queen to g2, when the king just simply hides. In fact, that was not the case. Queen to c5 came on the board. King to f1 is not possible because queen to f2, so you have to go king to h1, and the perpetual is on the board, queen to h5. Aronian, another miraculous save.
Wow,
Anastasia.
what a game, actually. I was keeping my eyes on the game with Wesley So played against Gavrilescu, and I mean, the development was quite fine. I mean, it's a famous line, which also Carson played against Nepomniachtchi, and that was an interesting moment. I will just go right there. You can see it's a little bit like mess of the board. So queen a4, take on c6, so far so good. And now bishop f5 move. And here Wesley So missed this opportunity just to simply take this pawn on d5, using the fact there is a pin. I don't know, maybe there are some variations with b5. He was considering, and hard to say. But
perhaps
I mean,
even just take on
yes,
b5.
just take on b5. I mean, knight c7 later, so it looks like completely winning for him. I mean, computer really hates position of black. After that, but he didn't say that he played queen before, which is also good. I mean, stopping this king, I mean, from doing the castling, also threatening b7 pawn, so b6 was played, and still white is better, but he had to start everything from the beginning, right? And later on, I mean, they transferred this position, and this white king seems to be more safe than the black king, right?
Absolutely.
Here, so he cannot really castle long, and Wesley was trying to combine different threats on different sides of the board, and simply won a pawn, grabbed the pawn, and started to exchange the pieces. You can see that his pieces are more active than his opponent's pieces. The king has still some troubles on the king's side, and there was also an interesting moment over here. He could have maybe just changed the queens, and let's say, let me show you, like take here and like knight g5, rook e7, like the only move. And I thought about d5, just simply pushing this pawn forward. Very good position, but nevertheless, even what happened in the game was still great for white. You can see still he has a pawn up, and simply they move to this ending, which Wesley lately simply won.
Wesley, a big victory for him, but it is all about Vichy Anand, Duda, Levon Aronian, and Fabiano Caruana going into the final 5 rounds of this event. We're going to have so much fun with this finale. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, Anastasia. Thank you, Cristian. And Peter, what standings we have.
Yeah, there you see the standings on your screen, yeah. And the two big stories here are, and I feel slightly, bad singling him out, but what a turnaround for Richard. He really, it feels like he really, has scars from that Blitz tournament he played in Warsaw earlier. Because in Rapid he was very, very good.
Yes.
And only the fact that Vichy was unbelievable.
Yes.
Prevented him from winning the Rapid portion. But in the Blitz, this is 4.5 out of 30.
But when you look at the standings and you see Fabi and Levon with those blazing scores, you think that's a very slim half-point lead. What would happen in case of a playoff? Please remind us, Peter.
Yeah, let's take a look at the playoff rules. As you can see, hang on a second. That's still the same thing that I thought it was.
Yeah.
If only 2 players tie for first, they're
going to play a match.
They play a match, basically a two-game match of 10+5, and then if that's tied, you see below. If 3 or more players are tied for first, which really does look like it's a possibility.
It's very distinct possibility.
Yeah, they play a round-robin tournament of 5+3, and then if there is still a tie at the top, there is an Armageddon game, 5 versus 4. you do get an increment from move 61 to avoid those really, really messy endings to those Armageddon games you sometimes see, and black has draw odds.
Let's avoid the playoff and see what the pairings are.
Yeah, the pairings for round 5 today, round 14 overall. Gavrilescu, white.
Aronian and Anand.
Yes,
I
yes,
think
that's
that's
the
going to
one.
be the marquee
Yeah,
match.
that's the one.
Thank you, Yasser.
I'll boldly
the one.
state the obvious. I'm gonna, but the all Polish derby, that's interesting too.
Yeah, that is also very interesting because Radek has been, I think this particular day of Blitz has,
Yeah,
he's been a threat. He's already beaten some people.
He beat Fabi.
Yeah, he beat Fabi. And he is much better than I think previous days may have led some people to believe.
By the way, on the live rating list, how is Fabi doing now?
Quite well. Quite well. He's up to 28.45 after this victory, and
5
Livon,
points away from Hikaru?
From Hikaru. And weirdly, Livon is on 3 out of 4 today and losing rating today, while Fabi, because he played Gavrilescu.
Okay.
He drew against Gavrilescu, and that cost him more than a win against a fellow
27,
top 10 player.
2800.
Yeah. So
Wow.
Livon actually is now trailing Fabi by about 10 points, I think, and Fabi is within very much within 1 game striking distance of overtaking Hikaru there at the top.
That's
We're going
incredible.
to take a short commercial break, and we'll see you on the other side.
When you visit St. Louis, you'll probably want to watch the Cardinals or the Blues. What about after the game? Heading back to the hotel would be a major error. Instead, boogie through the city and discover the music that gave the Blues their name at the National Blues Museum, Broadway Oyster Bar, or even the legendary Blueberry Hill. So whether you love the Cardinals, the Blues, or the Blues, come play with us. And you guys know I can't play this, right? St. Lou is always exploring.
We're the Corey family. Welcome to our show. There's my boy, look at that kid! You guys gotta see this. That's our show.
Now go start yours at visitlow.com.
Welcome to the chess capital of the United States. The St. Louis Chess Campus, in the heart of the vibrant Central West End, has established itself as a premier global destination for chess and is comprised of 2 unique nonprofit institutions. The Chess Club and Scholastic Center of St. Louis is recognized as the top chess facility in the world and plays host to all major tournaments, including the U.S. Chess Championships and the Sinkfield Cup, one of the strongest chess tournaments globally. Tournaments are broadcast online to more than 150 countries, led by an expert commentary team of grandmasters. The Chess Club is an educational organization committed to promoting the game of chess, with a specific focus on bringing the benefits of chess to children throughout the St. Louis area. Research shows children who play chess exhibit improved analytical skills and increased confidence. The Chess Club is highly engaged with the local community, bringing scholastic chess programs to more than 100 schools, providing hundreds of classes each week. Directly across the street from the Chess Club is the World Chess Hall of Fame. This one-of-a-kind cultural institution invites visitors to experience chess in imaginative ways and is home to the U.S. and World Chess Halls of Fame. Cutting-edge exhibitions feature rare, historic chess artifacts paired with world-class art. Innovative programming explores the intersection of chess, art, and culture. Visitors can enjoy interactive programs designed around the exhibitions and monthly music in the galleries. The World Chess Hall of Fame is nothing you expect and everything you love. 3 different galleries and a premier gift shop highlight the culture, history, and creativity behind the game. Come visit, play chess, leave enriched. To learn more about the St. Louis Chess Campus, visit stlchesscampus.org.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you like these Grand Chess Tour events because, Peter, we got more of them.
Yeah, there's definitely more of the excitement that we're watching right now coming up. The next one on the calendar is the one in July in Croatia, in Zagreb, the Super United Rapid and Blitz, in which Magnus will play, which
as a wild card.
Yeah, should be a lot of fun to see him tackle these fields. And then, as usual, the season ends in St. Louis. First, the Rapid and Blitz at the very, very back end of August, immediately followed by...
Then all the tour participants come for the classical Sinkfield Cup with a very special wild card.
Yeah, wild card not bad for that one either. Yeah, pretty decent.
Magnus Carlsen,
yeah.
breaking news this morning, Peter. Wow, welcome Magnus. And our pairings for round 14, Peter.
Yeah, as you see, the obvious pick for the game of the round is there. Levon with the white pieces against Vichy, half a point separating them. Levon tied for third, Vichy and Duda tied for first. Duda is white against his friend and colleague and teammate, compatriot Radek Wojtaszek. We also have Korobov, Rapport, Shevchenko, So, and Gavrilescu, Caruana.
Fabi and Wesley both needing wins on the outside looking in as we are underway.
Petrov,
that happened
not a Petrov. A4? Not A4. Yeah,
I think it was a Petrov, and it was four knights.
Sort of a classical four knights now. Lev has done something very, very soporific in this line in the Rapid, I think. Or maybe it was... there was this game where that was, I think, round 9 of Bucharest, right, where he took on e5 after d takes e6 and made a very quiet draw.
Quiet draw.
But he is doing something that you're supposed to be doing in this line, which is basically play a kind of a anti-Berlin / exchange Spanish type position where King h1 already, I think, should give you all the indication you need as to what the plans are. Yeah.
Whoa, King h1, I thought knight g1 and f4 was an automatic. I was wrong.
No, you go rook g1, g4, knight g3, knight f5.
Of course you do.
That type of plan, yeah.
That was the first thing that came to my mind, right, Alejandro?
Chess has changed.
I mean, yes, it has.
Yeah.
I mean, the engines have done remarkable things to our guys. The engines are rewiring the players. What do you think about that concept?
To a large degree, even though this particular plan is not, I don't know why you're so shocked. It's been around for a while. The idea of creating this kind of a foothold and then using the f5 square to create something on the king side.
You mean something of the like knight d1,
d1 e3 or e2
f5.
g3. I think d1 e3 is actually cleverer than my suggestion because the g4 pawn will not be hanging.
Exactly.
I think queen f1 is also a nod in that direction because it probably goes to h3, kind of supporting the whole thing.
Well, you can see the pieces kind of harmonizing and coming together in the way that you've suggested there, Peter.
Black is now trying to create something on the queen side, but obviously white is not going to react to any of this. And the queen actually spends 2 tempi getting to h5. Knight g5 is still not a threat. I don't know why this is more urgent than playing knight g1 e3, but yeah, Lev has definite ideas about this. Yeah. I really don't like putting the queen on h5 without the knight on f5 to support it. It gives black additional tempi because you do want to have the queens on. So why are we inviting queen g6? Why are we doing this so early?
The thing that flashed through my mind is that he might have been prepping g5, queen g6, queen h4, and saying your queen is utterly misplaced.
G5 is just such a... I mean, I just drop it back to e7 and say you've...
Well, you'd have to go queen e6, go back to e7, and you'd have to spend some
G5, I just don't even play queen g6 there.
You just go immediately.
I think g5, unless it wins, is a move white pretty much never makes in this structure because it softens your f5 square, which you will ideally be using for the knight, which is currently on c3. So,
by the way, bishop c5.
Yeah, bishop c5, another nod to perhaps stopping some of the play. I wonder why Vichy thinks bishop e3, bishop takes is such a great idea because it seems like opening up the f-file for white is something that white would quite like. Yeah, quite like. Bishop c5 confuses me a little bit.
Knight e6 does hang at e5.
Yeah, queen takes e5 is playable, right?
Yeah,
I was wondering, but I think it's playable.
Yeah.
Yeah, he takes, f takes c. I like this for white. I mean, Vichy himself won a very nice game against Duda, I think, in the first round yesterday.
He's done it. He has opened up the f-file. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think
knight
Levon will say knight e2.
Yeah, c5, b3. So the queen side has been and
immediately, yeah, I like that.
Immediate c5, c4. And now we want to go for some kind of knight e6, knight c5, but we can't do it yet because the pawn on e5 is hanging. So, yeah, and Levon obviously immediately addresses this by aiming the e2 knight towards the b3 square to solidify the queen side.
So you think something like
b takes c happened, and then we
it did
played
already.
something, and yeah, our board is not updating, but Lev has already played knight c1. I don't know in response to what. In response to rook a b8, yeah, rook a b8, and he immediately goes knight c1 there.
Which makes perfect sense. The knight is going to b3 and trying to take away that anchor pawn. And queen b6.
Queen b6 played. Yeah, I don't mind playing knight g2. We do have to spend now some time tidying it. I mean,
but hey, it's an extra pawn.
Actually, he's gone knight b3. He says queen e3, knight e5. I'm very happy about. So yeah, please go ahead. Take on e3. Give me the e5 pawn.
By the way, that would also hang f7. Knight takes e5 will be eyeballing f7.
Yes.
This has gone I mean, Levon has landed on his feet like a cat. He's looking really good here. After f7, f6.
No, f6 is unplayable, I think, because of g5. I'm guessing you play knight g6. Sadly, because it's a poor square. But I think he's taken on e3.
That's brave.
Knight e5, queen f4, I guess, right? That has to be the idea.
Well, we're about to find out. I mean, that's a remarkable decision.
The seat back is kind of discouraging there, yeah. The
queen f4.
We can even take on d7 and take on a5. I think white is kind of winning.
Wow, the greed is working. Take on d7.
You can also play queen f5 and win slower. Yeah, I think, yeah, the kind of
both choices.
That's
queen a5.
That's a lot of central pawns.
Yeah, and
it sure and
goes
with
queen
a5.
A6, yeah.
And a5 is hanging. At some point, you do take that guy, right?
Maybe with rook f1 walks into knight e5.
I like
then
rook
I have
f1.
d4.
Then we have d3,
Yeah,
d4,
d4, yeah.
So you have to play something like rook e7, and then eventually I will take
the
on a5.
pawn on a5.
Yeah, Lev is just crushing.
Yeah, this is cruising.
This has not gone well.
It all feels that.
Rook e7 now we can very safely.
It all feels that
e5.
after bishop takes e3, white's moves were very easy to find.
Easy.
Yeah.
Queen g5. Queen takes a5, c5 was actually locking out that queen. You can't really capture it easily, but it was out of play, which is why Levon, I think, very understandably says, yeah, let's continue the shuffle. Yeah, find a good square for the queen, please.
Not easy.
Yeah, not
knight
easy.
E5.
Knight e5.
It's a time.
Well, it will give up the pawn on a4 if you take on d6 and take on a5. We can take with the knight now.
I'm taking on d6, that's for sure, right? What?
No.
Oh,
C5
he's saying no c5.
c5 is unplayable now, yeah. Levon is doing this very
Oh,
cleverly.
that was indeed clever.
Levon is doing this very, very cleverly. Queen d7, we can go queen c5, and then a4, a5.
And then we cement the pawn on a5. That's a great idea. I love that. Queen c5.
Yeah, queen c5 played. Very nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is
really turned out to be a one-sided game. Thus
barring accidents. This is pretty much over.
And we've seen our fair share of accidents.
Yeah, I mean, this is a blitz tournament. You know, saying barring accidents is not very safe. But
okay, just be careful that we don't play a move like rook e3 and get our queen trapped.
Yeah, but we can go queen d5 again, I guess. Although queen e8 maybe is a good reply. We can. I mean, but most things which aren't a blunder here are quite
exactly.
good.
Something to be said once again for g5.
Yes.
And queen f5.
Yeah,
Would you
queen
like
f5.
to trade queens? No, says Vichy.
Clearly not. Yeah, you go queen e8, but yeah, we're kind of going through the motions here a little bit because white has everything.
Rook h3.
Yeah, I like inviting g6 very much. Yeah. g5 is very sensible positionally, but rook h3 was a very, very strong move there. I like it a lot. Yeah. Yeah, Vishy is not very interested in this. Rook a8, and now you go rook h3, I guess, and you switch to giving mate, because, you know, spending too much energy protecting the a4 pawn seems incorrect. Rook h3, g6, queen f2, or somewhere that creates a threat of queen h4.
Right, whether it be queen g4, queen f2. But
yeah, choose a square, yeah. Queen f4, whatever.
Queen somewhere.
Queen, yeah, I like that. Queen somewhere.
Yeah, queen f4 seems logical, yeah. Good square.
Somewhere.
Good square.
And this is nasty.
Queen f8, g7 still kind of protects against that, but then rook f6 comes in and things starts falling apart. Yeah, it's just not a very good position. We haven't even taken on a4 yet.
How many extra pawns?
Two.
Yeah. Normally one is all that's required, but two is a little bit overwhelming.
In the meantime, Gavrilescu has a very, very solid position against Fabi, and
Yeah, not much going on in that one.
And in the old Polish duel, there's a huge, huge mess on the board, which I cannot assess without looking at it properly, so I will not even try. I think Duda is doing fine, though.
Let me just...
As in much better.
Refresh my board, sorry. This is the Wesley...
Yeah.
That was the Wesley So.
Yeah, okay, the knight got to e4.
And that's
I was about to go to...
Let's go to the Duda game against Voytaszek, because that's the more exciting one out of the two.
All right.
Yeah, that's the one to watch. Yeah, he will just recapture on d6 now and be better in that endgame. Not much better, but definitely better because of the more active pieces. Although, actually, I think Black can reasonably safely take on b2. It's maybe not that bad at all for Radek.
What? There's a
Queen takes d6. You can play queen takes d6 right now. You can also keep like you can play something like knight e4 and claim that with the collection of pieces Black still has, on knight g4.
Knight g4,
yeah, just go for mate. Like rook f1, play knight h6 next, go for mate.
I like this. I like this a lot more than taking on d6.
Me too.
Yeah,
Me
it's a blitz move. It's a very good blitz move, right?
Right.
You are probably not actually doing all that hot because knight h6 is a manageable threat, but but yeah, it's a blitz move that you make. And
well, let's see how manageable it is because it's on the board.
Yeah.
I'm not
Queen
really sure.
somewhere.
Queen. I love
rook
queen
f7. Rook f7 is annoying, right?
We might
definitely.
You might have to take on h6.
Yeah, but then it's definitely justifiable what
Duda has done.
Yeah.
Queen Say that three times fast.
Yeah, I thought
what Duda has done.
Yeah, I thought Queen d7 was decent, but Queen d7 Rook f7 is very, very annoying.
In either case, if you put your queen on e7, I've also got forks.
I'm going to be galore.
I'm going to be.
This is a very, very nicely judged idea by Radek. Queen h4, but my issue is I think Queen takes d6 is very, very painful. I don't know.
I was thinking of knight f5. Knight f5
starting
played.
with knight f5 as well. Yeah, this is just. Yeah, I think young Krzysztof is now a hot favorite to win this.
I don't see why Queen takes d6 wasn't winning. By the way, that was.
It was
the rook on b8 as well. But
winning.
knight f5.
Knight f5 is also compelling. Queen d6 is coming against most things.
Yeah, the rook on b8 being hanging, but yeah. And time? What are the times?
It's only 15 seconds for Radek starting now. And keeps him in the game.
Does it?
Keeps him in the game, yeah.
Knight takes d6?
Queen g6.
Queen g6.
And I take on b7 and
rook b7. There's a pin. There's a pin. White is much, much better because the bishops are unbelievably strong. But
it's not as good as Queen d6 was winning, for example, on the
instantly,
spot.
Yeah. And King h once threatens the rather obvious, give me the rook.
I think it's time to go Queen d6. There it is.
Yes.
Yeah. And now we have to go rook g8 and create some counter threats. Yeah,
that's how it works.
You kind of, but it's unclear how to reply to bishop d5. And,
exactly.
This is why he's pausing because it's so difficult to.
Queen d3. No time.
Yeah, Queen d3 is very strong there, right? Which is
what a move! What a move! Queen d3.
Yeah, and now knight c4. This is quite clever. Yeah, this is quite clever.
Knight e4,
bishop d5. Oh, queen is hanging. Pardon me.
Queen is hanging. Yeah.
And this endgame is once again. This continues being very, very annoying for Black. But the pawns are disappearing, and also 5 seconds against 7, 3, 2, rook e8, please. Yes, thank you. Rook g4.
Knight b4?
Knight e5, I think, yeah. We've kind of
check and bishop d5?
No, I didn't like that.
Bishop b6, right?
And just bishop takes b6.
Bishop takes b6. Oh, it's falling apart for Radek.
Oh, that was terrible sequence for Black.
Oh, check, right? Check.
Rook h7 is
Rook h7 finishes,
stronger.
Sorry.
Threatening bishop c5. Ooh,
bishop c5,
that's a handshake.
Whoa, that's a big one. That is a huge one for the standings.
Oh my goodness.
And Favi is
losing?
currently
Losing to Gavrilescu.
He's losing to Gavrilescu. We got to switch to that one. We got three.
And I think Korobov has beaten Rapport, but that's less relevant to our situation. And Wesley is potentially losing to Shevchenko. So yeah, the youngsters are, making an impact here. King d6, rook d5, rook d8. I guess bishop b7 is also not bad. I wouldn't have been creating passers for.
Anton as well.
E3? What are you doing?
How are you stopping this pawn?
Who's losing?
What's going on?
Hello?
What? Hello? This is not the time to stop and think, by the way.
Yeah,
David,
I really dislike this entire operation of Bishop D7.
David?
Yeah, creating passers for Fabi. He's still okay, but
are you sure? I think the pawns just go marching in.
F4,
King
F4,
E6,
A7,
King
though.
E6.
King F6, I like. Oh.
Why did you like King F6?
What has he done? What?
Wait,
Wait,
he's faster.
He's
faster.
F is queening, yes.
F is
rook check,
queening.
rook check, rook check.
And he gets another tempo with rook E8 if he felt like it. Yeah, that's too many tempi.
Let's go.
Wait,
This
what?
is also a check now.
F1 equals queen check.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah,
I think Fabi's got this.
He was completely winning at one point.
Wow, what a
Fabi
turnaround.
was so busted. We got Wesley
And
So
Wesley
still
is,
in the...
Wesley is showing his fortressing skills. Yeah, it might be a draw.
It is fortressing skills.
Might be a draw, but it's not an easy draw in Blitz in particular. We will have a sole lead. Young Krzysztof Duda is on 21.5, and Fabi and Levon are on 21, with Vichy on 20.5. So there's been a shake-up.
That's a huge shake-up.
There's been a huge shake-up with this victory for Levon over Vichy. Vichy is having a bit of a nightmare today. Lost the first two, then drew one in the previous round to slightly restabilize, but another loss for him.
They might just lose the H5.
Yes, he did. Speaking of a nightmare, it's not entirely out of
the
question that White could lose this.
No.
Yeah, I think it is.
No.
First of all, the clock is always a factor, right?
Yes, but not
that much of a factor.
But I'm thinking that you know what I mean.
I know what you mean.
The king was stuck on the other side of the board. That is to say, you put the rook on e5.
But Wesley knows enough never to push those. Like you actually might lose this with black if you start pushing them from G7 and F6. And I think against somebody like Kirill who is fast and good, you never run those risks. You just keep the rook on G5.
Draw agreed there. Wow.
Whoa.
Not allowed.
So those were some big results, Alejandro. Highlight them, but we do have a sole leader, Peter.
Yes, Young Krzysztof winning that very sharp game against Radek, where he seemed like he was always kind of in control, even though Radek, I think, at one point came close to equalizing. And obviously a huge victory for Levon Aronian with the white pieces against Vichy.
Yes.
Meaning that our two people who are kind of crushing the Blitz are tied for second, with Young Krzysztof, who is having a solid Blitz tournament, but not as stellar as Levon and Fabi is. Yeah.
And you want to play Blitz, huh? We'll take a look at this finish because Black's pawns are just a little bit faster, Peter.
Yeah, no, but trading those bishops and giving Black the 5e4 counterplay was never going to be a good idea. That was just not good.
Right.
He could have just very easily won without ever allowing that type of counterplay. He did not need to do that.
And everybody's pushing their pawns, but Black gets there first with check.
Yeah.
And David recognizing the inevitable. Thank you very much. That was a big turnaround.
That was a and as Peter said, right? Trading those bishops and giving Black e5, e4. Look at this bishop.
Right.
Monster bishop, preventing e4, controlling the queening square. I mean, it's just a great bishop, right?
Just play b4.
c4, b4.
No, but also with d5, rook d8.
I think this is the easiest.
Yeah,
this is the easiest by far.
Game, yeah.
You give a check. If you go to e7, I take on e5. If you go here, I take your bishop. It's trapped. You don't have to exchange the bishops. It's a trapped bishop. That would have been it. That would have changed the standings completely at the top.
Right.
Fabi would have gone losing
down
instead of winning this incredible game.
2-point turnaround.
Huge, just absolutely huge here for the standings. That Gavrilescu was unable to convert this against Fabiano Caruana. A little bit of luck here for Fabi, but Levon taking advantage of his chances. Duda taking advantage of his chances. That was a crazy game. Wow, almost had another round of 5 decisive games, but Shevchenko wasn't able to beat Wesley. What a crazy round we had, guys. And look at the standings now.
This is the standings, Peter.
Duda, Young Krzysztof Duda, 21.5. He didn't win the Rapid. He's not leading the Blitz, but he does have the highest score combined. And Fabi and Levon, they've been surging in the Blitz, just absolutely surging in the Blitz. Fabi,
hang on a second. Is this enough? He was playing against Lupulescu, so this may not have been enough. But
so Gavrilescu, sorry.
Gavrilescu, he's not.
Fabi's got 102
Fabi
points.
is 2 points away from being the #1 blitz player in the world.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's not very good in blitz.
No, he's just 2. But let's go to Warsaw with our friends Cristian and Anastasia to see the rest of the action that we had in this round.
What a round that was, and guess what's coming next round? It's going to be Duda versus Aronian for the top position. Let's see how that will play out. But before that, I just wanted to show you the game between Korobov and Rapport, who is just simply struggling in the blitz section of this event. And let's see what happened. We started off with a Benoni. We actually seen this before.
Yes,
you remember that was?
There was Korobov played against Shevchenko, I think, right?
Precisely. And I think with the reverse colors, if I'm not mistaken.
No, he played with white.
So it seems like maybe Richie prepared based on that game of Shevchenko. Yes. Very, very interesting. Rook to e8, h3, and this g5 idea. Again. Now, if you give me enough time, I will go knight to f8, knight to g6. That's the plan. That's why white has to go immediately knight to c4, attack both the g5 and the d6 pawn, and then, oh my goodness.
Actually, I think Richie is preparing a little bit between the rounds. I saw him talking on phone, you know, so maybe somebody's telling him what happened in the previous games, so that's my guess.
He must be preparing with his second, most likely, which is quite unusual for a blitz event, especially rook to d4, queen to c2, knight to e5, knight to b6 was the move that we've seen in the previous game. Knight, queen takes c5, b6, queen takes d4, a queen sacrifice. Wow. Nevertheless, right now, it does seem like white has the edge because of the d-pawn, very, very powerful weapon that d-pawn is. And that pawn is actually going to go all the way to d6 very, very soon. So let's see how it got there. Rook to e2, bishop to f4, knight to e4, queen to g6, a mistake, because at this point, bishop to h5 was a huge one.
Wow.
The only move is queen to f5, then I'm going to follow you, then you're going to have to go back, and right now I just improved the position of my pieces. That would have given white the advantage. He did not find this idea. He played the move bishop to c3, and this was the critical moment. Queen to f6, you are not allowed to release the tension like this. What he was supposed to do was queen to c2 to try to make another square for the king to come to g6 and potentially escape any sort of discovery check. Queen to f6 was played. That was a big problem, and this endgame is just simply lost, and Korobov went on to win a very smooth endgame after that. What game did you have your eyes on, Anastasia?
I was checking the game between two Polish players. Young Krzysztof Duda won that game. You saw the ending, I think. And at the beginning, it was just a good old close Sicilian, and with plans, very well-known ones like rook b8, intending to play b5. And of course, white is trying to play on the king side and play d4. It was important that after a couple of moves, black, after g4, actually, black had this option to meet all this play with f5, trying, you know, still to keep this tension in the center. So young Krzysztof wait a little bit, you know, moving his pieces towards the center. And here already Radek decided to, you know, change a couple of pawns to have some space for his pieces. I think it was just a good idea. He actually played very well until a certain point. I think somewhere here, after, let's say, this move like knight d4, when finally knight jumped to the center, maybe he could try to play with something like bishop b7, exchanging those this strong bishop, finally developing his bishop. But still, I think white has such a good initiative, and it's more difficult to play this position with black, right?
Give the knight some options to potentially jump to f3.
Yes, so let's say if bishop takes b7, rook b7, white has to find a move like knight e4 probably, and I mean, looks interesting, of course, with chances for both sides. So somewhere here there was a critical mistake, I think, for black. I mean, okay, it's already good for white, the position, but somewhere here black played queen h4. I don't know what would be the better option, but
it does seem like queen to e8 was the move, but it's such a difficult move to find with like only a few seconds on the clock. And the idea being that if you take on d6, then I can take on g2, and then I have this queen coming to g6
but
with a check.
You know, hanging. So yeah, okay, very, very sharp position. Yes,
difficult move to find.
Yes. So later on, I think the commentators were following yes, we're following that game, and yes, somewhere here, of course, I mean, it was like a crazy game because actually Duda had good chances all the way, and at the end he managed to win this game second time. And somewhere here you see finally Wojtaszek found some balance, but still, I mean, it was really tense, not so much time on the clock, and the last blunder, let's say 95, and then after like rook h4, and I mean all the pieces came to the game, like bishop d5, the king is in trouble, and the bishop b6 threatening, let's say, the bishop c5. So yeah, finally Duda won the game, and he is in the lead.
He is in the lead. Another change at the top of the standings. We're going to go to a commercial, and we'll be back shortly with the 25th round.
Welcome everybody to a sprint to the finish, Peter. Look at these standings after
4 more
14.
rounds to go. 4 more rounds to go, and
wow.
Young Krzysztof Duda is now in pole position, having beaten Wojtaszek in a very, very sharp game.
It's a frail half point as we look at the pairings for round 15, Peter.
Yeah, these are pairings. The game we're definitely watching is the game there at the bottom, with Young Krzysztof leading the tournament and playing somebody who is tied for second.
Yes.
Aronian, who just won a very, very important heads-up against Vichy Anand.
A convincing
very,
victory.
very nice game by Lev. Fabi, who is also tied for second, is playing white against Shevchenko.
And for Wesley So, the game against Anand, huge game for both players as they jockey for position.
Potentially, make or break game for Wesley. Vichy definitely also would like to start winning games because he no longer really is in any position to continue treading water. But Wesley, if he doesn't win this one, it feels like he's probably not fighting for the pedestal finish. He will still finish well.
Yes.
But
this is
probably
our
not winning this
marquee matchup, and what do you expect out of this game, Peter?
They both are playing extremely well. In particular today, I think Young Krzysztof is finally coming into his own. Yesterday had a bit of a quiet day, I think, but today
with that horrible start.
Yeah, with a very poor start. But yeah, he's playing well. He's winning games, calculating cleanly, not making mistakes on seconds, as is Lev. So yeah, very, very interesting to see what transpires. And yeah, first move being made by someone just off camera, so we don't know exactly who that is. But
right. And we were talking about the Houdini here, Alejandro. Lev, he's at times he's won some very, very good games. But other times, he just seems to get so lucky.
I mean, it's part of his magic. It has been since he landed in Europe.
Right.
His tournament in Bucharest really depended on luck, but I don't think he's done as much here. Blitz, by definition, requires luck.
Yes.
I mean, there's so much that goes on in such a fast time control. If you don't get lucky in this Blitz tournaments, you're just not scoring every point.
Now, Knight C6 is played by Magnus Carlsen in the World Championship match.
Yeah, we have this kind of a weird Reti type position in which White, I think, generally kind of regrets having played B2, B3 this early. But yeah, I at some point I tried figuring out all of these move orders. It's quite difficult to pin down exactly who should be aiming for what. E65 is obviously a plan, and from Black's perspective, the fact that we've already spent a tempo on E7, E6 is not that great. But we can play A5, Bishop C5 for now, which is what Lev is doing. E3 can be reasonably comfortably met by Bishop C5 in many of these positions. Then Black will castle short, and eventually E6, E5, of course, returns as a major topic.
Is that easy for you to accomplish? So E3, Bishop C5, let's just put that on the board. And if I take, is it so easy for you to get in that freeing break E5?
I mean, the control over the D4 square, I think, gives me a reasonable position here. Yeah.
So I'm just trying to stop.
I think it's actually playable in all of these positions. Even here, I think E6.
You just go E5.
I think it's
say, okay,
it's
a pawn, but I'll do it.
Because there will be the moment the bishop on C8 starts threatening to jump to G4.
I do believe we have E3,
yeah, he has
E5.
played E3. Yeah, E5 is also a very topical response here because E takes D4. You at least need to calculate E5, E4. It doesn't always work, but it definitely is something that you need to address. Yeah, Rook E1, Bishop E7, and we continue, right?
Right.
Bishop G4 here. Like these are positions which, if they backfire for White, they
backfire horribly.
They backfire horribly. Yeah,
yeah.
It's something that something you can't really do lightly. You need to be very, very sure of your calculations if you go for this.
So for those of you who want to take it a little bit easy, sometimes D2, D3 is a baby step that you might want.
But if you spend a tempo on D3, I think Black is instantly completely fine. You just go Bishop C5, castle short. I mean, you start thinking maybe I'm already fighting for an advantage there with Black, right? So yeah, interesting to see what Young Krzysztof will do here, but he's also burning time.
Yeah.
He is down to 3, 13, 12, 10. 2 minutes gone on the clock.
Is he a little frustration movement? He said like, why am I not moving quickly?
Right? It's such a crucial game To burn 2 minutes on 10 moves?
He's down more than a minute and a half by move 7 with white. And he has done... Yeah, I think he really disliked the d4, e4. He couldn't figure out a way to do it comfortably. So he spends a tempo on this.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly.
Just go
bishop c5.
Sorry, bishop c5. Just play bishop c5 here.
And you start saying, excuse me, why am I not better with black?
It just looks fabulous for black. Yeah, we castle, e takes d4. We always meet with knight takes d4. Even though bishop takes d4 is also playable, but I would like
with this rook in the corner.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to.
It's just not very pleasant for white at all.
Nope. No.
Lev is, clearly
a3?
clearly come out of the opening more comfortably. Yeah, I think this is a good bailout actually.
I agree. I agree.
At least taking some material off the board.
Black might want to keep the bishops, but unfortunately, keeping the bishops allows.
It's not that easy to do it comfortably. So we can play queen e7. I quite like. It's a pawn sacrifice, but I think I can justify it. Queen e7, bishop c5. Queen c5, e takes d4, we take with the knight. Knight takes e5 is playable, but we castle. And I think we get a lot of play there with rook e8 and bishop g4 coming up.
I'm not going to dispute that, I'm not.
Bishop g4.
But I do say,
Knight bg2 though, yeah.
I kind of feeling like the worst is behind me a little bit. Queen d6, similar idea.
Yeah, it's basically the same move, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically the same move. I don't think white can afford to play something like queen c1 here, so we are taking on c5.
Exactly.
As a matter of fact, this allows white maybe an additional possibility of going e takes d4. Yeah, Vichy drew against Wesley already.
For Vichy, that's, I think he was black, and I want to say that that's a kind of a relief at this level.
I think he wanted to stop the bleeding and just get himself a breather. And also beating Wesley with black is not something that you're guaranteed to do anyway. So
not an impossibility, but no, it's a hard task.
Yeah.
Knight takes e5. You were about to say there's another possibility for white.
No, that was earlier. We've already gone past what I wanted to point out.
I thought you were going to go something like knight takes d4, queen takes d4, knight a3. As a second option for white, but okay.
Yeah, that could be done, and it probably equalizes, right? Black plays c7, c6, you play knight c2, you play d3,
and then d4, and
d4.
I quickly make a draw, and I apologize for my poor opening play as white.
Yeah.
And what do we have?
It's a conservative option, but he does take on. He went knight bg2 and then took on d4. Which is, I think, a version of the same. He'll just do it from the f3 square and not the c2 square, right? He'll just go knight f3 here.
Now, explain to the audience, and he played queen takes d4 right away, but why e5 takes d4 would have been such an awkward move there?
It's a playable move, but I think it depends on tempi. I think the point that the bishop on g2 is quite strong, and you will have to spend the tempo playing c7, c6. In the meantime, white will start fighting for the open e file.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this is what's happening. Queen d6, rook e1. No, rook e1 hasn't been played yet.
Rook e1, bishop g4.
Bishop g4 exists, yeah, which is probably why it hasn't been played yet. I wonder if Levon is intending to meet d4 with e4, which is the only way to continue playing for a while.
Well, he has played d4, and the question has been put to him. Yeah. What are you going to do? If you play e4, knight e5 and knight g5 both need to be calculated, right? Knight e5, I'm assuming your follow-up was c5.
I would like to, yeah, if it works. And it does seem like it's working, right? Because the white doesn't really, knight on e5 doesn't really have any kind of sensible jumping squares.
Right. The one supporter is not is fragile, and he took.
Lev goes for a more conservative option: e4, queen g4. Yeah, these types of endgames are just very, very level. You take, you play c6. It's very important to limit the bishop on g2, and also stopping knight b5 in some positions is very relevant.
Dual-purpose move, but an extremely strong one.
Rook fe1, and now we go rook g8, king f8, bishop d7. We come out of the corner, and black is just not worse at all.
Exactly.
This is a very, very well-known structure in which, as long as you don't blunder knight takes c6 somewhere, you're going to be completely fine.
And by the way, the players are moving very quickly, and in Duda's case, that's a necessity.
Yeah, he left himself a minute, but the position simplified quite significantly, so it's less of a crucial problem. It may have been earlier.
Okay.
White is also, of course, completely safe, but it's just very, very difficult to generate any kind of pressure, honestly, for anybody.
Very, very quickly, the move bishop f1. with the pawn on f3. Duda didn't want to see his pieces get passively...
Are we playing c6, c5 here as black or no? I think not, because knight b5, yeah, he has done it, but after knight b5, I'm probably not taking. I think I'm playing bishop c6 anyway. Because giving the white bishop this wonderful square on c4. Oh, he hasn't even played knight b5. Decided none of this really
I understood
interests
what you
him.
were saying. Let me play knight b5. Go ahead and take it. And the bishop on f1 would immediately
gets a very,
emerge.
very nice c4 square.
Yeah, a5 by...
a4, knight c3. He will, I guess, snap on b3 and go bishop c6. And Richard, in the meantime, has already won his game, but he has fallen a bit too far behind. I don't think this has particular bearing, unfortunately, for Richard, who's had a very, very nice rapid portion and then really tailed off in the blitz. He's actually in the way below 50% in the blitz portion. Yeah, this is comfortable for black, but white should not be losing.
C5 and a5 is an indication to me that Levon, he thought, okay, I can push a little. I don't have to play
rook a1. I don't know where that is going. Why are we allowing? Why are we allowing rook d2
check?
Yeah, I'm not sure why we're allowing rook d2 b2.
Hello, rook a1.
That's a bit of a shocker to me. I would have played rook d1 there as a matter of course.
As a principle, I mean,
why is there a rook on b2 now?
An uninvited guest.
I guess you have rook c2 is even.
He's wondering if he's doing it which way, right? Rook b2, rook b1, rook c2, or rook c2 first?
Yeah.
He stopped.
Yeah, he stopped and put it back, yeah, so the...
It is still an open question. But rook c2 would, I assume...
Invite some knight d1, e3, but knight d1, e3 isn't that great.
And finally,
I think it's
rook
fine.
b2.
He finally goes rook b2, yeah. Inviting either rook b1 or rook a3. I don't know which one you like best
but rook
or
b1,
least.
rook c2. Now my rook will actually find, I want to say, safety, if that's the right term.
If need be, yeah.
Yeah, on a2.
Knight d1, rook b2 might be an idea as well for white. White really, I suspect white hasn't done nearly enough to actually be seriously worse.
Give him time, give him time.
Yeah, but obviously, yeah, the knight is young, yeah.
Okay, yeah, the knight is... So the knight is going
young.
to go maybe to f5. I would like, maybe purposefully, to bring my king into the center.
But knight f5 check is kind of annoying there.
Right,
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah.
I might start with a move like g6 here.
That's what he did, yeah. Rook b2. And now the question whether you want to...
I never trade rooks. I never trade rooks.
The rook on c1 is a bit too active to
trade it off for the rook on b2, yeah.
Yeah, but now b3, b4, which I understand, but it gives us a very nice c5 square for the knight on f6, right?
I was about to say for the king on.
Or the king.
Yeah.
Nice. I like what's happening for black, and I think Duda has been comprehensively outplayed since the opening, or maybe from the opening.
Yeah.
The opening just didn't work. What's your expectation for the outcome of this game, Alejandro?
I think it should still be a draw, but yeah, he's on 12 seconds though. 12 seconds might become. It's just very difficult to create threats, but black clearly is the more active side here.
I'm gonna go with Levon winning this game.
Rolling up the
sleeves
as well. Yeah,
a bad sign.
And he wins.
He
wins.
Overtakes. He's in clear first, you bet.
I don't know about clear first. Remember that there's a certain Fabiano Caruana still.
Who is much better against Shevchenko, but the question in that game is how do you make progress? I assume you do eventually make progress though. Yeah, the knight gets to a5 and you
somehow win. Yeah.
For those of our viewers who are actually watching the boards on the side, the pawn on b7 eventually does fall. Yeah, I think Fabi wins quite comfortably there. Although he did allow e6, e5, which probably wasn't.
I'm thinking that the knight on c5, as good looking as it is, needs to get out of the way so that the king
it got traded away with knight c2 just now. Yeah, this is.
Well, okay. Now we're in this bishop's ending where.
Yeah, king should come to c5. King c6 might be met by c5 check though, and both of them are on very, very low time. Yeah, Youngsterstov decides no, not interested in playing c5 check.
The king c5.
Yeah, we're passive. g4 kind of allows rook h1 in some positions, but king g3 is a reasonably comfortable response. So yeah, that's a clever idea by.
I think you take on h5 first, and then you go king g3.
That as well, yeah. If you want not to, yeah, I think.
This secures.
I think this is wise. Yeah, I think
secures the advantage.
Making no, the 2 against 2, you're not really better. I mean, let's stop pretending.
Yeah, no, I like the pretense.
Yeah, there's a little pretense here, right?
I like the pretense.
Really. The moment this rook becomes somewhat active, you're
I live for these pretense.
No, this is going to be a draw.
Their entire life is about this position.
Exactly.
You can even play rook d3 here and make a draw, but nobody does that because you might have to defend some bishop ending. Yeah.
Fabi's now worse.
Whoa.
Whoa! There was a huge turnaround in Fabi's game. Yeah, he's potentially now. Yeah, he's maybe lost.
Yeah.
Wow.
He was winning comfortably, just very comfortably.
And
while this has been drawn. This has been drawn.
You guys were right.
And Fabi, you saw that shakeup head. He knows he's totally let go of this game, and Shevchenko, bishop e1, even stronger than promoting, because knight takes e1, knight f3 coming, and that's going to pick up a queen.
Now. This is a full queen.
Just
go e1 queen, yeah.
He's wondering why not?
Why not?
Why though? Rook e8 played. And Fabi resigns. What a huge turnaround for the standings. Shevchenko takes down Fabi from a totally lost position.
Guys, I mean, Fabi's had a run of his life.
Yeah, that is a
what
very,
a time to hiccup.
Oh man, and he needed to just convert this one to be the #1 blitz player in the world. And he did it.
Was that close.
It was that close. He had to convert this position, which is completely winning. Queen f5, queen takes, pawn takes. Let's analyze what's going on in here. Black, no space,
and don't touch anything, right?
Huh?
Just don't touch anything.
Just don't touch anything. Black has no threats. You can go rook a7, pick up this pawn, and then just promote it.
Stop.
Oh dear. How do you touch anything?
You could take this and take, but why? But this one you should not take this way.
No.
Because bishop takes c5.
Oh dear.
And the game is now double-edged.
Rook a7 just wins.
You just won. Bishop f2, I mean, come on.
Peter, come on.
G6 here. And things turned around really badly for Fabi. Gave up the b6 pawn for no real reason. And he started just blundering. After the knight got to e6, this knight is now secure. d4 is coming. f4 is weak. The bishop on f2 is bad. The position in the clock was 13 seconds against 7. But it was just easier to play for black. And as the game progressed, Shevchenko kept making active moves. You can see a couple of ideas here for Fabi, but d4 played. Now you have to worry about e3. This was a good move, but after knight takes f4, things are happening, and they're not going well for white because these two pawns, out of nowhere, are connected and passed, and things just started happening. e3, e2 coming. Fabi panicked in this position, but he's already lost and loses a huge result here against Shevchenko. Let's see how that puts us in the standings. Jan Krzysztof Duda, still
half-point lead.
Still nursing that half-point lead. He could have gotten caught by Fabi, but did not happen. Levon Aronian, half a point less. Vichy, well, tied for third now.
Tied with Fabi for third.
Tied for third. He's a point away still.
And what about Duda's road ahead?
It's actually relatively not bad.
The road ahead.
This is this is quite something. Yeah, this actually makes a huge big difference.
And let's remember, how did he do against these three players yesterday?
He won
3 out of 3.
3 out of 3.
Yeah.
And he's got white in his last 2 games. Duda's, wow, he's looking like he's got this. But let's jump to Warsaw and get their views. Cristian and Anastasia.
Well, I do have to say, Duda is indeed looking pretty good. A player that has not been looking very good today is Vichy Anand, but in this one, he actually played a very professional game against Wesley So, and let's see exactly what happened. We saw a Catalan early on from Wesley. Wesley is a big Catalan expert, but so is Anand as well. So we got into this very well-known endgame, and at this point, we saw this move, a5, quite a nice move by black, a new move, and this basically just allowed Anand to equalize handily. quite comfortably because Wesley did not try at all. Knight to d4, rook to c8, knight to b5, a4. I'm going to try to go a3 and rook to a4 and attack your pawn on c4. So you have to be careful not to become worse in this position. Rook to d7, activate the rook, b6, rook to b7, and now we're just going to shuffle the rooks. Rook to b8, rook to a7, I'm attacking the a4 pawn, I'm defending the a4 pawn, rook to a8, rook to b7. That was a very professional draw by Vishy Anand, 1 point behind the leader Duda right now. But what game were you having your eyes on, Anastasia?
I was checking the game Korobov Anton played with black pieces against Rastislav Voytaszek. It was such a crazy game. I mean, that's unbelievable. I want to show a few key moments because it was really a long one. Let's say somewhere here, I like very much the move of Voytaszek, king h1, you know, moving his knight after before to g1 and f3, trying to protect the pawn. But actually the whole idea was not working at the end. If Korobov would find this nice move instead of g6, something like bishop b6, knight f3, if knight f3, then f6, you know, pushing this knight back, and if knight g4, then black has this nice knight d4 move, and rook on e1 is hanging. Or you win the pawn on d4,
so
yes?
You cannot take because
rook
of
e1,
take, and then bishop takes
bishop d4, yes, winning the pawn for black. So this position would be really nice. So probably white should have played knight e2 instead of knight f3, and it would be not so great for white. So what happened after was completely crazy, but this is why we love blitz game. Rook e4, you know, giving up the exchange, inviting this bishop to take it. Of course, Voytaszek, he took the challenge, he took the exchange, and now, I mean, all this mess started. Of course, computer says that black was losing all the time, but look what happened after. After a few exchanges, black pieces actually activated quite well. I mean, look, knight is coming, and then after knight penetrated here to d4, maybe rook f6 was not the best move, but again, I mean, I don't want to judge both players who didn't have much time at this moment. Now it's already, you know, not so clear, you know, what's going on with those two bishops, yes, and so I just want to come to some other critical point, like, okay, knight e3, knight takes, and now this, Korobov spent like 15 seconds of his 20. He didn't take on a5. He played this great move like bishop b6, very, you know, serious move. And after
so if you
rook
do
e5,
take on a5,
yes,
what is the problem
actually,
with that?
it was also winning, but bishop b6 was actually even maybe stronger because you just go with your rook on the c file. Yes, it was also good. I mean, then you can play something like bishop b2, probably rook d2.
But you have to worry about some blockades.
Yes, and you know, knights against bishop always tricky. And so he played this move, bishop b6, and after that, actually, it's like completely winning, even though Voytaszek was trying to find maybe some kind of perpetual check after rook e5, king f7. He played like something like rook h8, trying to find something here, but it was not possible. So what a victory for Anton Korobov. I'm really happy to see him back to the tournament. He's playing really interesting chess. Sometimes it works, sometimes not.
And he actually has a critical game against Duda in the next round. Big victory for his confidence levels. It's going to be a huge matchup in the next round. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Anastasia and Cristian, thank you so much for your insights. Let's take a look at the standings, Peter, if you will, as we get ready for our round 16.
And this is the story. Jan Krzysztof Duda has a half a point lead. It's a slender lead, but he is playing people who are in 8th, 9th, and 10th position in the standings. And today, Anton is having a much better day today than he did basically on any of the previous days in the tournament. He's winning games. He's playing with much more flow and confidence. But still, basically, it's all in Duda's own hands. If he does well against people who really are struggling in the tournament, he probably wins the event outright.
Let's jump to the pairings.
And there we have it. Anton Korobov with the white pieces against our leader. Lev is playing against Wesley, and Vishy is playing against Fabi. So it's very difficult to choose. Yeah, very difficult to choose. What do you think? Do we watch Vishy or do we watch
Vishy and Fabi, and then we switch to a Duda's game in case something stops.
Well, I mean, the game between Lev and Wesley is also quite relevant. We have 3 games there which are very important. So
we haven't allowed Alejandro to give his...
Vishy and Fabi.
Yeah, let's start with Vishy. Yeah.
All right, fair. We're going to catch our breath. We'll see you on the other side of this break.
Stay tuned. Welcome back to the last 3 rounds of the Blitz and the last 3 rounds altogether of the Warsaw Superbet Rapid and Blitz, with youngsters of Duda leading.
But what a sprint to the finish we're going to witness.
Absolutely. With four players still very much in the race, you get the feeling Wesley, with 3 rounds to go, is too far away from the leaders to challenge for much. But yeah, the 3 players up top there are very much still in the running, with the youngsters of Duda, importantly, playing numbers 8, 9, and 10 in the last 3 rounds, including 2 games with white.
And those 8, 9, and 10, they've been clipping some half points and our pairings.
But we have the road ahead. First for Duda, take a look at who he's facing. He does have a challenge ahead of him in the next round, as Anton Korobov has had a very good day. All decisive games for the Ukrainian player, but he's gone 4 victories and 2 defeats. He has the white pieces against Duda, big challenge there. But Duda's going to be finishing off the tournament with the white pieces against the youngsters who have not had a spectacular section of Blitz. Gavrilescu's done all right.
Right.
But it's not been spectacular, and I think he's going to see those 2 final games as opportunities to clinch the tournament.
Are we switching our marquee matchup from Anand and Fabi, or okay?
Yeah, but for the game of the round, yeah, I think this is the one you would prefer. And again, Fabi now, having lost that completely winning position, he has to play the Sicilian, and Vishy gives a check on d5.
It's too bad he went Bishop b5. I was curious on what Sicilian it was going to be.
Bishop d7. Yeah.
No.
Feels like, yeah, this might be a quiet one, even though in the what I would call the old main line, yeah, this one, the c3, let's say knight f6, rook e1, e6, d4, d5, those occasionally get very sharp. Those aren't always on the quieter side, but
to me, Bishop d7 on move 3 is one of those mysteries of chess. Like, why did people decide one day Knight d7 is the only thing that's playable in this position? Let's stop playing Bishop d7 entirely.
I think it's not entirely what happened there. I think what happened is actually people decided Knight d7 is the only move that gives you definitive winning chances because the position stays more complicated. Yeah, and Fabi goes for a different approach there with e6 and d5 with the knight still back on g8, inviting e4, e5 and a kind of a French where you don't spend a tempo replying to e5 because your knight gets attacked by it. But yeah, Vishy goes for a very kind of a safe but uninspiring endgame where white really shouldn't be any better at all. I think this is very, very comfortable for black.
Knight d2.
And honestly, I think
inviting castling, pinning the knight on d2.
Vishy really does look like somebody who
wants a draw and wants out.
saddened by how the day has gone, and is definitely going for
b4 shows
low-ish energy.
Shows some grit.
Yeah, but yeah, we'll give it a moment, but we might be switching to something else because there are
Korobov Duda. Let's go to Korobov Duda, since it does seem like the most exciting round of what we have left. And
that's
Korobov, it's a weird English, but Korobov going for the victory there. Knight b5. What's going on in this position? It feels that black is a couple of tempi away from finishing his development, but does he have these tempi?
Well, I remember
this might still all be theory. I think I've looked at this line definitely. I may have even looked at this position. It's an interesting structure because often you get to take on c5, but obviously white will take on c7 and then recapture on c5. Black gets a very nice center, but white has the 2 bishops. The knight on c5 often gets supported by b2, b4. These are quite sharp positions.
Yeah, well, of course. If
you can also go bishop e5. The important question here is, do we want to play bishop e5? I think this is what he's done. Trying to preserve the bishop for now. Asked white the question. I mean, you can play f4, but it's such an ugly move, you don't really want to even consider it.
Well, you've played your knight to b5. You've invested some time to try to get the bishop. The bishop just elusively.
He does play f4.
I'm assuming, by the way, the bishop c6 just didn't work, and we just don't look at it twice.
Yeah, I think it's too ugly.
Right?
Even though
that's so dumb, right? How do you defend c6 at the end?
Exactly.
Just bishop d7, I guess, and then the knight on a7 is kind of stuck. But f4 bishop c7. Now I guess we can take. He goes king h1.
King h1.
Which is a very kind of a mysterious-looking move. And this obviously improves black's situation immensely, the fact that there is a pawn on f4.
h1.
Yeah, it also what Yasser is pointing out. Yeah, eventually maybe the bishop ends up on g1, and just sidestepping the now open a7 g1 diagonal is useful. But it's a very important tempo. I'm not quite sure I like this. Bishop a6 is okay. Bit c5 is also completely fine, which is, I think, what he did.
He did?
Now the sequence of knight c7, knight c5 will finally show up on the board. And
let's just pause for a moment and go over to Alejandro.
Big development in an important game. Levon Aronian, Wesley So. We had this position, which was uncomfortable for black already. Bishop on a2, very powerful. Powerful pieces on the e-file. Black not totally developed, but the move bishop f6 allows Levon to finish the game. Found the move bishop f4. The queen doesn't have good squares on this diagonal, has to surrender the d6 square to the bishop. And when the bishop lands there, it hits the rook, and it's not a trivial attack because rook d8 gets mated after queen e8 check. Not only are you taking on f7, there's back rank problems. So he had to give up the exchange, but this is dead loss for Wesley. Look also at the problems on the 8th rank. It's not just the fact that he's down the exchange. Rook e7, I think, just forces resignation. Bishop e8 is bishop e6 the only move. Queen a8 and rook e8 will pick up this knight at the very least. I'm sure there are other wins as well. Levon winning a crucial game quickly here against Wesley So. I expect rook e7 resigns. Maybe he'll play around for a couple of moves, but this is all over.
Wow, and what a victory that would be for Levon if it came to pass.
And I think rook e8...
They're playing quickly.
You just
rook e8, I got queen c5.
There is still queen c5, but white is completely winning. It's sort of irrelevant. Rook e7 wasn't the cleanest. I think if the rook from a1 went to any kind of a safe square, like rook a d1, I think, would perhaps legitimately force a resignation out of Wesley. But this is still, of course, completely winning for Lev.
Returning to our marquee game, Anton versus Duda. I got a feeling that this just worked out really well for Duda.
The pawn on f4 is just really ugly, as is often the case in this
I would love
position.
to play f2, f4, f2, or maybe even f4, f3, but I don't like the pawn on f4. This pawn has become weak. Suddenly there are two.
And the endgame we were saying
side.
is completely boring in the Anand Caruana game. Is Vishy is a healthy-ish pawn up. There's things are happening in this round. We've not really.
We're not getting it right.
No, we're not really getting the punditry particularly right in this round. But
okay, I'm not sure I'm a big fan of the last move of Duda, which was he retreated his bishop.
He really is forcing white to play b2 before, which I think is a good move.
Right, so that you can play rook a2 and get your rook into the game.
We'll find out, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, sure.
C4 is a nice square, but it does. I think it gives white some things to do. Rook a2, e2, or rook a2, c2, and then.
I like rook a2 a lot. And Levon won his game as we expected. There was no way was going to survive that position.
And that was over before it began.
Yeah. Wesley falling apart today.
Oh my goodness. Rook a2.
So Levon goes to 22.5. Currently leading the tournament. Obviously, young Krzysztof is playing the game that we're watching on our screens. He's doing fine. Yeah, he's doing fine. But well, it's not as clear. And Anton, someone actually remarked on how slowly and elegantly he makes his moves. But it's fine we have 220 on the clock. If he continues doing it on 3 seconds,
he's going to lose on time.
Yeah, he has lost games on time in this tournament already.
Exactly. Yeah. Just pointing out one. I think white is really in a kind of a defensive posture at the moment. There is one potential for him to get some play, and it's involved g4, g5. Mm-hmm. This might be an invitation.
Yeah, d5, e5, knight e4, we probably actually kind of welcome with white because it closes, it solves some of our issues for us. The biggest issue white has currently is the pawn on e4 is weak.
Here we go.
He does go g4, yeah.
Here we go.
I think in reply to
his only
g4,
chance.
In reply to g4, I think we do go d5, e5, knight e4, though. I think that kind of invites it.
There is one tricky
d5, knight c5, yeah. d5, knight c5 might be clever.
The knight on d3, unfortunately, really doesn't have a life, but knight c5 is a Wonderful outpost.
Yeah, and yeah, we won G5, followed probably by F5, Knight F4. Like that would be the ideal setup that we are striving to achieve here.
Knight goes back
Knight
to
drops
B6.
back to B6. We still play G5 to begin with.
Right,
because
it
we
takes
wanted
away the pressure.
Yeah, we want it away from the F6 square. That's
And there it goes.
a major part of how our position improves. Rook C2, yeah, GF is not a move, so we go takes, Rook C8 played. The queen probably goes to E2, I would say.
Makes sense.
There's maybe some argument to be made for something like F2, but all of these squares are very similar, and I want to make sure that Rook C3 comes without a tempo. Yeah, this is why I was leaning towards Queen E2, just so that we don't have to think about Rook C3. But yeah, he goes. He solves this issue differently. He puts the bishop on a long diagonal. Knight C4, Bishop A1. We don't really like Knight A3.
We're not worried about the pawn because
not that much.
It's not grabbable.
Yeah, I think maybe Knight C4 followed by Queen B6 is logical, because I think endgames continue being fine for Black because of how weakened our pawn structure is. We're slightly overextended everywhere with White.
True that, but I liked what you were saying there a moment ago, where we're aspiring for the moves F5 and Knight F4.
G5 is currently hanging. It's difficult to organize. You still have to organize.
Queen D4.
Queen D4. Yeah, Queen D4 definitely is something that is very much
White is looking
under consideration. You in some cases you will be able to spend a tempo on H4
Whoa.
and then
what?
A5.
What?
Played.
A5.
Why not? I mean, why
not?
Why are we watching it so much?
Queen D4.
Yeah, but now we go Queen
introduce?
D4 and then take on A5 after what I assume is Queen F8. Like I think Queen D4 is being met.
I think
by
Queen D4, E5. Yeah, you have to play E5.
E5 FE.
E5.
That will not work. No, and now we go
D6
BA.
is hanging.
Now we go BA, Knight C4, and maybe Bishop C3. Even
And,
no, but then Knight takes A3 exists, right?
But that's okay.
Rook C1 maybe.
I've got a
or
pawn.
just A6. Yeah,
I've got a pawn on A6, guys.
Yeah.
That's a good pawn.
It
is a good pawn. Yeah, F takes
And that
C5.
was a very good response.
Yeah, the bishop on B2 needed to be killed off. Yeah, for sure.
Well, Queen F2 is forced, right? Or
I don't see why. I don't see why FE5 was so horrible. To be honest, I was leaning FE5 actually.
Really? I lean Queen F2.
Yeah, but Queen F2 is also completely fine. And yeah, there's this passer on A6, which you can't entirely discount. Yeah, Queen
and
D8.
he went Queen D8 to deal with the passer.
Yeah.
I mean, he recognized Rook F1, intimating that the captures on E5 and the capture on F7 is on
the knight should probably
agenda.
go to B4, maybe even kind of now-ish.
If you don't take this bishop on B2, I might try to keep it.
Bishop C1, actually.
Bishop C1.
Bishop C1 makes a ton of
maybe
sense
Bishop
to me.
C3, Bishop B4.
Yeah.
Well, Bishop C1, I'm trying to lure you into Knight A3.
Connects everything, yeah. Bishop A1.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to lure you to play Knight takes A3, so I take like 3 times on E5.
Yeah, that's fair. Rook F8.
And Rook F8.
No, this is going very, very well for Anton. Yeah, he is preparing to play F5 now. He wants actually H4 supports the idea of F4, F5, and the pawn on A6 is still alive somehow. I don't like that.
You really wanted that pawn, didn't Duda? But he's allowing his massive attack on the queen
all these
side.
pawns are rolling forward, and he's running out of space. He's not even up a pawn.
Au contraire, my sweets, that pawn is a white pawn on A6. Is not the color black.
HG, FG, yeah, I don't know.
That was a sad necessity, yeah.
Yes, but how are we doing? Are we doing poorly at all with Black? I mean,
Queen A2, Bishop H3.
Queen A2 is very, very annoying. Yeah, Queen A2 is a good move.
I love that move.
Yeah,
Queen
D5 thrown in. I think White is winning now. Knight takes C5 has to be winning.
Has to be winning.
Open up the bishops.
ED is quite
even
strong.
Bishop B2, ED, everything looks good.
Queen A6.
Can we take the pawn on E5?
Yes. I don't see why not. But Knight before.
But Knight before is pretty good.
Knight before C6, and we were coming in. Yeah, coming in hot.
Very hot.
Coming in very
hot. But what was this Queen H4?
It's just a check.
It's just one check.
It's just one check.
It's just one check. I don't think it's a problem. Knight C4 is a smart.
I think
move.
at F7 at some point. Whoa.
Queen A7.
Really?
Queen G4.
There's checks now. There's checks on E2.
Galore.
No, what check? What?
There's the knight on C4. The knight is on C4.
Yeah,
I have a knight D2.
Why have we provoked all of this? I don't quite know, but we're probably still under control. Yeah, Queen takes G2.
What's the clock? What's the clock?
Queen takes G2.
We got 1 to 1 second, and he lost a knight. He lost a knight, and this is over.
Yeah, this has to be. Yeah.
This is resigns.
Rook
Except
C7,
the clock. The clock,
And that's
everything
it?
is.
Okay,
Check.
that's not a
F7,
check.
F7.
There is not a check on A1 actually. You can take on B7.
F7?
And yeah, you can
Yeah.
take on B7. It's fine.
That
Bishop
is-
takes A1. Bishop takes A1 is kind of strong and stronger than this.
Right. Quickly, Anton. Quickly, Bishop E4. Whoa!
I mean,
And F7. Yeah.
F7.
F7, F8. Whoa! He's not
That's
touching
okay,
that rook.
rook.
He's not touching the rook on A1.
Oh, what
Queen F4.
Style points.
Style
points.
points. And Vichy is still playing against Fabi. We can jump to that as the knight is making its defense. This is a draw, right?
This has to be a draw,
Yes.
but it's these you sometimes lose. But I think this
No,
this
the knight
setup
is close
you-
to the king. The
this-
knight
this
is
setup
close to
you
the
don't
king.
lose,
It's
yeah.
a draw. But wow. By the way, Anton beat Vichy, and then he beats Duda.
Duda.
I mean, tell you.
He's 5 out of 8 today. No, 5 out of 8. That cannot be
And
right.
a
5 out
draw
of 7.
agreed. A draw agreed. Oh, wow.
Wow.
Okay, we've got one game remaining.
Yes. Gavrilescu against Voytaszek.
Yeah, Radek is
And time-
trying to win, but the pawn on 6 probably is too strong for you to convert properly. In fact, in a blitz game,
Who's trying to win?
yeah, exactly. In a blitz game, I'm not sure who is trying to win this.
I can answer that.
I'll take white. Excuse me, I got a good idea of what's going on here. I
Yeah.
like to play white.
Yeah, I don't know why we've not taken on A5 on the previous move, but we can still do it now. Yeah, just it's a healthy pawn. Just take it. Yeah, exactly. Rook B1, C7, or yeah, I don't know. It's bad. It's bad for
For Radek, yeah. Don't fall for
even
knight
Rook
C4.
B5. Rook B5 is interesting to me, but yeah, I don't know. You probably
I
don't
like
have
Rook
to.
B5.
Yeah, this is also winning now. Yeah, just King C8, King B7, or King B8 now, or
I like Rook C5 a lot. Just control those squares.
Nice.
Nice
play.
technique there.
Nice play.
And now
by
King
white.
D
King D7.
yeah, we
King
can
D8.
also do this. Yeah, it's a matter of days by this point. Yeah,
B4?
you can continue like pushing everything forward.
Oh.
He finally spotted. that there
Finally
was a-
spotted, yeah.
Every round is so eventful, Peter. I
Yeah.
mean, and the tournament lead seems to be kind of a hot potato.
Let's take a look at the standings, though.
Wow.
Because this must have changed up
I
our
think
situation, right?
Levon's leapfrog Duda thanks
Yeah.
to Duda's
So
loss.
leapfrog must happen. Levon must be first, tied with Duda, Vichy, and Fabi.
No.
Sorry. Levon is in first, and second is a
Fabi?
tie. Between
No. Livon is in first. Duda, despite losing, is in clear second. And then there's a tie between Vichy and Fabi, who drew.
Okay. Wow, let's take a look at the end of the Korobov game, which was crazy, by the way. This rook on A1.
Yeah, rook
it's
A1, bishop
about
takes A1 would have been stronger than what I mean. But style points.
but would we have seen Queen F4?
In a way, I prefer it this way.
Yes.
The man has 10 seconds, and he goes Queen F4 in this position.
I mean, what a
This is
What
just
a boss move. Queen F4.
this is just heroic stuff. Absolutely heroic stuff by
And with no time,
Actually,
right?
Queen F4, Queen C2 check. He would have been. If Duda spots Queen C2 check after Queen F4,
He would have been challenged.
yeah, that would be because try finding a square for the king there.
it's only F3, right?
And then like Queen D1 check.
Or Rook A3 check. Rook A3
Or Rook A3
check.
as well. If this game turned on Korobov not finding Bishop takes A1, that would have been quite something. But in the end,
Two pieces
in
and a pass
the
pawn
end,
on
it's
F6.
enough. Yeah.
Wow. Finally, standings.
Yeah.
Standings.
And there we go. Yeah, the two people winning the Blitz are in first and tied for third. Levon has now overtaken young Krzysztof Duda. 22 and a half for Levon, 22 for Duda, and Fabi and Vichy tied for third on 21 and a half.
Wesley fading.
Yeah, and Anton Korobov providing us with intrigue.
Right? And he's
Right.
sitting, Anton is sitting there in 9th position. And 2 of those points that he's garnered today are against some serious scalps. But let's jump to Warsaw for more info from Cristian and Anastasia.
You guys are having a difficult time understanding who's in the leading position. We are having a very difficult time following that as well. But one game that was quite interesting is the one between Shevchenko and Rapport. Richie has been struggling today and yesterday all throughout the blitz section, but in this one he actually played quite a smooth game. Let's see what happened. E4, C5, C3, the Olympian. What is this? What is this? We've seen so much nonsense in the opening phase from Rapport. Queen to A5, knight to F3, D6, knight to A3, knight to C4 coming to attack the queen. It makes a lot of sense. And now we have this position. We entered an IQP situation. Isolated queen's pawn, rook to c1, queen goes to e7, hiding away from the action of the rook on c1. Let's exchange some pieces. No, no, no. Rook to d1 makes a lot of sense. But the problem in this game for white, for Shevchenko, was his time management. 1 minute and 30 seconds against 3 minutes and 22 seconds. You simply cannot play this slow. Bishop to b1, rook to d8, queen to d3, try to hint towards some sort of a mating attack on the king side, but the knight on f6 is defending that side quite nicely. And actually, it was Richie that was building up the initiative on the queen side, and this made all the difference in this game, because after that, b3 came on the board, and finally, my pieces are invading, and after queen to b5, we saw this situation. Rook to b2, queen to d1, bishop to b4, knight to c4. It looks like you're losing a rook, but in fact you're not, because once you take on b2, I take on e1, you take back on e1, I take back on b2, and we're back to even. Knight to d3, bishop to b4, and after this it was just a smooth conversion of an extra pawn for Rapport. Queen to b1, picking up the knight on d3 as well. Nice game by Rapport. What game were you watching, Anastasia?
Actually, after all these games, I almost forgot which one I was
I think you were looking at
Gavrilescu, yes, played against
another youngster.
Yes, against Radoslav Voytaszek, and they played these two nights in Caruana. I mean, I think they both knew the theory quite well, of course, until a certain moment. And actually, it was a lot about positional play, and I like the way Gavrilescu actually plays ending. He pushed his pawn to h5 at a certain point. I will just go there. I mean, they changed one pair of bishops. And now, I mean, it's all about bishop and knight battle. And okay, he played like h5, and then actually he came out with this nice idea. He brought his king to the center. This is something what we have to do, of course, in the ending, centralizing our king. And then he played like rook h1 and pushed his pawn. After move g5, he pushed his pawn to h6. Yes, you can say that maybe it's a weakness now, but h7 is also can be in trouble. So later on, he proved with many maneuvers. He kicked out the knight first, and then he pushed his bishop to e4, now asking questions, what about the pawn on h7?
Are you going to defend that guy?
Yes, okay, rook h8, and, you know, just play this position. I mean, I really like the way he did it. I mean, he found the way to, and he won finally. He took the pawn on g5, which is maybe even more important than this pawn on d4. Of course, knight came back to the game, but, I mean, white pieces are quite strong here. And actually, okay, he played like knight d7, and here was an interesting moment. Maybe he wanted to play something like knight f6, but then e5, g4, I think, yes, came. Maybe one move earlier, I think there was a moment when white could push g4 and also asking this knight to go out. So anyway, I mean, the position was so good for white that...
very difficult position for black, right?
Yes, I mean...
so many weaknesses you have.
Exactly, f7 is a problem, h7 too. I mean, those rooks are really placed well. Of course, it was a lot of mess at one point, and there were some moments when he blundered a couple of things, but overall, there was... so this rook e6 was like a mistake at the end, and
this was the big moment, because right now you can just exchange one pair of rooks, take the pawn on h7. Yes. It's just an extra pawn. Rook and bishop versus rook and knight. We know it's a better cooperation. This one just seems winning.
Yes, already after that, I don't know what else black had to do at this moment. Maybe just to move his king somewhere. So anyway, like after rook is or knight to e6. Yes, knight to e6 was better. Yes, at this moment.
The rook defending the pawn on h7. Also, now you have two rooks instead of only one rook, so a lot of compensation because of that.
Yes, yes. So anyway, after that, somehow Gavrilescu was much better, and he managed to convert this game. And what a victory, yes, for the young player.
Absolutely, yes. We are entering the championship rounds, and we actually have Korobov, who just beat the leader Duda, will be facing Levon Aronian in the 26th round with the white pieces. That one is going to come shortly. We're going to go into a break, and we'll be right back. Stay with us.
Hello,
there
everyone.
we are.
Please be.
Shall we?
Yes.
Levon.
Levon's good at chess.
Levon's good at chess, and this is our third leader of the tournament overall, I think. Only 2 people led until now, I think, and that's Yasser Duda and Anand. But now we have a
Third leader.
A third leader, and also somebody who is now currently #1 on the live list, 2854, I believe.
That's
Almost, yeah.
Blitzer in the world, Peter.
Yes.
Not bad.
Overtaking Hikaru Nakamura for the time being. There's still 2 more rounds to go. Things could change, but yeah, currently #1 in the world.
And Fabius slipped a bit.
Just a bit.
28-34.
Yeah, he's not winning 100 points anymore. He's only winning around 90, and that is.
Man.
I know.
Yeah, such a fall must retire. Yeah,
And
such a fall
here's
for
our
guys.
pairings in the penultimate round. Our championship round's coming up, Peter.
Yes, Yasser is playing white against Gavrilescu, Wojtaszek, Shevchenko, Rapport, Anand. Yeah, Richie, unfortunately, no longer really in any kind of a running for anything. Fabius were playing white against Wesley, and Anton Korobov, who has done great things so far in terms of challenging the top players.
I'm going to make an executive decision, and I'm going to go with the Anton Korobov versus Levon Aronian.
Yeah, let's do that.
As our marquee matchup. What a game we have in store, and they are underway just like that. Whew.
Yeah,
Berlin
and,
defense on the board.
Anton, going with 1 e4, which I think is not his normal fare, and starting to think after knight f6 is not the great. Yeah, and it's interesting to see what he will do from here, because it could become, we could switch very early if this becomes.
I feel like
Anton, I believe. Come on.
Yeah, this is not the most auspicious beginning.
Start.
Yeah. What?
Oh yeah, this is a line.
B4, knight takes b5.
Wait, what?
This is a line?
Wait,
what?
What? Excuse me?
What?
Wait, what? Wait a second.
That's a whole piece. Excuse me, guys.
Hello?
Knight takes b5.
Wait a second. Wait, this is not a line.
Hello?
The line is when the knight takes on e5 first. What's going on?
Hello?
Well, I mean, Levon's looking at knight f7, king f7.
Yeah, Levon is trying to figure out if this
he's-
is a blunder or a combo. Apparently, this is playable somehow. Knight b5, bishop g5.
Well, let's see if Anton plays it instantly, because
What?
what?
A pause.
Okay, I'm totally
a pause
confused.
after knight takes b5 is not what we expect. And you guys wanted to switch out of this game.
Bishop g5 actually keeps the game afloat.
And has been played
I would like to
before.
see his face though, because
If you play bishop g5 here, somebody's tricking somebody. I think Anton messed up.
yeah, this is not great. Yeah, I think something has gone wrong. But yeah, please don't resign, because if you don't play bishop g5, you kind of resign here, and he's making hand movements which indicate a desire to resign.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is not.
We had
this is
all
not
set
great,
ourselves
but-
up for a fantastic finish here.
What's going on?
What happened?
People get tired. People get tired.
This is the 20-something round of the tournament.
Bishop g5, please.
He has to play bishop g5. You might not know about this. No.
I was thinking of the same. Knight f7
But
and
the
queen
king
h5.
just goes to f8.
Of course it does.
And then you're up a piece. Depends how you see it. I like being up
Your
a piece.
perspective is a pretty good perspective. King f8.
There
We're
is-
gonna go king g8.
There's
queen d5
There's
check.
negative compensation here.
Negative.
Yeah, like this is just done.
So.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh, for Levon,
Yeah.
with
What
the
a
black pieces.
gift!
I mean, not only is he escaping completely lost positions, but he gets a gift like this.
Yeah.
In the penultimate round, Peter. I mean,
Thank you, Anton, for taking care of Vichy. for
right?
taking care.
Thank you, Anton, for taking Duda.
Duda.
And thank you for giving me a whole point.
And then he does this, and then he does this. This is unfortunate. And yes, you got to feel for the rest of the field,
Right?
When they don't know yet, but when they get up from their board or look
they
up from
see
their
what
board,
happened here.
and they see this,
Yeah,
it's not the greatest feeling ever.
No, knight d6.
Yeah, and I mean,
Okay.
people do have these kind of weird blackouts, and it's not fun, and we're not really, you know, making fun of Anton necessarily. It's one of the worst feelings in the world. Particularly when you do it on a stage like this.
Terrible.
You just sit there thinking like, what on earth happened?
Why did I wake up this morning?
Yeah, like it's a really annoying feeling. But yeah, for somebody like Duda, who just lost to a very well played game by the same guy,
and a fantastic finish too, the Queen F4.
And then you look up.
And here it is. I mean, he just mixed up lines.
Yeah,
he was supposed to play bishop takes c6 or
bishop f1. I mean, bishop f1 is an automatic move in this position. Yeah. And he releases d4. I think by the time he releases d4, he's like, well,
horrified.
I already touched my pawn. What can I do?
Right?
Yeah.
Oh,
this
man.
is just not great. Yeah.
Sorry, guys. I'm going to recommend that we just leave this one alone because it's just an entire piece.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, and let's switch to which game? Because there was some consideration.
I guess Rapport, Anand? Maybe
Rapport is more
interesting.
But,
game, no?
Yeah, but the positions are very dry everywhere. Like I've had a look at all the positions. The positions are quite dry everywhere.
Wesley, very dry.
Let's go to Favi's game. Let's
okay.
I mean, they are such important.
It looks like one of those
results for the standings.
Queen's Gambit accepted that Wesley defends so very well.
Yeah, in fact, you could maybe already start making an argument.
I
Black
will make that
Black is a
argument.
little bit better, but it shouldn't really be.
Argument.
Shouldn't really be out of control yet.
Bishop on a3.
Like your eye is immediately drawn to the idea of taking on d4 and putting the knight on d5 as early as possible. But Wesley starts with rook c3. The idea being that you would like to be able to not get that rook completely cut off by bishop c5. So he wants to get it sort of out of the fenced-in area before he gets knight f6, knight d5 in.
Right.
If all of that happens, Black is significantly better.
This is what you're talking about.
Yeah, now knight d5, rook b1, and we kind of controlled things to a large degree.
But the nice thing about rook c3, in my view, is it does prep queen d5.
Also, currently we are attacking the bishop, right?
Yes.
Yes, rook a3 is a threat.
Bishop d6 played, and
queen c4, and
queen c4 I think takes rook b1. Although rook takes d4 is still fine, right? We control everything. So he actually wants the rooks off.
Queen and knight versus.
And then we go back to c6. We play knight f6, knight d5. We play f6, king f7.
And it's definitely Black for choice, but again, a rather technical game going on here. It's okay. I mean, we can. Is there something more exciting, Alejandro, that you've got your eye on?
Oh, definitely. We have the important game of Duda and Gavrilescu, because Duda, remember, needs to keep pace with Levon Aronian. We can take a look at the position on the board. Black is in huge trouble. He has two main problems. One of them is this queen on b4, a little bit of a tactical problem for Black. As soon as the rook on d4 moves somewhere it's defended, moves like bishop e6 will be possible. And speaking of the king side, then we have the knight on h5 that is currently offside. So the winning move, among others, there's bishop d5, which hits the queen. And the idea is that if you move the queen, like let's say to b6, this cagey little move makes it's trapped. It's trapped. It's just trapped on b6. So that's one way of winning. a3 and then just kicking out the knight is a similar idea.
Knight c4, rook c4 continues capturing the
because
queen.
the queen gets trapped exactly the same way.
This is so cruel.
So he just needs to know that this idea exists. And if you go knight c6, then rook d7, and now this bishop is attacking this queen. And again, the queen is trapped on the b6.
And also the knight on h5 will get trapped in the
end. Knight on h5. I want to go rook h4.
He's played a similar idea with the move rook e4. And the issue here is that after takes, you do have the move queen a5, so it's a little different. But a3, b4 is still such a humongous threat, because g4 is also a threat in many positions. Capturing this knight, remember, it's offside. So rook e4, it's a winning position for Duda. Let's go back to the camera shot as we follow this important game. Duda needs to win to keep pace with Levon Aronian, who has a currently winning position against Korobov.
And what about Vichy, too? Vichy is still in the mix, is he not?
Yeah, Vichy is winning against Richard Rapport, by the way. He's currently up a pawn, but still plenty of game in that one left.
Okay. As we're keeping an eye. Ooh, bishop b5?
Yeah, but the bigger issue remains that
the knight is trapped.
The knight is trapped. Right? Yeah, you go rook b7, bishop f3, rook e7, and then
rook
you go g4 next move, and the knight on h5 Yeah,
G4.
Duda will win, but I think they have these large screens right above them, right? So he has seen d4 knight takes b5 by this
Yes,
point.
by this point he knows.
He knows this is sort of futile.
Well, it's not futile.
Not futile,
No, it's quite important, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is over. Yeah, this is an extra
This
piece.
is also completely
As G2,
completely
G4
done, yeah.
is going to trap the knight on H5.
Yeah.
And you said that Anand was completely winning?
No. He's winning, but not completely winning.
Not as winning as these games are.
Yeah. This is a different level of winning.
This is just an endgame with an extra piece, which is quite
Extra
good.
pawn.
No.
What?
The knight on H5 gets lost. I
Yeah.
mean,
No, I'm talking about the Anand game.
in Vish's game, yeah.
And then
this one
Yeah.
is finished. This
Duda
one
wins.
is finished.
Anyways, let's go then to, let's actually jump back to the Korobov game. I want to see the end of that one because it's getting,
A bit dicey. A bit dicey. A bit dicey.
I'm not
really.
going to say that black has completely destroyed his advantage, but, there's a king on
What is the
G8, there's some
bishop doing on
perpetual.
E7?
That is a big question.
Yeah, black is basically one move away from completely stabilizing, but Anand is not allowing that tempo. Basically,
move away.
Yeah,
Queen F5?
Queen F5, Rook F3. This is what he's been doing.
C5 is hanging.
And then Queen B3 check. You might.
It's just a draw.
It's just a draw.
It's
So
just
Queen
a
F5,
draw.
he should play Rook F3 here. Yeah, there's no other move. And now there's a question because where do you hide? You put it on G6, it gets attacked by Rook G3.
And he put
He's
it
played
on
Queen H5
in order to meet Queen B3 check.
with King H7 and King G6. Yeah.
Queen G6, yes.
Yeah, you can throw in Rook D7 here. You can also play Rook H3. Question? No,
No, Rook
H3.
D7 is a huge move.
Rook
D7
D7
is a huge move because
I
it
love
has
that
actual
move.
threats.
Yeah, I like
Which
that move a lot, actually.
I thought were stronger than they were, but they're still pretty strong.
Well, if you take on C5 with the pawn...
I have at least a perpetual.
Yes.
At the very least.
Exactly.
Yeah. And there the point would be, yeah.
Yeah, there you go, Rook D7.
Well played, well
Korobov.
played.
You're going to spot Levon a piece, right? Out of
Knight
the
E5.
Knight
Whoa, what's
E5.
going on here?
You're going to...
do I have a check?
It is now a draw. After Queen B3 and Queen C2, black has nothing better. The point there is that he wants to play Queen G6, but that loses to Rook G3.
Correct.
Or maybe loses to Rook G3.
No, it's mate.
No, it's mate. It's mate on G7.
Well, I mean, you go Beta C5 there, Rook G6,
Right.
Knight G6, but you're not better anymore. You might be
Exactly.
lost after to H4, H5 or something. He saves this?
He saves this? No way!
We wrote this completely off.
Of course we did.
Well, it was a piece. But is Levon not the escape? Is karma getting to Levon a little
And
bit?
it's time to play King G8 actually, because if you play Knight G6, you probably
He's
lose.
played
yeah.
King G8.
No, Knight G6 for sure.
This is
He gets
amazing.
mated.
He saves this. What the?
Wow. Wow! And Duda catches Levon Aronian with 1 round to spare because Levon couldn't win up a piece. What?
Whole piece for nothing.
Yeah, piece up by move 8.
For nothing.
For really not very much, yeah. This is
Oh my goodness.
amazing scenes. Yeah, and Fabi is playing 3 against 2 against Wesley. Generally speaking, should be a reasonably comfortable draw. But yeah, who knows? They will get, and Wesley also has a minute 22, which is kind of relevant. Fabi only on 16 seconds. Yeah, and here I think you're quite reasonable. Just take on E4.
take on E4, yeah.
You never really lose those positions very
Knight
often.
D7. Yeah.
The knight kind of gets a bit controlled actually. Like if you take, yeah, I like not taking. Hang on, GH. GH Queen takes H3. No, Queen takes H3.
Yes, of course. And it's remember, it's going to be Levon Fabi in the last round. Levon with white. And I believe Duda is playing Shevchenko with the white pieces to finish
And
the
Shevchenko
tournament.
is not having a good tournament, but he is a very good blitz player.
Oh, yeah.
You never know which Kirill is going to show up.
Yeah.
I mean, he is very, very capable of an upset there. He is...
Queen D5 check about to be
Yeah,
shown.
I mean, this should be
H4,
a
I
draw
guess, yeah.
pretty much with every move, right?
Yeah, it's difficult to misplay this badly. Apart, I mean, outside of blundering
Give
pieces,
me a chance. Give me a chance.
We're trying.
Okay.
Yeah, Vishy is still playing, but Vishy is completely winning. So.
Vishy is winning. Well, he just up a piece right now. Bishop H5? I mean,
Yeah,
in
you
that
take on
game,
B3 and just go Knight C4, Knight E5 if all
he
else
won
fails.
already.
Yeah.
And Vishy won. Vishy won.
So it's
over,
the game is over, yeah, okay. So he will be half a point behind the leaders.
What's going on here?
He played G5 for some reason, I don't know, Queen H4. yeah, F5.
Yeah, you can't pick up the pawn because queen c6
Queen
at
6
the
check,
end.
yeah, that was a...
But still, what a weird move.
G5 is a very
he
unless he's got a perpet.
He's got no... He can take on F5 now, maybe.
Yeah, it's time.
He has
It's
to.
time. Yeah, it's time. It's time
right.
to just do that.
That's check. He let him know. Why would you let your opponent know that it's check?
And then you see Fabi like rubbing his hand through his hair, like what? I mean, an illegal move, check. But that was very sporting.
That was actually very sporting by Wesley, because yeah, you could wait until the queen actually gets touched, and then you can claim a. I don't think it's so weird.
No, it's not. You cannot claim anything. If you touch the queen, nothing happens.
Oh, nothing happens. Yeah?
Nothing happens if you touch the queen now.
Okay.
Well, no. If he moves the queen and presses the clock,
that's
made
different.
an illegal move.
Yeah, and then.
But you can't be forced to make an illegal.
Yeah, the game would have ended in a draw because remember that for people that have not been updated with the rules, illegal move does not lose in blitz anymore.
It used to.
It used to. It doesn't anymore.
And now Wesley's ready to make all kinds of checks. Oops, I got that wrong. Sorry about that. I thought he was going to play another sequence of checks there.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
No.
This is a bit,
he's kind of like, oh, no queen b4 check. What a cheapo artist Fabi has become.
Wait. Oh, it's defended. I'm going crazy, guys.
No, he's defending. Yeah, he is.
Skewered. He thought he lost his queen by skewer.
Yeah.
He's fine.
Right? You can go king. Come on, go king e4.
Queen e6 mate, eh? You wanted
mate. I was worried about the skewer, not the mate.
You wanted that, didn't you?
No, I did not.
Hang on, is this mate?
It's mate.
He got mated.
He got mated. What a result! He got mated. How did he get mated? It was a queen and a bishop against the queen.
What?
What?
His king went all the way back. Guys, I think everybody's gotten tired.
No. I think we're all losing it. I mean, these guys come from 3 tournaments. I mean, we do too. American Cup, Bucharest, and Warsaw. And this is going to be their break. This is their last day for a lot of these players before big other tournaments coming up.
Yep.
And I think they're just losing it, guys.
Yeah.
Wesley should never lose queen. It's queen and bishop.
Yeah,
versus,
it's unnecessary.
That
it's very, very unnecessary.
Wow.
Truly.
Well, Levon didn't win up a piece.
That is even more amazing than this.
Yeah.
I mean, come on. That's just crazy results.
Things are heating up, you can say. A bit. Yeah. A tiny bit, yes.
What
What
are the standings?
We're about to find out.
Yeah, we have 2 people on 23 points and 2 people on 22.5 points, and 2 of them are playing each other.
So,
yeah.
The script writer's dream. It oftentimes happens that we do have the 2 top finishers playing each other in the last round.
So,
everything to play for.
Jan Krzysztof and Levon are leading on 23.
They're not playing each other then. Levon's playing Fabi, right?
Levon's playing Fabi.
Yeah.
And Duda is playing Shevchenko. And
Who's Vichy playing?
One sec. Vichy is playing. Why is this so difficult?
Voytaszek, right?
Radik.
Yeah.
And here it is. Here are the pairings.
Anand with white against Wojtaszek. Aronian against Caruana. And Shevchenko Duda. 3 games that we cannot miss.
That could determine the first place.
It could determine the first place. 4 people could still be the winner of this tournament.
I don't want to hear playoffs with 4 players playing for playoff.
I don't think we can get a.
No, we can get a 3.
We can get a 3, right? But I don't think we can get a 4.
Yeah, 4 is impossible, but 3 is
max
still.
Is 3. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness, because the regulations break on 4.
A teary-eyed arbiter will come and say, "Here's the playoff scenario, guys. We can't accommodate you."
Yeah, so if there's a simple 2-way tie for first, they play a match of 10+5 and then potentially an Armageddon if it's 1-1. If it's 3 players, they will play a round robin of 5+3. And once again, if there's a tie at the top, there will be an Armageddon game. And for the Armageddon game, it's 5 versus 4 with an increment starting from move 61 to avoid clock banging, and black has draws. Yeah, this is a bit striking. I haven't seen Levon not win piece-up positions very often.
And let's see the end of that game that keeps Fabi's chances alive. And
yeah, knight f5.
Knight f5. And look at how this would have changed the
Fabi is on the 9 seconds.
Look at Fabi. He reaches for the queen. He wants to give a check, intermediate check with the queen. And then,
he's
and
in
then
check.
Wesley's like, wait a second, dude. Knight on f5 is attacking your king on e3.
And now Fabi goes with his hand through his hair.
And then he goes on. Fabi goes on to beat him from this position, by the way.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Wow, what a turnaround of things. What a turnaround of the tournament. What a tournament! I don't think I've cast a Grand Chess Tour in which in the last round 4 people could win. I've cast where 3, I think, could win. 2 for sure. A lot of times. I've casted many Grand Chess Tours where this event was over 2 rounds
to go.
Yeah. And here we have this. Wow, it's just crazy. Let's go to our friends in Warsaw and their opinions on what's going on. One more round of Blitz before potential playoffs, or we crown a champion.
So, who hired Steven Spielberg to write the script for this event? Because this is just insane. 4 players still in contention to win this one. This is just incredible. But let's see how Anand actually won to put himself in contention with the black pieces against the struggling Richie Rapport. Richie with the white pieces, he started off with this move, d3. We've seen a lot of this type of stuff from Richie in this event, and he's continuing to employ his usual strategy to try to confuse his opponents out of the opening g3, and we get this position. It's very difficult, by the way, to confuse Vishy Anand, who has so much experience with this type of openings, and this is exactly what happened. It was actually Vishy who took full control of this position out of the opening. I would say equalized at least. Perhaps a better position with the black pieces, equalized at least. I'm looking at the bishops. The bishop on d7 definitely has a lot more potential, potentially going to c6. The bishop on g2, just eyeing his own pawn, I don't like it. So let's see what happened. Rook to d1, queen to e7, bishop to c4, bishop to e6, queen to c6, and now we got into this endgame. And after b4, unfortunately forgot that there's a pawn on a4. That you will be losing it. And that's a pawn up for black, a pawn to the good, and it was actually a very smooth sailing for Vishy Anand in the endgame. After queen to d4, we exchanged the queens, 2 passed pawns for black, and white with only 34 seconds. Richie Rapport 34 seconds against 1 minute and 47 seconds for Vishy Anand. He was unable to hold control of this position, and Vishy Anand goes on to win this game and gets half a point close to the leader of this event. Anastasia, what game were you having your eyes on?
The game which doesn't have such a crucial, let's say, meaning for the standings. It was between Wojtaszek against
Shevchenko, was that?
Yes, that one. And okay, I will just go quickly here. And d5 was the move which managed, which gave equality for Shevchenko, I guess. After bishop d5, I think he got really comfortable for position with black. I will just scroll down to show another important moment. After queen c4, he could have just changed the queens and go for the ending with extra pawn. Of course, with some problems because white pieces are quite active, as you can see on the board. So probably white is not really worse. But he played move queen b1 here, allowing white to take on f7. Ooh. Yes, knight f7, what a blow. And after king f7, rook d7, now, I mean, really black is in danger. So what happened in the end is that they came to this position also. And here, Voytaszek gave a perpetual check, as we know. At the end, it was a draw. But actually, he could try to play still this position for the victory.
And how are we doing on time at this point?
Of course, it was hard for both sides. I mean, with seconds on the clock. But you had to find the correct plan. Yes, you had to push your pawns g4, f5, and actually understand that those pawns are going quicker than your opponent's pawns. I mean, there was a nice variation. Yes, if black starts, I mean, if you start maybe something like g4 or
perhaps
maybe king
g2,
yes, first king g2, yes,
f2.
Exactly, yes, king g2. So, for example, if black plays like something like a4, there is a nice trick, queen c8, and then queen d7, winning this pawn on a4. So this one cannot run so quickly, and then white just proceed with g4, f5, and but okay, it was really hard to see it all with seconds on the clock.
Very difficult to assess this one. White does seem to be a bit faster, pushing his pawns on the king side. Nevertheless, a big game, big result for Shevchenko, and right now he will have to defend with the white pieces against Duda, who definitely wants to win that one. Duda and Levon Aronian, are they going to win, or maybe Caruana and Vishy Anand could have a chance? Caruana actually is playing Levon Aronian in the final game. This one is going to be wild. Guys, back to you in the studio.
Thank you very much, Anastasia and Cristian. Indeed, this is it, the championship round, everybody, as we have a very exciting finish here, Peter.
Very much so.
Let's set the table.
Yeah, the pairings for the last round are the most important ones are, of course, the game between Fabi and Lev there at the bottom. The game Duda is playing with the black pieces against Kirill Shevchenko, and Vishy is playing somebody who knows him really well, and vice versa, of course. Yeah, Radek Voytaszek being his long time second and friend.
Wow. What a great finish. And yes, in case there is a tie, we do promise you, in case there is a tie, there will be playoffs. And this is
feels right if there is. That's how this has been going this entire day.
It also would feel weird. Yeah, we have tie for first, 4 players ties, but this is the prize money what they're playing for over there in Warsaw. 40,000 for first place, 30,000 for second. Remember, those GCT points are hugely important for the players as they accumulate them. It's another $100,000 for the first place of the GCT Tour at the end of the Singfield Cup, as we'll know who accumulated the most amount of points. Vishy taking a fair amount of these wild cards points, so is Duda.
Yeah, I was about to say, munching
away a lot of these points.
Yeah, and as we prepare for this, our final broadcast of the Warsaw Grand Chess Tour, we'd just like to express some thanks, Peter.
Absolutely.
There's some really marvelous people behind the scenes that make it all happen, from the people here at the St. Louis Chess Club, as well as our production. Who are they all?
Yeah, let's go through the list there. I will actually read this off the list because I will otherwise make mistakes and forget. Starting from the top, many thanks to Gary Kasparov and Michael Khodarkovsky, the people who were at the outset, the
Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, the people without whom the tour would not have existed, and obviously huge thanks to Rex and Jeannie Singfield, to Joy, Tony, Ryan, and Rebecca, who's been instrumental in making it all run smoothly, and
Emily too. Thank you.
Where
Emily.
are you?
Coffee, Emily.
The Spectrum team, Randy and Dugan, and the rest of that team.
Who are over in Warsaw with Brian and Marcus.
And the team who is running the production here, the Silverback team with Kevin and Tom and Kite and Tyler and people who have been keeping up with our tantrums and providing a never-ending stream of dad jokes in our ears.
Yeah, special thanks to Tyler for always making sure that we're on set with 2 minutes to spare.
That is
very important.
Yeah. And of course, special thanks to the Superbet Foundation for sponsoring the entire thing, and to everyone in the St. Louis Chess Club for, well, being the St. Louis Chess Club, which is, without the St. Louis Chess Club, the chess scene in the world would have been much the poorer.
No question about it. And again, big thanks to the club, as well as yourselves. I mean, Peter, Alejandro, we're groggy, we're dizzy with tiredness, but it's been really marvelous. And Anastasia and Cristian in Warsaw as well. Thank you all. That was really cool as we come to our championship round. Predictions?
No.
Predictions?
No, not with the not with the way the last couple of rounds have gone.
Predictions.
The last couple of rounds have been such a roller coaster of emotions in like every game. Korobov Aronian, you drop a piece on move 7, and then Aronian barely makes a draw. I mean,
scrapes to a draw.
Korobov Duda. There's like, white can checkmate black in every way. Finds the one losing alternative. He was actually losing. And Duda, in time pressure, doesn't find it.
Right.
Huge swing.
Right.
Then you got Fabi against Wesley, where Wesley tells his opponent, dude, you're in check. Stop reaching for your queen.
Oh, thanks. I'll beat you.
Thank you. Thank you. I will beat you from a dead drawn position.
As a sign of my gratitude. Let's continue playing from there. And can you please blunder mate?
I gotta point it out. How about Vishy? Okay, I mean he's disappointed, but he was leading the tournament from the start.
He continues fighting.
That's what I want to say. He fell off his perch. And if he had faded badly, everybody would have said, hey, dude, you had great first 4 days. Too bad about the 5th. But he's still in there.
He's still in there, yeah. I mean, he's had a very poor day by his standards. He's on -1. With that victory with Black against Ricci, he's on -1 today.
Wow.
Still not doing well at all. But he's still very much in with the shout. If he wins in the last round, there's a very real possibility he is in the tiebreak for first.
For a playoff. Wow.
Yes.
And there it is as the players get ready on the stage. I can just imagine that in Warsaw, the atmosphere must be like, come on, Duda, come on, Duda.
The crowd. And this is such a huge game for Vichy. This is how he started the tournament. Remember, he started the tournament beating Voytaszek with the white pieces in the Spanish.
Right.
And now he's going to finish the event with the white pieces again against Radek.
I think if you have to take a favorite here, it has to be Duda because he is playing the nominally the softer opponent. He's playing somebody who's not been playing well in the tournament with the white pieces, and Levon is playing against Fabi, and Fabi has had, I mean, not as good a day as yesterday, but still a very, very good day. Fabi is on 5.5 out of 8, a +3 score today.
Really a very fine score until you realize he scored like 8 out of 9 yesterday. And this will be our marquee matchup right here, Levon versus Fabi. And the crazy part is 1, 2, 3 in the world live rating list are all American.
All American, and we're going to find out who is leading the World Blitz ranking after this game. Is it going to be Levon Aronian or is it going to be Fabiano Caruana?
Yeah, Fabi is on 28, 46.
Hikaru Nakamura.
No, there's no way.
A draw?
No, a draw leaves Levon as #1.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Okay, I wouldn't have guessed that. Okay. Wow. Well,
and shout out to our friend Leonard here. Providing us with wonderful pictures.
Truly.
Very, very restrained hair color.
What is this? I couldn't recognize it.
I was looking for the purple.
Where's Leonard?
Where's the bright green? Yeah.
Right.
You're correct.
By the way, big shout out to the players too. I know it's been exhausting, guys.
There we go, guys. Last round.
Entertainment. Knight F3.
Bishop C4.
Bishop C4. No.
Oh, hey, open Sicilian. Let's go. I'm curious.
Let's go.
Najdorf.
English attack.
Levon has played a lot of the Bishop E3 at some point before he started this Bishop C4 foolishness. He was actually very active in playing this with the white pieces. He has a lot of very, very recent knowledge. These are very, very sharp positions and very interesting to play.
And by the way, I mean, it's so rare that we're seeing in just an open Spanish that sometimes you kind of forget what you're doing. And H7, H5 came out instantly.
Yeah,
by Fabi.
We've watched a very, very exciting game in this line in Bucharest. There was this game between Linier Dominguez and Bogdan Deac, which went B5, 95 from here. But Fabi deviates by playing Queen C7. Also a very reasonable move, of course. No, that was Rook C8, not B5. Rook C8, 95. Queen C7 is similar to Rook C8 in some ways, and obviously different in others. The rook might not go to C8 at all. The other rook might go to C8, even though Black generally doesn't castle kingside too early, because you are castling sort of into it, even though the pawn on H5 provides very, very significant cover against the normal plans on the king side.
From White's point of view, is he trying to play Knight D5 and force that kind of a Sveshnikov?
Knight D5 is one way, and the other one would be to play something like, you could include H3, H4, and I think often they do include H3, H4, but okay, this is irrelevant now.
Right.
And this is the difference between Rook C8 and Queen C7, I'm guessing, is that now we take, not with the bishop and Knight B6, we take instead with the Knight and we go Bishop F5.
Yeah, and Bishop D3 right away.
Takes, we play Rook C8 here, we play for Queen C4 endgame, or B5 with the, no, not similar ideas really. With the pawn on B5...
You're just trying to stop C4.
Yeah, this is why I also wanted to play Rook C8, but B5 creates a very, very obvious target for White. If you could somehow get the Knight to A5 and C6, you're very, very happy. Which is why perhaps Queen C4 is borderline unplayable on the next move because of Knight A5. So.
Queen C4 allowing Knight A5 to be a huge strategic
and the reason
error.
I keep on mentioning Queen C4 is that sort of common wisdom says Sicilian endgames in most cases are good for Black.
Right.
But Not if the white knight lands on c6. And bishop g2 instantly, an indication that Lev knows.
Land on c6.
Lev knows what you're supposed to be aiming for in these types of positions.
Should black be aspiring for knight c5? Therefore?
I think it's definitely a playable move, but white is not even obliged to react. I think something like queen e2, and yeah.
Here we go. Let's see if we can park the knight on c6.
Knight a5. Maybe we go something like f5, knight c6, knight b8.
f5.
Generally, you do play f5 in this structure as you want to. Rook a8. I guess he's inviting knight into c6 to immediately challenge it with knight b8. Yeah, which is why I think maybe rook c1 is more precise.
Anything to be said for g4?
Maybe knight b8, maybe knight f6.
Knight f6 with the idea of knight takes d5 as well.
Rook c1.
Yeah, which is why we're playing rook c1, trying to prepare c2, c4. I like this for white. I'm not sure exactly why Fabi played b5 so early. I don't think it was required. He could have been more flexible there on the queen side.
Well, the nice part about c4 is that if I do end up capturing with the rook, then the c6 square is well and truly under my control.
Yeah, it's a difficult decision already for black. Maybe bishop g5. No, bishop g5. I'm blundering the d6 pawn after bishop takes, queen takes a5, bishop b7. Knight b6 played, kind of stopping both things. b2 b3 looks ugly, but might be required. Is there a way to be very, very, like, I want to play knight c4 here, but I don't think it works.
18th round, yeah.
You're getting inspired by Anton's peace sacrifices.
No, I think it's not as stupid as you guys are trying to make it out to be.
Could be. Knight c4, why, Peter, why?
Bishop f6, and in particular, once we've played bishop f6, I think now knight c4.
I can warm up to that. Yeah. I can warm up to it.
But I think white just goes c2, c4 now.
I think so. Yes.
Yeah,
I think
we haven't really stopped the main idea.
Well, in this case, though,
the knight doesn't land, but the rook will land on c6. Like
that's a good point.
Queen b6, I guess, here with some queen f2 counterplay ideas.
Queen b6.
But I think I play bishop b3. We never allow queen f2 here. We go bishop b3, and then we go rook hc1, and. Yeah, it's generally preferable for white, these types of positions, but you do obviously have to watch out for some e5, e4 counterplay somewhere.
Yeah.
Rook c1 here. I would play queen a5 maybe instead, to keep an eye on the e1 square too. But we're getting very, very carried away. Actually, not very carried away.
No, because guess what? They're catching up with us.
They've gone to almost the entire line. There's maybe some argument for queen d7 instead of queen b6, but I like queen b6 better. Really.
Queen d7. What would the queen be doing there, though?
Just keeping more options open, yeah.
Just keeping an eye on several squares.
Yeah,
rook c1.
F5 is a useful square, which is why a6 I think is pretty much never hanging, and I can go back to b5 if I need be.
I like the queen b6 and aspiring for queen f2. What did he play? No, that may not be. That may be our analysis. What did he play, in fact?
He did play queen d7, rook hc1, rook hc1, rook c4, rook c4 happened very, very quickly.
And just breaking news, I've been told that Vichy is drawish.
Yeah, I don't know whether Vish is much better.
And
I don't know.
Vish is just much better.
Duda is worse?
Duda is a little bit worse, but Vichy is just up a pawn against Wojtaszek.
Yeah. We're not switching, but...
We're not switching. Yeah. Just that, this is what we call a partial.
Yeah.
Partial score.
Yeah, and Lev is having a very, very pleasant squeeze here. A4, king
A4, I love it.
I love that. Keeping that A pawn as a target, any bishop endings were going to be hopeless for black now. But it's time to get the majority going on the king side, or is f5 simply too weakening, Peter?
I'm not sure where the counterplay comes from. I think f5 you open up yourself to additional problems on the king side as well. I think you kind of wait, because the issue for white is, in order to win, you either have to win the a5 pawn somehow, or you have to play b3, b4. And both of those things actually provide black with immediate counterplay. If you play like queen b5 or rook a6, I will immediately put the queen on f5, and once that queen activates to at least some degree, you start having some things to look forward to.
Right.
So yeah, Lev for now I think is very interested in improving his position to the maximum without providing black with a single hint of counterplay anywhere. h5, h4 thrown in. I understand that you kind of eventually you would have to anyway, so why not do it now?
h3, good move.
Yeah, but black is kind of stuck. Black currently is very much in the waiting pattern. Just you need to see what Lev is doing, and then you need to react to it somehow. But yeah, I think Fabi is in a lot of trouble here. This is not
like it's playing one goal.
Yeah, this is not what you want as an outcome of this particular line.
No.
And you kind of trace it back to the decision to play b5 so very quickly. I don't know if that was necessary.
So queen d2 might provoke bishop to d8, tying black up. Something, Peter, to be said for re-maneuvering the bishop towards the d6
Yeah,
spot?
I like sort of keeping Stamm on our play. Queen d2 in particular, I think, is a very strong threat right now, because if the bishop leaves you would like maybe to play bishop d8 in many of these positions, but opening yourself up to f3, f4 is something that at least needs to be sort of properly assessed. Right. He's also a minute and a half down on the clock, Fabi is.
That's not a good
which
sign.
should be quite
telling,
quite important in the long.
Bishop g5. Okay, stops queen d2, but
hardcore way of doing it. Queen e2 with the cheapo?
I mean, it goes to f4. It goes to f4 anyway, so I don't think anybody falls for that cheapo.
Queen e4 with the cheapo.
That's a better way of doing the same cheapo. But we go king g8. Queen g4 might be.
Queen g4 is a threat, though.
Queen g4 is a huge threat now.
Rook takes
which is why
is a big threat.
Yeah, which is why he corrected himself.
Queen g4 is a big threat. Bishop drop back to f6.
Yeah, you can play f4 here, but I don't think you want to actually open anything up.
E1?
Yeah, he's gone bishop e1.
Bishop
e1.
Yeah.
A match for Yasser's heart.
Oh yeah, he's saying, look, I got rook c4.
I think it's time to play something like queen a7. I think it's time. I think we have to kind of go semi all in here. Queen a7, rook d6, queen g1, or something like this.
And there he goes.
There
you
go.
From your lips, the d6 is hanging.
It's the time to be desperate.
h4 is hanging. This feels like desperation written all over.
But we were not holding those pawns anyway, so we need to start generating some kind of counterplay for it. Otherwise, we're just going to die a slow and unpleasant death here as black. It's necessary.
There is a munch, and at the end, queen g1
takes. We go queen g1. Oh, queen e3 actually. Queen e3 is also not stupid.
And there is nothing slow or unpleasant. Duda is just dead lost.
Really?
Duda got completely outplayed by Kirill Shevchenko in that game. Yeah, just completely and utterly outplayed in some French.
I think this.
And he basically gets mated now. He blundered something, and I think he gets mated.
Queen e3, queen g1, I think is going to be met by rook c2, with the ideas of queen c4 to kind of consolidate what's going on.
He's gone rook b8, which is a bit of an
rook b8.
Yeah, I don't like allowing queen e1, but he wants rook b4, rook d4. I guess I can sort of relate to that. He wants both of his pieces active. At the cost of, he doesn't really count pawns anymore here, Fabi. He just needs all of his pieces to be in play. I can understand. I suspect it's not enough against proper play, but at least he has started asking questions.
By the way, I'm told that Wesley has won his game.
Very relevant.
Yeah, and Anton Korobov has 2 queens by move 30, but also not very relevant.
And Perpet? Yeah, Levon was happy with the Perpet. He jumped on it.
I think he's happy.
I think Levon saw the Duda position.
But the Duda position, let's jump to the Duda game. Guys, to the Duda game, because this is important. The winner of this tournament depends on this.
Rook takes g7 wins.
He didn't find it. He did not find rook takes g7 winning the game. Duda is back in it. He might have a horrible position, but he's kind of back in it. Rook c6, very clever. It covers the third rank in many positions. So the knight takes c6, rook takes c6, defends h6. So this could go any way. Still everything to play for. And Shevchenko down to 30 seconds. Yes, Duda's in tremendous time pressure, but so is Kirill now.
Wow.
Yeah, Kirill was. It wasn't easy, but he was winning by force.
By force,
and
yes.
he no longer is winning by force. He is just better. Queen b4.
A pawn on
a4. Yeah, it's hanging. But queen b4 is a clever reply. White is still, of course, in control here. Yeah,
kind of dead. Yeah.
You can do all kinds of things here.
I'm kind of thinking rook g3.
Well, rook g3, whatever you want, but it's 10 seconds against 8.
Let's do it.
You have to make a move. Yeah.
You gotta make a move. Kirill going down.
5-4, rook g3 played.
Wow.
Yeah.
Same move faster was better.
Yeah. a3, queen b5, and now put it back. Yeah, that's, I think, is correct procedure here.
That was very good,
rook
actually.
a7, yeah. With a rook on a7, rook g7 might be back.
Rook a7?
Yeah, rook a7,
oh,
yeah.
you can't get away with that.
Crazy move.
That is... That can't be right. Rook A7.
Yeah, but having not won the game by force, you are now kind of struggling to actually win it, right? Because it's not. Yeah, now the entire thing will come off along the C file, and
Knight B4. Rook
he very much stabilized here. Jan Krzysztof did. Yeah, the queen.
Remarkable.
Remarkable, absolutely remarkable.
Wow.
Queen takes A4. Oh no, blundering. Yeah, Kirill not going to blunder Queen H4 check there. Yeah. Shuffling commences.
But they have only how many?
Shuffling commences. Yeah.
Well, sorry. What is the clock time?
It's 4 seconds against 3. They're
nobody has any.
You have
time.
to play almost instantly. Let's go.
I think what ends up happening is that black wins. Yeah, I think he's made tremendous strides.
Tremendous progress. That rook got to E4.
How did that happen?
The knight will now come to F4. Yeah. Should have come to F4 in the previous move. Rook D1 was a kind of a strange choice, yeah.
To allow Rook C2, absolutely. A very bizarre choice.
Yeah.
Rook B1.
Rook on A4 is a surprisingly
powerful.
Oh, F4 with knight F5 coming.
No, he just lost the full rook there, FG.
Oh, no.
Kind of resigns.
Wait, that means that's tournament.
That ends the tournament.
That ends the tournament.
That ends the tournament. And yeah.
Wow.
Anastasia is going to be very happy with her prediction.
I know, right? Who else picked Duda?
I don't think
it was just her. No.
I think there were two.
I know, right? Was it me? Yes, it was me.
Was it? Yes.
We all forgot. And Vichy did win this game too, by the way. But it's
not going to be enough. This is a full rook extra for the local hero, Jan Krzysztof Duda. Is doing it. He's doing it, guys.
It's all about the clock.
He's got enough. He's got enough. He's got 8 seconds.
It's a rook.
It's a rook.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Remarkable scenes, yeah.
Knight, bishop somewhere, knight coming to F5.
That's a nice ID.
I like, Queen H5.
I like
G4,
this.
knight coming to F5, everything comes together.
And there's the resigns. E1 is dominated.
Yeah, he is
he's just
looking at his opponent.
And that's it. Jan Krzysztof Duda wins in a spectacular fashion. The final round gives him the victory in Poland because Shevchenko could not finish him off when the time came to draw the sword, give the final blow to his opponent. He was unable to do so. Jan Krzysztof Duda, first place in Poland, the local hero, $40,000 down to the wire.
Nice.
But what a tournament, what an incredible finish from all of these participants.
Nice. I mean, I just been holding my breath for the last 2 minutes, Peter.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
That was quite something. And the win that Kirill missed was not as straightforward as we may have sounded like, but
at the end
he was winning.
He had that extra rook, and it was about the clock, but he really kept his poise. This move, Queen H5, is just great. I mean, it's simply great move. You just stop all kinds of counterplay.
You're a full rook up.
And
every move is a good move.
G4.
I like it. I like the technique. Yeah. I think it was good.
It's good, but really, I mean, the praise should go to things
what
that
happened
went on
earlier.
before.
Yeah.
Fair.
And there it is. J.K. Duda.
Wow. JK. Nice.
And that is, wow.
I think thanks to all of our players in this event, they really, they brought it. I mean, this was just much fun.
That was very well.
And that means we got a big tie for second with a couple of the GCT participants, I think Fabi and Levon. But the wild cards came in and took their lion's share of the GCT points. Wow, what an exciting finish here, but I'm still relevant. Let's take a look at what actually happened.
Where was the miss?
One second as we have the standings.
Final
standings. Jan Krzysztof Duda, he doesn't get any GCT points because he is a wild card.
13.
But he would have gotten 13 otherwise.
And Vichy.
Vichy also doesn't get any. Because he is also a wild card player. But Levon takes 9, Fabi takes 7. It's really not as many as he wanted, but what a comeback from Fabi. getting that 4th spot. And Wesley, you know,
a little disappointing, but 6 point
but
that goes with the Bucharest.
Yeah, but not bad, not bad. And Richard, I think this is a big disappointment for Richard.
Yeah. And when you think about how well he did in the Rapids, Richard really faded in the Blitz. But our congratulations to Duda. That final game. Woo.
Yeah.
Oof.
And he was only really lost for a very short, brief period of time right out of the opening. He was always slightly worse, but then he misplayed it. And the position Alejandro will now show you, there's a tactical solution, which I'm sure Kirill kept like calculating for 40 seconds.
And that's the thing, right? Kirill calculated and calculated and calculated in this particular position, trying to find this killing blow against the Polish star, but wasn't able to find it. And it's this one, rook takes g7 check. You don't
Which is what he wants to play.
Everybody wants to play this. King takes, but where's the follow-up, right? Bishop h6. You see that the king going anywhere that's not h7 gets mated pretty quickly. I don't think this is very difficult. The question is, what do you play on king h7? Now, my original intention was queen g5, forcing rook g8, otherwise rook there is mate. And I wasn't able to fully find a way, but I did see that queen takes e7 looked like it was good enough.
Promising.
Yeah, this is as far as I got, because if you take on h6, then I can take on e6. You cannot take on e6 because check, rook c7, game is over. Let me put that on the board. You go this way, I go checkmate on h3. You go this way, I go checkmate, rook c7, and the game just finishes. However,
take on e6 move earlier.
Yes, you can do that. Instead of going
rook takes g7, you can go knight takes e6.
Instead of queen g5.
Instead of queen g5, the more accurate way is to take on e6 first.
That's what I mean.
This is the best way to do so, but the move queen g5 is good enough.
Right.
I think that if you don't find knight e6 and you don't calculate properly rook c3 or whatever, sure, you can understand that, but queen g5 finishes. I think this one was the more human way to approach the position and the problem, because queen g5, rook g8, queen takes e7, if you don't play king takes h6, I'm just positionally winning, so I don't have to really understand anything further. And king h6, knight e6 fails. Shevchenko did not find it. Tournament completely turns on its head. Remember, Shevchenko wins this game. We have a two-way tie for first, and we go into a playoff. And instead, Shevchenko doesn't find it, gets outplayed, because a draw would have given us a three-way tie for first. Gets outplayed. Duda wins this one and wins the tournament. What a story.
And why does Levon go immediately for the perpetual?
That is a great question.
I think he misplayed it to a degree that it wasn't really safe for him to continue.
And really? It wasn't even better for him at the end.
Yeah, I think he misplayed it.
Well, rook takes d6, so without the move rook takes d6.
Yeah, I think if you play queen e1 here,
for example,
or queen e4.
Queen e1 is the only move. If you play, for example, queen e4, you have the problem of rook b4 and your queen. You just gave me a free tempo, basically.
Clear.
Queen e1, though, still keeps chances alive here in this position. So queen e1.
Rook b4, I imagine.
Yeah, rook b4, and then you need to start consolidating. Sorry, now you can take the pawn. Now there is no penetration of the queen on e3, and it just somehow holds. You still also have problems with e5 falling with check. So you have to go queen d4 to try to get some perpetuals. And the engine is saying there are no perpetuals. You can play queen c1 or rook d8, but in a blitz game, I think this still can be anybody's game.
Two pawns,
It's two pawns, I get it, but you know there's still counterplay, and I think he must have missed the move queen e3 entirely, because once you get you don't let the queen jump to e3 if you see it coming from afar, and then he was forced to give a perpetual, putting him out of the contention because Duda won a full point, and he needed to keep up.
And there you have it.
And there you have it.
But let's jump to Warsaw for the closing ceremonies and the crowning of a champion.
After 5 days of thrilling chess action, we are finally ready to crown a champion. I am joined here in the studio by Michael Khodarkovsky, the Executive Director of the Grand Chess Tour, Adam Lamentovich, from CEO of Superbet Poland, and Jan Krzysztof Duda. Michael, I'm going to give you the first word.
Thank you, Christian. Indeed, there were 5 exciting days with 3 days of rapid. Then Tiger of Madras, former world champion Vishy Anand, took first place. But then 2 exciting days when young Krzysztof Duda was able to overcome deficit in points, and in the last round grab the win for first ever Grand Chess Tour here in Warsaw, Poland. And I would like to congratulate, of course, the winner on one end. On another end, I want to thank Superbet Foundation and Superbet Poland for hosting this event and sponsoring this event. And we look forward to see in the third leg in Zagreb even more exciting games that we have seen here in Warsaw. And I would like to pass the microphone to Superbet Poland CEO, Adam Lamentage.
Thank you, Michael. It's great to be here. A lot of emotions at the end, so still excited. And thank you very much. Uniting minds. It was a great experience for us here in Poland. Lots of people, lots of spectators, and first of all, top chess players of the world. And I, as Polish national, I couldn't hope for better ending. So I really congratulate Janek for this result. It's a great pleasure to be here with you and to be the host of this event. And thank you very much to Grand Chess Tour for the trust to host it for the first time in Poland.
Please present the trophy to the winner.
It's very beautiful.
Jan Krzysztof, a crazy day. Please describe to us our feelings right now.
Yeah, I'm extremely happy, of course, to win this event. I can say that I'm I'm recognized as a kind of blitz specialist, but I must confess that it was extremely difficult field, extremely difficult opponents, and yeah, I'm very happy actually to win it, because it was, of course, very nervous till the very end, and yeah, it's very special. I mean, it's very nice that I have won here in Warsaw, in Poland. It has a special value to me.
Tell us, what does it mean to win in front of your home crowd?
Yeah, it feels very nice, and I guess I'm about to see what is coming actually.
You are 1.5 points behind the leader going into today's rounds. What was the strategy going into today's rounds?
Yeah, I was very focused against Vichy. I thought it's like very important actually to win against him, because he was the leader at the time, and also I hadn't managed actually to beat him in this game like in my life, so that was of course a very good start. Also winning against Wesley was kind of unexpected, because I lost 2 games against him before, and I managed now to win with black. Yeah, but there are always ups and downs. Yeah, I was very disappointed actually when I lost to Fabiano, because I just blundered in a very nice position and almost risk-free. And also my loss against Korobov was very heartbreaking actually, because I mean he's of course a very strong and creative player, but yeah, but I got to have a very good score against him. Actually, I think I won like 5+ games we played against each other. So yeah, that was heartbreaking. But then I managed actually to win. I mean, the last game was kind of funny actually. I mean, probably I blundered even with 6-7 at some point. Yeah, it was very like a nervous game, of course, and yeah, but it was fun, of course, and I'm very satisfied with my play overall.
An incredible performance. Any final words for your fans here in Poland as well as all over the world?
Yeah, I would like to thank everyone who is rooting for me. Yeah, as said, I'm very pleased to win here in Poland, and yeah, I have had like a lot of support here, and there are many people. So thanks to everybody, and also to my family and friends and coaches and everyone who helped me achieving this success.
Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the 2022 Superbet Rapid Blitz, Jan Krzysztof Duda.
Very nicely done by
Cristian
there. And we
I want to be the one to applaud that.
Very, very solid I'm seeing there. And yeah, a lot of things have to go to Cristian and Anastasia, who provided us with a lot of insight from Warsaw and from Bucharest prior to that.
Yes.
Always a pleasure to work with them.
Thank you both. And after that tournament, let's just take a look at the GCT standings after Poland inclusive. Peter, please do the honors.
Levon Aronian now leading the GCT standings. Obviously, the 13 points that got taken off out of the economy by Duda are not helping our general standings. But yeah, Levon is on top there with 19 GCT points and almost a six-figure number in prize money. Wesley in second, Fabi in third, MVL in fourth, but MVL is only really coming off one event. So he has an event in hand compared to our top three there in the table. And the rest not really shining that much. Apologies. Richard had a poor tournament in Bucharest, and it looked like he might really sort of ride the ship here, but he had a very, very poor showing in Blitz, and it didn't really happen.
And then as we go to the next stops, we've got Zagreb, where Juan Magnus Carlsen might have something to say about that GCT Tour distribution.
Absolutely. That will be hot on the heels of the Candidates tournament, so it will be there will be an additional narrative, because we will know who gets to play Magnus, or perhaps not Magnus. We obviously don't know exactly what will happen there. That's a topic for another day, I guess.
The GCT finishes here in St. Louis, Peter.
Yeah, and then we get the two tournaments ending the season as usual in St. Louis. First, the Rapid and Blitz in the last week of August, and then immediately after that, the Singfield Cup.
And here we have it once more, the final standing. 6 wild cards, 4 tour participants, and like you were saying, the wild cards.
And youngsters of Duda occupying the top spot.
13 points indeed. Welcome back, Vichy. We miss you. That was you gave us so many thrills. And when Vichy is on his game, doesn't he look smooth, Alejandro?
Yeah, it's just a tiny bit heartbreaking, this tournament, right?
Right.
He starts 5 out of 5, finishes the Rapids so strongly, and just couldn't really get through the finish line and win this GCT. But Duda, I mean, he knew how important the first round today was. Beating Vichy was such a crucial part of the day. He just set the tone in so many ways, giving Duda that hope that he can catch up to Vichy. Vichy falling down from a 1.5 point lead going into the last day. A bit heartbreaking for Vichy fans, but at the end of the day, he did finish second. At some point, he was 4th in the standings today. So he did come back from that, and we see our predictions for the tournament.
Congratulations to you and Anastasia. You got it right.
When you know, Yasser. It's just part of being here.
I am so disappointed with Verusian. I am so disappointed with Var is an influencer. You know, he dragged me into this.
Yes.
But Cristian was right up there as well. Peter, I want again to say to you and Alejandro how much fun it was. Really, we have to do it again. I don't know where, I don't know when. I'll look forward to it.
Very much so, yeah. Thanks to everybody for inviting me here. It's been a pleasure, and yeah, thanks for watching.
And just to remind everybody, we will have the candidates coverage coming up next here from St. Louis, June 17th to July 5th. Full coverage with our Today in Chess show. Again, thank you everybody for joining us. I hope you had as much fun as we all did. And until next time, bye-bye.
Bye.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.